Chapter 81, Liu Yang is asked to help. The invaders started chatting. One of the intruders said, "It was only thanks to the cleverness of Lord Miyamoto that he was able to subdue the people of the Dragon State with just a little trickery. He made them work for us, and they didn't dare to resist." Another intruder said, "In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, this is called killing the chicken to warn the monkey, right? Killing one of their own to intimidate the rest is a brilliant strategy. You're worthy of the title of Lord Miyamoto." The third intruder said, "Poison that needs to be taken once a week? We don't have that kind of thing. Ha ha ha. It's just that the person who died took the real poison, and the others took the fake poison. These people from the Dragon Kingdom are really stupid. If everyone has this kind of IQ, sooner or later our little Japan Empire will occupy the entire Dragon Kingdom. Once we have established ourselves here, we will inform the main force to come and occupy the city first, and then advance step by step. By then, the entire Ching-long kingdom will be the territory of our little Japan Empire. Ha ha. We are the first batch of heroes who came here to open up Wasteland. This apocalypse is a great opportunity for our little Japan Empire. In peacetime, we can't compete with the Dragon Empire, but with the apocalypse, the gap in our strength is not so great. We must seize this opportunity. That's right. Let's drink to the future of our little Japan Empire. These people are from the little Japan Empire. Their goal is to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom and gradually occupy its territory. Starting from the south by the sea, then advancing inland, and in the end, their goal is to even occupy the entire Dragon Kingdom. What a group of ambitious Japanese pirates! Meanwhile, Lee Hanyo, who lives in another building, has clenched his fists. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "You little bastard, you actually dared to lie to your grandfather, Black Bull." The three executives next to him heard Lee Hanyo's words and asked in a puzzled tone, "Brother Hanyo, what's wrong? Who are you scolding?" Lee Hanyo calmed down, "It's nothing. It's too stuffy in the house, I'm a bit irritable, I'm going outside to get some fresh air." Lee Hanyo walked out of the house, and the other three companions didn't care too much. At this point, Lee Hanyo walked out of the house and walked straight out of the base. Since he had already discovered that he was not poisoned, of course he ran as far as he could. And now that he knew that these guys were invaders from the little Japan Empire, he just had to report to the Bureau of Paranormal Powers of the Dragon Nation. He would definitely get support. Although the end of the world has broken out and I am not a good person, compared to these invaders who have invaded the Dragon Kingdom, I am still a compatriot, no matter how bad I am. And reporting the invaders can also be a meritorious service. This is called making up for past mistakes. In the future, if I, Lee Hanyo, can join the Bureau of Paranormal Powers, I will be able to eat the imperial rice. From then on, I will be part of the Dragon State, and I will no longer have to live in the chaos of the end of the world as I did before. Thinking about this, Lee Hanyo was full of energy. After leaving the base, he ran all the way, trying to get away from this dangerous place. As for why he didn't tell the three companions, it was because although they were also high-ranking members of the base, they were ordinary people, not supernaturals, and their speed would definitely not be able to keep up with his own. If he took them with him, they would only slow him down. Although they called each other brother and sister in the base, when it really came to a dangerous moment, it was only natural to protect their own safety first. This is the end of the world, this is human nature. Lee Hanyo thought to himself, if I can find the official organization and come back to save them, they will really be saved. If I take them with me and escape, and if they are captured by those little Japanese devils, they might even be killed directly. So think about it, it's not that I abandoned them, but that I was trying to save them. They should be grateful to me." Lee Hanyo ran all the way. Although he didn't know the exact scope of the Paranormal Powers Administration, he knew that in the end times, the Paranormal Powers Administration would send patrols to arrest even wanted paranormal powers users. As long as he leaves the base, he is likely to encounter an official administrator. He had encountered them before when he was collecting supplies, and at that time he had deliberately avoided official personnel, for fear that his identity as a fugitive would be discovered. Now he had to go looking for the authorities. It's really sad. Lee Hanyo ran all the way for more than 10 kilometers, exhausted and panting, sweating like rain, but he dared not slow down. After all, the superpowered people of the little Japan Empire are stronger than him and definitely faster than him. If he is discovered, he will probably be caught. If he was caught, the only outcome would be death. So this is a matter of life and death. He was running at a 100-meter sprint speed the whole way. just as he was running at full speed. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of him. They blocked his way. The men on the ground had serious expressions on their faces and asked, "Who are you? Where are you going so fast? Judging by your running speed, you must be a superhuman, right?" Lihania stopped and saw the uniforms on the men, and his face immediately showed excitement. He asked them happily, "Are you the official personnel of the Paranormal Powers Administration?" The men nodded. "Yes, but we have now become the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. We are in charge of all creatures in the Doomsday, not just the supernaturals." "Who are you?" Lihania said breathlessly. "I am a psychic who only awakened after the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, I saved many ordinary people and formed a surviving base, but someone invaded my base. I found out that they were actually invaders from the Little Japan Empire. So I ran all the way to find the official organization to report the news. Now I have finally found you. I am so happy." After hearing Lihania's words, the members of the official organization suddenly showed a solemn expression. "What? Invaders from the Little Japan Empire? These sons of bitches actually dare to invade our country, the Dragon Nation? Where? Take us there." Lihania said, "They are very strong, and there are 10 of them, and you are only 5. I am afraid you are not their match. I suggest you report to headquarters and send more people to support you. Their methods are cruel and terrifying. If you can't beat them, you will die if they catch you." Without absolute certainty, Lihania did not want to return to the survivor base. There are only 5 official superpowered people. Lihania didn't trust their strength. The leader of the team also thought it was reasonable after hearing Lihania's words. After thinking for a while, he took out a satellite phone from his pocket and dialed the headquarters. He explained the situation to the headquarters. The headquarters immediately reported to Chen Kaliang, the director of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. Chen Kaliang frowned when he heard the news. He said, "An invasion by the Empire of Japan's supernaturals? This is no small matter. This invasion force may be a test. If we don't handle it well, they will have the illusion that the Dragon Kingdom is weak. If all the foreigners band together to invade the city, it will be difficult. So we must use a lightning strike to wipe them all out." Chen Kaliang asked the secretary, "How many S-Class teams do we have in the bureau?" The secretary looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Currently, all of them are on missions, and there is not a single S-Class team. Because the last time Lu Yang came to our bureau and took away too many female S-Class supernaturals, it caused a shortage of S-Class supernaturals in our bureau." Alas! Director Chen sighed. But soon he had a bright idea and said, "The location of the incident seems to be not far from the city where Lu Yang is. If we let Lu Yang take action, no matter how powerful the invaders are, they will be killed in seconds. Do we still need to find other S-Class teams? Hurry, call Lu Yang for me." The secretary also showed an excited expression on her face and said, "Yes, Lu Yang is our honorary team leader. He is the number 1 in the S-Class. He is completely sure to win." So the secretary quickly picked up the satellite phone and dialed Lu Yang's number. Chapter 82, Calling the Chief Commander. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was in the supermarket with the dwarf beauty Sigret and the 3 beauties by Ching-long, collecting supplies. At this time, they had already collected 3 supermarkets, and Lu Yang's storage space was full. The 4 beauties watched as Lu Yang waved his hand and the supplies disappeared, and they all began to marvel at Lu Yang's power. Although they could see Lu Yang conjure up supplies and food. But he didn't produce much each time. They didn't expect Lu Yang to be able to make the food in the entire supermarket disappear. This is amazing. At the same time, the 4 people looked at Lu Yang with starry eyes. He's so handsome. This man is so handsome. I really love him. Just as Lu Yang finished collecting the food in the supermarket and was about to head to the next supermarket, the satellite phone on his body rang. Lu Yang looked a little confused, but he still answered the call. Lu Yang said into the phone, "Hello, who is this? What are you calling so early in the morning?" On the other end of the line was the good-natured laughter of Director Chen Kaliang. "Ha, Lu Yang, my dear friend, this is Chen Kaliang. I received a message today that there is a surviving base not far from your city, occupied by the supernaturals of the Little Japan Empire. It is said that there are many beautiful women in the base who are suffering. Now we urgently need our administration to save it, but we don't have the manpower, so we can only ask if Liu Yang is free. I really can't bear to see those little days being ruined. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's face showed a look of surprise. How could this be? How dare the people of the Little Day Empire invade our country of the Divine Dragon? And they even occupied the survivors' base. After the apocalypse, the population of the Dragon State has been reduced by at least 90%. Every person is a resource for Liu Yang. Especially beautiful girls, who can also provide rewards for Liu Yang. We can't let these people from the Little Japan Empire take them away. Moreover, you have come all the way from the Little Japan Empire to compete with me for women. Are you looking for death? Liu Yang felt that it was indeed necessary for him to meet with these people from the Little Japanese Empire. But he couldn't show it on his face. He said to Director Chen on the phone, "Director Chen, I'm very busy right now, and I'm only your honorary captain. I didn't say I'd do the mission for you, so you should find someone else." Director Chen quickly said, "Liu Yang, if I could find someone else, would I need to call you? I know you are busy with your own business. I really have no choice. Don't worry, as long as you help me kill or capture all the people from the Little Japan Empire, I will give you a special military merit, which you can use to exchange for resources in the Management Bureau." Hearing that Director Chen had already begun to use military merit to entice Liu Yang, a smile appeared on his face, but he still said in a calm voice, "But I really don't have time." Director Chen was silent for a few seconds, and then finally said with a gritting of his teeth, "I'll give you 2 special military merits. At the same time, everything you get from the Imperial Day Empire's superhuman will be yours, so you don't have to hand it over. I only want their people, or their corpses." Seeing that the other party had been silent for so long before giving 2 special military merits, it seems that they have reached their limit. So Liu Yang said, "Okay, then I'll put aside the things I'm working on and take time to deal with these Empire of Japan supernaturals for you." Hearing this, Jin Kaliang immediately showed a happy expression and hurriedly said into the phone, "That's great. Since our S-level team has been out on a mission, we haven't been able to find anyone to send out. If Liu Yang is willing to go, that would really put my mind at ease." "Very well, then I'll hang up first and wait for your good news." Liu Yang nodded and then hung up the phone. After seeing Liu Yang hang up the phone, Bai Qingqing asked, "Who called you?" Liu Yang said, "Jin Kaliang, that old guy, said he wanted me to help him with something, and he could give me 2 special military merits. I haven't been in your administration before, so how much are 2 special military merits worth? Or how much rice can I get in exchange for them?" Liu Yang didn't have a concept of military merit. So he didn't know what 2 special military merits meant. And he didn't know how much food it could be exchanged for. After hearing Liu Yang's words, Bai Qingqing and the other 2 people all showed shocked expressions on their faces. They were all S-level superhumans. And they were also the team leaders in the bureau. They naturally understood very well what a special military merit meant. Bai Qingqing said, "Director Chen actually promised you 2 special military merits? My God! This is too generous." Yu Ezuelan said, "In our administration, only Lu Qingsong has ever received a special military merit. And it was because he was chasing a high-ranking S-class supernatural fugitive that he was tricked by the other party and seriously injured, and only then did he receive a special military merit. I didn't expect you to be able to get 2 at once. What kind of dangerous mission did you have to carry out?" Gu Yunhan said, "Special military merit cannot be measured in terms of money or material. What it can be exchanged for is something that cannot be obtained elsewhere. If you are willing, a special military merit, if it meets the needs of others, others are willing to pay at least hundreds of tons of grain to buy it. Of course, first you have to find someone so rich in the end of the world." After listening to the 3 men, Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression. He said, "Very well, in that case, I, Liu Yang, must go." "The invaders of the Little Day Empire, huh? Well, just bear with me, Liu Yang, and take my hard, big iron fist." So Liu Yang took the 3 beauties and the dwarf directly into the sky, heading for the location Chen had mentioned. In less than a minute, Liu Yang had arrived at the location given by Director Chen. He saw Li Hanio and the team from the authority. When Liu Yang landed, the team members on the ground were surprised. They reported to headquarters, which said it would send reinforcements, but they didn't expect the reinforcements to be the honorary commander-in-chief, Liu Yang. They had long admired Captain Liu Yang. If they weren't men, they would have followed him. Now that they saw Liu Yang again, they all showed an excited expression on their faces. They all shouted at Liu Yang, "Master Liu Yang! It's you who's come to support us. This is so exciting. With Lord Liu Yang on our side, we're sure to win." "Ah, the little Japanese Imperial invaders? This time they're in for a treat." Liu Yang nodded to them. He said, "Tell me about the situation and the location of the invaders." "Yes, Commander Liu Yang." The squad leader nodded and then looked at Li Hanyu and said, "You, come over here and report the situation to our Commander-in-Chief." Chapter 83, Depart to Save the Beauty. Meanwhile, inside the survivors' base, the invaders from the Little Japan Empire had discovered that Li Hanyu was missing. So they called everyone in the base. In front of everyone, tortured the 3 remaining top executives. A woman from the Little Japanese Empire whipped the body of a high-ranking official in the base. Pop! A bloody wound appeared on the man's back instantly. The leader of the Japanese invaders said, "Say, where the hell did your boss go?" The high-ranking officer of the base was already very weak, covered in blood, and was instantly trembling in pain after being whipped. He kept begging for mercy. "I really don't know, and we're all poisoned, how can we lie?" He said he went out for a breath of fresh air and then disappeared. "We really don't know anything." He was the only one with superpowers in the entire base. How could we control him? The leader of the invading army frowned. Then he pulled out a dagger and placed it on the other person's neck. He said coldly, "I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you know where he went?" "Sir, I really don't know." The management was about to cry. Li Hanyu ran away without a word, leaving the 3 brothers behind. Where did Li Hanyu go? It's not that they don't want to say, but they really don't know. However, the intruders didn't care. The leader of the intruders had a cold look in his eyes, and then he slashed the dagger with all his strength. Pooh! A deep gash appeared on the neck of the other person, and the surging blood sprayed out. The man's eyes widened, and after just a few seconds, he fell to the ground. His legs twitched a few times, and then he was still. The leader of the intruders wiped his dagger clean and then said to everyone, "Your boss has run away. If you know anything, report it immediately and I will reward you. I will kill 1 person every hour until someone tells me his clue." Everyone gasped in horror at these words, and fear filled their eyes. These intruders said they would kill without even blinking. Everyone was trembling in fear, and the entire base was enveloped in a climate of fear. On the other side, Li Hanyu came to Liu Yang's front, looking at Liu Yang, a determined figure, and he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. This young man looked no more than 20 years old, but the sense of strength he gave off was something he had never seen before. Even just being within a meter of him made him feel his hair stand on end, and he dared not look him in the eye. Facing Liu Yang's piercing gaze, he felt a sense of fear that penetrated his very soul. It was as if he had been stripped naked in front of Liu Yang. "This is the head of the official management bureau. I didn't expect him to be so young. You see those team members strutting around in front of me, but in front of this team leader, they would rather crawl on the ground and lick his feet. This kind of strong temperament is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Maybe even the director of the Bureau of Management is in awe of him. He is only a prisoner of the era of peace, who escaped after the apocalypse and awakened his superpowers to become the leader of a base. In front of such a strong person, he is really not even a hair." A deep sense of inferiority and fear made Li Hanyu's speech awkward. His lips trembled and he stammered, "Sir, it's like this. I was originally the leader of a base, but one day 10 uninvited guests came and directly threatened to hand over the base to them. Later, by chance, I heard that they were actually from the Little Japan Empire. So I ran out of the city, risking my life, to report to the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. I absolutely cannot let these people from the Little Japan Empire succeed. They are going to start with this city and gradually encroach on our land, the land of the Dragon Nation." After listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang nodded, and the information he knew was not much different, just a little more detailed. This is not what he wanted to know. So Liu Yang asked, "Is there a lot of people at your base? Are there a lot of beautiful women? Are there any women among the invaders?" "The women of the Little Japan Empire. I've only seen them in movies before, but if I could get a few in real life, it would be." Exciting to think about it. Uh. Hearing this question from Lu Yang, Li Hania froze for a moment. He didn't expect Lu Yang to ask that. But how could you possibly guess the big boss's train of thought? The reason why the boss asked this question is that it must be useful. It must be for the greater good. So Li Hania replied truthfully, there are more than 1,000 people in our base, and more than 500 of them are women. As for beautiful women, I don't know what the standard is, but I think there should be dozens of beautiful ones. As for the intruders, 2 of them are women. 8 of them are men. Are the 2 women pretty? Lu Yang continued to ask. Very pretty, but I didn't dare to look at them. Li Hania said. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Dozens of beautiful women plus 2 super beautiful female superpowered intruders, right? Then I, Lu Yang, have a reason to go. He couldn't wait to say. Let's go, we're leaving now. You take me there. These little Japanese imperialists dare to invade our country, the Dragon Kingdom, that's unforgivable. I don't want to wait another second. Li Hania immediately showed a happy expression when he heard this. He said to Lu Yang, okay, sir, I'll take you there. You come with me. So Li Hania turned around and was ready to go. Then the next second, he found that his whole body was wrapped in something and he couldn't move. Then his whole body was off the ground and he was floating in the air. This scared the hell out of him. A 1.9 meter tall man with dark skin and bulging muscles let out a womanly scream. Ah! Help me! Help me, sir! What's going on? Help! At this time, Lu Yang was also floating next to him, smiling and saying, don't panic, calm down. As a superhuman, is the ability to fly difficult to understand? I'm the one who made you fly. At this point, Li Hania realized that everyone was floating. His trembling heart finally calmed down a little. At the same time, he was even more shocked by Lu Yang's power. Flying ability? But not only can he fly, he can also fly with others. This is too powerful. No wonder he can be the head of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. This strength is too strong. In the face of the other's shocked gaze, Lu Yang then said, point the way. Which direction? Li Hania pointed to the base with one finger. But the next second. Boom! A loud noise came from the sky. Everyone exceeded the speed of sound and began to fly at high speed. In less than 10 seconds, they had already reached Li Hania's base. Then, with a loud bang, landed directly. Chapter 84, Never Give In. Everyone was startled by the loud noise. When the smoke cleared, they saw a tall, handsome figure standing proudly, his whole body shining with silver light. Both the survivors in the base and the intruders were shocked. They never thought that someone would fall from the sky, and it was an unbeatable formation. Could it be that he was also an intruder, but his method of invasion was even more direct? But when they saw the black ox next to Lu Yang, they immediately realized. This is not an intruder. It was the reinforcements that Li Hania had called for. Seeing this, the 10 invaders from the Little Japan Empire all showed a solemn expression. The opponent had fallen from the sky, and this strength was not weak. When they saw the silver armor on the other side, it looked very strong and handsome. The other party may be a flying-type superhuman. He could also be an official elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, an ordinary person in the end times would never be able to get such a handsome set of armor. But for a superhuman, the armor is not very useful. It is useless except for looking cool. This kind of thing has already been eliminated by the times. It can't even stop bullets, so what's the point of wearing it? It's better to get a bulletproof vest. The combat effectiveness of a mere flying ability is not strong. So what if you can fly? Can you fly past an arrow? Flying in the sky is like a sitting duck, a direct arrow can shoot it down. The 10 small Japanese imperial invaders all smiled. The 2 companions of Li Hania, seeing Li Hania return, showed a grateful expression on their faces. They all said to Li Hania, Bossly, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. You went to get help to save us. We're so touched. Black Bull, I'm sorry. I'm guilty. I secretly cursed your ancestors and said you had no asshole when you were born. I thought you had abandoned us and ran away. It turns out that you endured humiliation and hardship. It was my fault for mistaking you. It's a pity that the fourth brother was killed and couldn't wait for you to return. He died with a grudge. Hearing the words of his two brothers and seeing the corpse of his brother, Li Hanio's expression was also somewhat sad. At first, he was indeed planning to escape, and he didn't think he would be able to come back to save his brothers. But now I see that my brothers are all looking forward to me. Li Hanio straightened his chest and said, "Brothers for a day, brothers for a lifetime. Brothers, I will not abandon you. Everyone in this survivor base is my brother. I, Li Hanio, a man of the Dragon Kingdom, how could I let these little Japanese run away in fear?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the base was shocked. These invaders are actually from the Little Japan Empire? They had been controlled by these little Japanese for so long that they had never discovered the other party's identity. Although they spoke the language of the Dragon Kingdom, they had some accents, but they couldn't tell that they were Japanese. The Empire thought they were from some small southern city. Now that Li Hanio said that the other side was all from the Little Japan Empire, the survivors in the base all showed angry expressions. Damn little days. The end of the world has broken out, and they still dare to invade our Ching-long Empire? This time, they will never return. The survivors who had been kneeling on the ground all stood up. They may kneel before heaven, kneel before the earth, kneel before their parents, but they will never kneel before Zairizi. Even if they die, they will stand up to die. Seeing the survivors in the base stand up one by one, the invaders from the Shiori Empire were shocked. How dare they stand up without our permission? Who gave them the right to stand up? One of the Japanese invaders shouted at the top of his voice. Get down on your knees. You bunch of losers, who gave you permission to stand up? Do you want to die? I'm going to count to 3. If anyone dares to stand up again, I'll kill them. However, in response to his threat, they gave him a look of unwavering determination and hatred. Everyone in the base, although some were ragged, some were unshaven, some were emaciated, and some had black dirt on their faces. They looked weak and vulnerable. But the 10 invaders from the Little Day Empire were surprised by the unyielding look in their eyes and the indestructible will. How dare these guys not listen to me? Aren't they afraid of death? Why do they dare to look at me with such eyes? Who gave them the courage? Li Hanio's face also showed an expression of excitement. The thousands of survivors who were kneeling on the ground all stood up at once. This scene was truly spectacular. Although they were all ordinary people, none of them were superheroes, but the momentum they exuded was like a mountain torrent, surging endlessly, rising higher and higher, as if to swallow up all the 10 Little Japan Empire invaders. It was so exciting. In that instant, even Li Hanio, a person who goes with the flow and is only concerned with himself, felt his blood boil. It was as if the words "the fate of the world is in the hands of every man" had sprung from the depths of his heart. Even he wanted to take the lead and defeat the invaders. Seeing this scene, seeing the survivors who were clearly destitute but had emerged with a momentum that could overturn the world, the leader of the invaders frowned and said to Li Hanio, "Where have you been? You went to get help? Have you forgotten that you were poisoned by us? Without an antidote, you will die in a few days. You have already experienced that pain, do you want to try it again?" Li Hanio said, "Even if I die, I will stand up and die. You little bastards will definitely die in front of me. Do you think I will surrender to you little bastards? You wish." The other survivors also shouted in unison, "Never surrender. Little Days must die. Never surrender. Little Days must die." More than 1,000 people shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. The leader of the invaders heard this and quickly turned around and yelled at the survivors, "Are you looking for death? Who gave you the courage to look at me with such eyes and dare to say such things? Are you pigs not afraid of death?" No one answered him, only cold, hateful stares. The man drew his dagger from his waist. He was about to kill a survivor to show his authority, but at that moment a cold voice rang in his ear. "I gave them the courage. You little bastards dared to invade the Dragon Empire and just happened to run into me. From now on, the rest of your short lives will be spent in regret and pain." After saying this, Liu Yang jumped up and rushed at the leader of the invaders at great speed. Seeing Liu Yang rushing at top speed, the leader of the invaders quickly widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. This guy was wearing a heavy silver armor, but he was running as fast as the wind. Who is this man who is like the wind? Chapter 85, Despair in Every Second. The leader of the intruders was a S-class psychic, and although he was only ranked 500th, he was not at the top. But among the world's supernaturals, S-class supernaturals are a very small minority. The higher the level of the psychic power, the smaller the number of people with that power. Most of the psychics are low-level C and B class. And flying, as a power that cannot provide combat effectiveness, is usually not even rated as a level A. The thoughts in that guy's mind were still whirling. However, Liu Yang had already arrived in front of him the next second. The speed of an ordinary person is dozens of times faster than that of an ordinary person, and it's no joke. Even without using flight, just running with your feet can leave a shadow. In an instant, Liu Yang had already punched at the intruder. The opponent was unable to react. Boom! With a loud bang, the guy flew dozens of meters away, his chest deeply sunken, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth at the same time. He fell to the ground, his whole body ashen, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. There was no thought in his mind, only the oppression of Liu Yang's last punch and the fear that made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. As the leader of the Invaders, a powerful psionic with more than 500 S-class abilities, he felt the threat of death for the first time. Before, he had always walked around with his head held high. Even when facing the top-ranked S-class superpowered individuals of the Little Japan Empire, he had never felt such a sense of oppression. Because the difference between the 1st and 10th in the S-class is not that great. At most, it is only a difference of 1.8 meters, 1.7 meters, and 1.6 meters. Who can guarantee that a person who is 1.6 meters tall cannot defeat a person who is 1.8 meters tall? There is still a chance to fight back. But when facing this young man, he felt not just 1.8 meters, but 18 meters, 180 meters of oppression. It's as if he's lying at the feet of the other person. The other person only needs to move his toes to crush him to death. In front of the other party, it seems that the other party is an elephant and he is an ant. As the leader of the invading team, Goofing began to regret his decision to enter the Dragon Kingdom for the first time. He was confident when he invaded, starting with a city, then a province, then a region, and finally the entire Dragon Kingdom. Try step by step, invade step by step, control step by step. Eventually, he will be able to control the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom. But now it seems that the first step has just been brutally strangled. At this moment, Liu Yang stood in front of the other party, looking down on Goten with contempt. His eyes were full of disdain, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. This smile in the eyes of the ancient vine was as terrifying as the demon god of the underworld. Liu Yang then stepped directly on Gu Tang's chest. This footstep made his already sunken chest sink even deeper. Goofin vomited a mouthful of blood again. He wanted to spit out his own lungs. His ribs had already been broken by Liu Yang, and now they were deeply embedded in his lungs. His mouth and nose were filled with blood bubbles. Even speaking became difficult. But he still had a fierce expression on his face, threatening Liu Yang. Who are you? We are the superpowered people of the Little Japan Empire. You dare to attack me? We, the Little Japan Empire, will not let you go. Hearing the other's threat, Liu Yang suddenly laughed. He rotated his feet forcefully. Stepping on the other person's chest was like stepping on an extinguished cigarette. Aha! Goten screamed in pain again. Liu Yang said with a sneer, "Prisoner, you still dare to threaten? Don't you know you're already facing death? Do it! Finish him off! Are you all just standing there watching?" Goten shouted at his teammates. Hearing this, his teammates finally realized that their captain had been beaten to the ground, spitting blood and with his chest sunken in. But they were also shocked by Liu Yang's strength, so they didn't react for a while. At this point, they were finally moved by the captain's shout. 9 enemies rushed at Liu Yang from different directions. The idea of fighting a large group with a small group is to surround them and not let them break them down one by one. At this point, Liu Yang's strength had already been seen by them, and it was absolutely impossible for him to be Liu Yang's opponent until they fought one-on-one. Captain Goten is a master of S-class, with over 500 points. The remaining 9 of their team members are all only Class A. Even the S-class was killed in seconds. If the A-class went one by one, wouldn't they be giving away the goods? In an instant, they had already rushed to Liu Yang's side. Having reached this point, they all showed a look of surprise on their faces. At the same time, the 9 of them drew their weapons and slashed at Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang still didn't move. He didn't even look at them, and the intruders thought that Liu Yang hadn't reacted. However, just as their knives were about to cut Liu Yang, they suddenly stopped in mid-air. Ha! The 9 intruders' eyes widened in an instant. They continued to press down on the knife. They wanted to push the knife down. However, the weapon in their hands did not move an inch. At that moment, they were shocked. Liu Yang slowly turned his head and looked at them. He smiled and said, "From now on, feel the despair of every second." Then the weapons in the hands of the 9 people slowly turned in the opposite direction, slowly pointing at themselves. They were even more shocked. They used all their strength to try to stab Liu Yang with the knife, but the knife kept turning and eventually the sharp edge was pointed at themselves. At this moment, the 9 intruders trembled all over. Even their backs began to feel cold. Their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. They saw that the weapon that originally belonged to them was now pointing at their own necks. They even felt that this scene was a bit strange. Isn't it the legend that only demons and monsters have the ability to control things? Their minds were already filled with fear, and now they heard Liu Yang's cold voice. "You dare to invade our dragon state, you bunch of little punks? Get down on your knees." Pop! The 9 intruders all knelt down at the same time. They were completely unable to react. What had happened? Why had their knees bent without their permission? The Bushido spirit of the Little Day Empire does not allow them to kneel to the enemy. But when they tried to get up, their legs were too weak to straighten out. The survivors in the base all looked shocked when they saw this. Then the shock turned into great excitement. They all began to shout, "These little days are kneeling down. They were so arrogant just now, but now they have to kneel? Who is that young man? How is he so strong? He is really handsome. He killed 10 invading Little Japan Empire supernaturals in one fell swoop, subdued them, and made them kneel down and beg for mercy. This strength is too strong and fierce." Chapter 86, What a Bunch of Losers. Goten saw his 9 teammates, who had not even lasted 3 seconds, kneeling before the other team. He immediately showed a look of hatred on his face, and shouted at the 9 team members, "You are all useless. We are the supernaturals of the Little Japan Empire, and we follow the spirit of Bushido. How can we kneel to our enemies? Where is your dignity? Where is your ideal? Damn it! Sister! Stand up! You are my own sister. I forbid you to kneel." Hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang frowned, glared at him, and directly stepped on his mouth. He said coldly, "How dare you yell?" Pop! He stepped on his front teeth with his heel, and the ancient vine was full of blood in his mouth, and he began to talk with a leak. Liu Yang then looked down at the 2 female intruders. Just as Li Hania had said. The 2 intruders were both very beautiful. Although they were women of the Little Japan Empire, they had a unique charm. Liu Yang had many women from the Dragon Nation. He also had a dwarf girl. But he has never played with a woman from the Little Japan Empire. He had to show them the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Liu Yang took her foot out of the bone's mouth and slowly walked towards his sister. Seeing this, Gu Tang became anxious. He yelled at Liu Yang, "What are you doing? If you want to fight, fight me, don't touch my sister. What kind of man are you to lay your hands on a woman? Aren't women in your country highly regarded? I heard that men in your country always give way to women." Liu Yang didn't even turn his head to listen to the other person's words. He came directly to his sister's side, pinched her smooth chin with one hand, and slowly lifted her head. Immediately, Liu Yang saw a stunning face enter his field of vision. This Japanese woman is really good. Her skin was white and delicate, her facial features were exquisite, and she had a unique charm. Moreover, her eyes always gave off a submissive feeling, as if she could absolutely obey any request or order given to her. She could be manipulated and controlled at will. This kind of weak woman is most likely to arouse a man's desire. Liu Yang is no exception. Who doesn't want an absolutely obedient little Japanese beauty? In the past, during peacetime, some people studied the question of which women in the world were the most suitable wives, and they found that the women of the Japanese Empire were the most suitable. The advantages include the following. Once married, a Japanese woman quickly becomes a devoted wife. Japanese women become loyal to their families and children once they have them. This does not mean that they give up their careers. They just try to find a balance between different areas of life without compromising. In the end, they manage to allocate time to clean the house, cook a delicious dinner, take care of their children, and fulfill their work responsibilities. Every man would be happy to have such a loyal partner by his side. They are supportive. Even in the most desperate situations, a Japanese married woman will try to comfort you. In the local culture, a woman is supposed to protect her man by giving him absolute love and proper care. She considers the happiness of her boyfriend or husband to be one of the most important things. This is the kind of woman that the world is definitely lacking today. They are wise. Japanese brides have a wealth of life wisdom to share with the world. In their youth, they receive the first lessons in life philosophy from their parents and grandparents. This is where their patience and decency come from. You can safely consult your Japanese girlfriend or wife, because she will always have some advice for you. They work hard. Japanese women are not afraid of work, either in terms of their daily routine or their career prospects. They do not make financial considerations a priority in a successful relationship. Therefore, they do not start dating Western men for financial gain. It doesn't make any sense to them. This is indeed better than the women in the Dragon Kingdom, who are very feminist. Of course, this is also the result of the efforts of Japanese men, who were also very powerful in the past, and who were once in a desperate situation. In the end, the men had to stand up to the women. They were to be equal to men, to compete with men, and to fight for jobs with men. But in the end, the women of the Japanese Empire were no match for men in terms of work ability, tolerance of hardship, or ability to withstand pressure. In the end, they lost and couldn't even find a job. They could only return to the family and become housewives. From then on, they lost their arrogance and became the most submissive women in the world. So Liu Yang decided to try it out today to see what it was like to be the most obedient woman in the world. He pinched the other person's chin with a mischievous smile, making the other person stand up. Seeing this, Goten went crazy. He desperately struggled to get up, but he couldn't get up at all. He could only lie on the ground helplessly, yelling furiously, "Let my sister go! What the hell do you want? Damn you! If you have the guts, come at me! What kind of ability is it to lay your hands on a woman?" Liu Yang ignored him and used the system to scan the Japanese woman. Soon, the information about her appeared in his mind. Name, Aoki. Age, 18. Height, 158. Weight, 43 kilograms. Bust, a pair of DS. Appearance score, 91 points. Body score, 90 points. Number of charges, 0. After seeing this information, Liu Yang's face showed an expression of excitement. Very good, very good. The young girl who had just turned 18 was so fresh and tender that Liu Yang liked her the most. And the number of charges is 0, the foreign trade score and the remaining score are both over 90 points, which is perfect. In terms of appearance and figure, she is not worse than Li Mangyao and Li Mange. And the other party is also a superhuman. Conquering this beautiful woman with superpowers will bring me a huge reward. So Liu Yang pinched the other person's chin and asked, "Aoki, I ask you, would you like to be my woman?" Hearing this, the woman from the Japanese Empire was stunned. She never expected that the enemy would ask this question after defeating her. He hadn't answered his brother, but Koto was already anxious. "Aoki, don't pay any attention to him. We, the people of the little Japanese Empire, cannot yield to them. Don't ever agree to be his woman. You will be tortured to death by him. Even if we die, we will stand and die. You talk a lot of nonsense." Liu Yang said coldly, and then a steel ball instantly formed, and flew directly into the mouth of Goten. It filled his mouth and he could no longer speak. Woohoo! He stared at her with his eyes, and all he could do was make a woof sound like Liu Yang. Liu Yang said coldly, "This was originally prepared for your sister, but I didn't expect you to use it. Waste." Liu Yang then picked up Aoki and carried him into the next room. Today he was going to let this little Japanese woman taste the power of his great storm. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! Goten kept whining in despair, but no one paid any attention to him. The 8 Japanese imperial invaders kneeling on the ground did not dare to move even a bit. Because there was a steel needle hovering above each of their foreheads. They knew that if Liu Yang had the slightest thought, the steel needle would instantly blow their heads off. Chapter 87, Complete Conquest of Aoki. Inside the room. Aoki was extremely nervous. Although she could not accept Liu Yang, and although she thought that Liu Yang was forcing himself on her, she was no match for him in terms of strength. If she tried to resist, she would surely die. She simply did not have the courage to resist, and even when she saw Liu Yang's strong physique and cold eyes, she was completely overwhelmed. She couldn't muster any strength. Her mind was filled with the fear that Liu Yang had instilled in her. It was a blank. At this moment, she appeared to be cowering in the room, not knowing what to do next. Liu Yang had a cold face and was not talking, but directly began to exert mind control. The people of the Little Japan Empire are not very reliable. Even if she agrees to be their woman and their captive, Liu Yang may not be able to trust them completely. After a minute, Liu Yang had already received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully exercised soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant, and you can use them as you wish. At the same time, the other person's gaze at Liu Yang had also become submissive. That kind of almost reverent obedience would never exist in an ordinary relationship. Even in the ancient feudal society, people would never have such respectful eyes for their masters. In history, many eunuchs still wanted to wear the yellow robe. Isn't the emperor's majesty enough? But someone still rebelled. But Liu Yang's soul control is different. It directly controls the soul. No one will have the thought of rebelling, and they will only always think of Liu Yang, and everything will be for Liu Yang's benefit. She licked her lips and said to Liu Yang, "Dear Liu Yang, Aoki is at your service. Please use me as you wish. You can do whatever you want to me. I will agree to any of your requests." Now she has made Liu Yang her most admired person. Not to mention letting her have children with him, she would not hesitate to let him kill her brother, Kodo. Liu Yang was very satisfied with her performance, so he asked her, "Dear, I'm going to ask you again. Are you willing to be my woman?" Upon hearing these words, Aoki's face flushed. She buried her head in her own plump chest. In the end, she bit her red lips and shook her head at Liu Yang. Seeing this, Liu Yang was stunned. "Huh? Does it mean that soul control can fail?" He had clearly controlled her, but when he asked her if she would be his woman, why? Did she still shake her head? Liu Yang couldn't understand it because he had never failed before. Just when he was still very confused, Aoki spoke again. She looked at Liu Yang's face with big, watery eyes and finally said, "Lord Liu Yang, we are intruders, coming from the Japanese Empire to invade the Dragon Kingdom. We were your enemies in the past. We have done the biggest mistake of our lives. I am not qualified to be your woman. You should still treat me as a captive, a lowly servant." After Liu Yang heard this, he finally realized what she meant. She didn't want to be his woman, she wanted to be his obedient dog. She is indeed a woman of small days and has a clear conscience. Liu Yang nodded, okay, since you don't want to be a human being and you want to be a dog, I won't stop you. From now on, you will be my dog. Yes, Your Excellency Liu Yang. From now on, Aoki will fulfill all your requests and orders. I will go through fire and water for you, Aoki said with a serious look in his eyes. At the same time, Liu Yang also received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the girl. Receive a system reward, and all attributes will be enhanced by 50 points. Good stuff. All the prompts add 50 points, which is equivalent to a total of 200 points. This is a rare reward. After receiving this prompt, Liu Yang looked at Qingmu with satisfaction and said to this little beauty, "Very good, what a sensible woman, the rewards she brought me are also okay." Liu Yang then walked directly towards the other party. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't dwell on it. It's time to go see if your brother is dead." As soon as Aoki heard about his brother, he immediately showed a look of contempt on his face. He said, "He's just a waste. What's there to care about? A waste like him dared to attack Lord Liu Yang. He really doesn't know how high he can fly. A mere ant like him dared to blaspheme the gods." Not only was he unable to complete the mission of the Little Japanese Empire, but he also demonstrated from the side that the people of the Little Japanese Empire were all trash. He dared to be an enemy of Lord Liu Yang at this level, and he was really not self-aware. Liu Yang was very satisfied with what Aoki had said. It seemed that the woman had been completely conquered by his own great wind, and she didn't even want his brother's affection. Now she wants to slap him to death. Liu Yang said, "Let's go. Even if your brother is a waste, we should check to see if the waste is dead." Yes, good Liu Yang. Aoki nodded and followed Liu Yang. They walked out of the room together. At this time, everyone outside was stunned. Liu Yang led Aoki into the room and did not come out for 4 or 5 hours. Even the dwarf princess, Sigret, was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, this guy is too fierce. I don't know if my small body can withstand it. Chapter 88, No evil means are too excessive. At this time, Gu Teng saw Liu Yang come out and his eyes were bloodshot. His face was full of anger, and he wanted to devour Liu Yang alive. That's his own sister, and his own sister is also a level A superpower user. They can be said to be a pair of geniuses, and their future prospects are limitless as they grow up together. From childhood to adulthood, his sister has always been treated like a precious pearl by the family. Gu Tang was no exception. He loved his sister the most. From a young age, he always saved the best food and fun for his sister, and protected her well. But who would have thought that today, his own sister would be humiliated in front of him by someone else? This was a huge shock to Tingyun. He felt his heart was bleeding. However, the metal ball in his mouth could not say a complete sentence for anything, and could only keep making a whining sound. Seeing the other person's miserable appearance, Liu Yang waved his hand directly to control the iron ball in the other person's mouth to fly out. Gufen felt that the object in his mouth was gone and was finally able to speak. He directly scolded Liu Yang, "You damned guy, how dare you do that to my sister? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. You're dead." Pooh. However, he had not finished speaking. A pair of white, delicate hands held a sharp dagger, which had already been thrust into his chest. Goofing looked at his chest in disbelief, and at the owner of those hands, his entire body revealed a look of extreme shock. Because the person who killed him was not someone else, but his own sister, Aoki. Goto never thought that his sister, who had grown up with him and was the best and most admired person in his life, would stab him in the chest with a dagger at this time. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth and said, Sister, what are you doing? Why? Tell me why. I'm your brother. Damn it. After hearing the other person's words, Aoki pulled out the dagger and then stabbed it in from another place. Pooh. At this point, Aoki spoke coldly, "A worthless piece of trash like you is worthy of scolding Master Liu Yang? Damn it. It's not enough to die 10,000 times for daring to scold Master Liu Yang. What are you talking about? Do you know what you're doing? I'm your own brother. I changed your diapers when you were a baby." Furuta shouted angrily. "Shut up, you piece of trash. You're not even an ant in front of Lord Liu Yang, and you dare to curse him?" Aoki said, and he turned the dagger directly. The dagger tore apart the internal organs of the ancient vine. It made Gu Tang let out a painful wail. The remaining 8 intruders were stunned. They never thought that Aoki would attack his own brother, and he was so ruthless. He didn't even give him a quick death, and he even tortured his own brother with a dagger. It was really ruthless. What kind of superpower does Liu Yang have? Can a young girl conquer and kill her own brother? The Japanese Empire is naturally the best at brainwashing, and the militarists are usually very brainwashed. Even the superpowered people who came to carry out the mission were brainwashed before they came out. They would never betray their empire. Liu Yang was stabbed twice by his sister, and his face was already ashen, revealing a look of despair. When they came, they were full of enthusiasm, saying that they would occupy the Dragon Kingdom, starting with one city, then one region. Then the entire country, taking the entire territory for themselves, turning all the people of the Dragon Kingdom into slaves, and forever submitting to the feet of the little Japanese Empire. But now, just at the beginning, they have already suffered such a tragic blow. Not only was he instantly killed by the enemy, but his own sister also became the enemy's captive, at the mercy of the enemy, at the mercy of the enemy, and even at the mercy of the enemy's brainwashing to kill his own brother. Despair. Complete despair has filled the heart of Gaoten. Now his whole face was ashen, and he just wanted to be killed as soon as possible. He said to his sister, Aoki, kill me. This is a failed mission, and as the team leader, I should really die to atone for my sins. If I die at your hands, I think that would be the greatest punishment for me. Sister, do it. However, even after hearing his own brother beg him to kill him, Aoki did not immediately do so. Instead, he looked at Liu Yang and said, Master Liu Yang, should he be killed? Pooh. Upon hearing this, Gufeng's blood rushed to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As her own brother, she had actually asked her to kill him. Such a simple request, and she refused? Do you need to ask the enemy? Damn it! Gufeng collapsed completely, shouting, Ah! I don't want to live anymore. Kill me if you have the guts. Damn it! Kill me! Kill me! Seeing the other person's collapse, Liu Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not time for you to die yet. I want you to see your teammates surrender one by one, bowing to me as their master, watching them insult the country that gave birth to them and raised them, and letting every one of your teammates stab you in the back, so that you will completely lose in despair and regret your decision to invade the Dragon Kingdom even on the road to the underworld. Gyuting was even more devastated, shouting, Ah! Damn you! Everyone says that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are virtuous, but you are simply a demon. Liu Yang said with a smile, For you little people, even the most vicious means are not excessive. After saying that, Liu Yang directly began to use soul control on the kneeling intruders. A minute later, he received a prompt. Ding, congratulations, the host has successfully used soul control. These 8 people have become your most loyal servants. At the same time, the 8 people who were still trembling with fear no longer trembled, and the fear on their faces had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they looked at Liu Yang with adoring eyes. Chapter 89, It's Not That Easy to Die. At this point, all 9 of the Little Japan Empire's invaders, including Goten's sister, have been conquered by Liu Yang. The only one who has not yet been conquered by Liu Yang is the Old Vine, who was lying on the ground unable to move or get up. At this moment, he was covered in blood and his chest was sunken. Looking at his own sister and the 8 subordinates who had become Liu Yang's servants, he was filled with regret. His face also showed a look of despair. Now he felt that he had no reason to live. He wanted to die. Every second he lived was a great insult to him. As the most loyal person in the Little Japan Empire, he absolutely would not allow such an insult to happen to him. He shouted at Liu Yang, Kill me! Kill me! You insulted my sister and forced all my men to submit to you. These people have lost the face of the people of the Little Japanese Empire. But I, Goten, will never submit. Not even if I die. If you have the guts, kill me. Liu Yang stepped on the other man's face with his foot. Goten screamed in pain again. At this point, Liu Yang said to him, Do you think you are still qualified to decide whether to live or die? Don't worry, I won't let you die so soon. Liu Yang then said to the 8 invaders he had conquered, Each of you stab him once. But you can't stab him in a vital area. After 8 stabs, he still can't die. Hearing this, the 8 intruders all broke out in a cold sweat. This is very technical. Each of them stabbed him once, but they couldn't kill him? Even if Gutting was originally an S-class superhuman with great strength, he had already been beaten half to death by Lord Liu Yang, and now he only had half a life left. Each of these 8 stabs could be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, killing him. The female psychic said, I'll go first. I'll go first. Ladies first. I've been eyeing this son of a bitch Gu-Tang for a long time, and I've wanted to stab him for a long time. Don't fight me over it. Hearing the other person's words, the men knew that the other person was just making excuses, but they didn't want to argue with him. After all, the woman was the first to speak. And since they had already said it like that, you wouldn't want to be the first to take the chance, would you? Although everyone knows that the first stab is the least risky and the last stab is the most risky, if they stab him to death, they might be punished by Lord Liu Yang. But they were also too embarrassed to compete with the girl. They could only say to the girl, Maple Leaf. You have to stab him well, don't stab him to death with one blow, just leave us a breath. Maple Leaf nodded and said, Everyone, don't worry. Before the end of the world, I was a doctor, not the main surgeon, but I still know a lot about the distribution of human internal organs. I can avoid his vital organs. Even if I pierce his intestines, he will still be in pain for a few hours before he dies. Hearing this, Gu Teng's hair stood on end. Good guy, you guys were my teammates, but now you've suddenly turned traitor, thinking about how to torture me without killing me? Desperate. Guzhen was completely desperate. He understood that Liu Yan was deliberately not giving him a quick death, just to toy with him. Gu Teng shouted angrily. You damned guys, if you have the guts, kill me. You traitors dare to betray the Japanese Empire. You will die a horrible death. After stabbing him, Feng Yi left the dagger in Goten's body and did not pull it out. If she had pulled it out, the blood loss would have killed him even faster. Then she stood up and walked to the other 7 people and said, Look, he's still alive and kicking. The other 7 people were relieved to see this. One of them said, Then whoever is the second person will be unfair to the others, so I decided to use dice to decide. I just happen to have 3 dice here. We each roll once, and whoever has the highest number is the first. Then we go on like this, ranking by number. The second is second, and the third is third. What do you think? Do you have any opinions? The others also thought it was very fair, so they shook their heads and said, No, we don't. Have any objections? Then let's start rolling the dice. So the 7 people started rolling the dice. Soon, the results were in. The person who rolled the highest number of points became the first of the 7 to stab the knife. He immediately showed an excited expression on his face and shouted happily, Ha ha ha! I am number 1. I can finally get even with that dog Gao. How dare he attack our Lord Liu Yan and invade the Dragon Kingdom? He is looking for death. Look at my heart stab him with a knife. Pooh! The knife pierced into the other person's stomach. Gufang let out a miserable cry once again. These were his former teammates, his brothers and sisters. Now he has stabbed them in the stomach on both sides. What a brother who stabbed his own brother in the back. You traitors, you all deserve to die. Have you forgotten your oath of allegiance to the Empire of Japan? Have you forgotten your promise? You were all my teammates, and I know you. You're not afraid to die. What did this guy give you in return? To become his lackey? Goten had 8 knives in his belly. He cried out in despair to his teammates. One of his teammates turned around and looked at him, drink to a mouthful of phlegm was spat in his face. The teammate said, Little Japan? It's just a dirty and weak empire. You are also a weak and dirty person. What makes you qualified to be an enemy of Lord Liu Yang? Hearing his teammate's words, Gu Feng was truly heartbroken. His former teammates, who were like brothers, were now speaking ill of him. It was as if he had become his sworn enemy. What happened? What the hell happened? What is the charm of that guy from the Dragon Empire that he can make all my teammates betray the Little Japan Empire in such a short time? The survivors in the base were also dumbfounded. Good stuff. The people from the official organization, once so arrogant, have now turned against each other, and the teammates have started killing the captain? The 8 knives in his stomach must have made the little Japanese Empire captain feel like he didn't want to live anymore. But this pain is probably not as bad as the pain he feels psychologically. Betrayed by all his teammates and his own sister. I guess he's already thought about dying. Awesome. Watching this arrogant guy. Now he's been tortured into a state of unrecognizability, and the survivors feel very good about it. Didn't you just say that you would kill one of us every hour? Didn't you treat the people in our base like dogs? Now you're a dog too. How does it feel to be a dog? This is called reaping what you sow. Liu Yan looked like he had had enough. He walked directly up to Gu Teng and said to him, Very good, your teammates perfectly fulfilled my requirements. You stabbed me 8 times and you're still not dead. You're quite tough. Now it's my turn. After saying this, Liu Yang directly stuck his foot on Gu Teng's body. Boom! The powerful force kicked him like a soccer ball, sending him flying into the air dozens of meters high. At this moment, a huge metal blade appeared in front of Liu Yang, hovering in midair. Then Liu Yang gave a glance. Whoosh! The metal blade flew at several times the speed of sound toward the ancient vine that had been kicked into the air. The next moment, it hit the ancient vine directly, making a loud noise. Boom! The body of the skeleton was like being hit by a tank shell, with a loud explosion, instantly exploding into countless blood mist, and the corpse was completely destroyed. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. It's ruthless. It was really ruthless. Is this the thunderous method of a strong man? This is how you deal with the invaders of the Little Japan Empire. Even the most vicious methods of torture are not enough to appease their anger. Everyone in the base looked at Liu Yang with adoration. Chapter 90, Become the Boss of the Base. After killing the leader of the team, Kufon, Liu Yang said to the others, "You two female Japanese Empire superpowered people, stay here and give me children. The remaining 7 men, return to your units and wait for the opportunity. When the time is ripe, I will give you orders." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." The 9 of them nodded at the same time. The 7 male intruders then quickly left, preparing to return to their base camp in the Little Japanese Empire. The remaining 2 women, Aoki and Keed, stayed behind. After the 2 of them stayed behind, they both showed a grateful expression on their faces. Being able to stay by Lord Liu Yang's side is a blessing from a previous life. After all, they were invaders, and after being defeated by Liu Yang, they became prisoners. In the end times, there is no such thing as preferential treatment for prisoners. Even Liu Yang should have chopped them into pieces. But Lord Liu Yang did not do this. Instead, he let them stay and be his women, follow him around, and even help him have children. This is a great honor. How many women would kill themselves to have the honor of bearing a child for a peerless hero like Lord Liu Yang? They all said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, thank you for not holding a grudge and letting us stay. From today on, we are all your most loyal servants. We will not refuse to do anything you ask of us. We will absolutely obey." Hearing the 2 of them say this, Liu Yang nodded. He knew this without them having to say it. After all, the priority of soul control is absolutely the highest. You can change the other person's thoughts at the soul level, and they will never betray you. Liu Yang never worried about betrayal from people under soul control. After all, the system's products are always top quality. There should be nothing in this world that can surpass the system. At this time, the other survivors in the base saw the 2 women bowing to Liu Yang, meek and obedient, absolutely submissive. They all revealed their adoring eyes. It's still Master Liu Yang. These women of the Little Japan Empire are all submissive to Master Liu Yang. They do whatever they are told. When they get to bed. Geez. It's really exciting to think about it. At this time, Liu Yang stood up and said to everyone, "I saved this base from the hands of the Japanese Empire invaders. If it weren't for my appearance, you might all have been killed. So, from today on, I, Liu Yang, am the boss of this base. Who is for and who is against it?" After hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly showed shock. This. Didn't the Black Bull boss invite someone from the official management bureau to help? I heard that he was the commander-in-chief. It doesn't seem right. How could the people from the official administration ask to become the boss of this base? Would the people of the bureau even look at this small base? Their leaders wouldn't let them do that, would they? But if he becomes the boss of this base, what about Black Bull? The boss of the Black Bull wouldn't agree, would he? Everyone in the base was looking at Li Hanyu. Especially the 2 survivors in the upper echelons. Originally, they had 3 survivors, and with Li Hanyu, there were 4. Li Hanyu had gone to find help, leaving the 3 of them to bear the wrath of the Xiaoru Empire. The Empire of Xiaoru killed one of them as a warning to the others, leaving 2 of them alive. The 2 of them felt that Li Hanyu would definitely come back to save them. So they always looked to Li Hanyu, hoping that he would become the leader of the base, rather than Liu Yang. Therefore, they all focused their attention on Li Hanyu. If Li Hanyu said anything against it, the 2 of them would definitely follow and oppose it together. But unexpectedly, after hearing Liu Yang's words, Li Hanyu did not express any opposition. Instead, he was the first to agree, saying respectfully, "Master Liu Yang is right. From today on, this base is Master Liu Yang's base. From now on, I will be Master Liu Yang's most loyal little brother. Whoever dares to oppose it, I, Li Hanyu, will be the first to disagree. Boss Black Bull. Boss, you." The 2 senior members of the original base all had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they heard Li Hanyu's words. In the past, Black Bull was the god of the base. Who would dare not listen to Black Bull? Those people, even if their wives were taken by Black Bull, they wouldn't dare say a word. But now, Black Bull has become so humble? What the hell is going on? Shut up, you two. Li Haneo said angrily. These ordinary people know nothing. Only Li Haneo, who is also a supernormal person, knows how strong Liu Yang is. That kind of power is something that no one can ever shake. He, Li Haneo, is not even as strong as an ant in front of Liu Yang. Those 10 intruding Japanese Empire supernaturals were arrogant enough, right? They were all killed. In the eyes of the Japanese invaders, these small-time thugs are not even worth a second glance. Not to mention in the eyes of Lord Liu Yang. It's not even worth mentioning. Li Haneo is a smart man. The reason why he dared to do whatever he wanted in the base in the past was because he knew that he was the strongest person in the base, and the strongest person should do whatever he wanted. Now that the strongest person has become Liu Yang, it is naturally Liu Yang's turn to do whatever he wants. Strength is the law of the end times, and Li Haneo is a smart man, so he knows this. After hearing Li Haneo's words, the two high-level officers had no choice but to shut up. Even their big brother has already surrendered, so what can they say? At this point, Liu Yang said directly, "Very good. Since everyone has no objections, from today on, I am the boss of this base. This base has a population of more than 1,000. In the end times, population is a resource." Seeing that he had gained so many resources, Liu Yang was very happy. He asked Li Haneo, how did this base operate in the past? Li Haneo said, the top management of the base is responsible for protecting their safety. In the base, they don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies, and they can also trade goods with other people. Ordinary civilians are responsible for going out in teams to search for resources and handing over a portion of them every day as their protection fee. If they don't hand over any resources, they have to leave the base. After listening, Liu Yang shook his head. The resources in the end times will run out sooner or later. This kind of operation is only temporary and cannot be sustained for a long time. If you want to live better, you have to learn to grow crops. Only then can you be self-sufficient. Chapter 91, Sustainable Development. Reference chart for green leaves. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Li Haneo's face showed some hesitation, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said with courage, although our base also wants to be sustainable, it is still the beginning of the end times. It is full of dangerous light outside, and it is already difficult to collect practical necessities and food that fills the stomach, let alone trying to find seeds and tools to plant. Without seeds or tools, even if we have more people, we can't rely on planting to feed ourselves. Other survivors also said, every time we go out to look for food, many people die in the process, either eaten by the zombies or bitten and turned into zombies. Every time we risk our lives, we don't have time to collect tools and seeds. Even if we have seeds, we would just eat them. After all, no one knows if they will die on their next mission. Who would risk precious food to plant seeds in the ground? Yes, Lord Liu Yang, someone as powerful as you can't possibly understand how we feel. Every time we fight the zombies, we risk our lives, and we take a huge risk. The apocalypse has already begun, and we're just trying to survive each day. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe this base will be destroyed tomorrow. I escaped from another base. That base was much bigger than this one. There were more than 2,000 people. But once, a group of high-level zombies led a zombie army to invade, and they were all killed overnight. Very few people were able to escape. I was one of the lucky ones in that zombie invasion. This base is even smaller than the one I was in last time. Who knows how long it will last? Yes, in the end times there are too many possibilities and too many accidents. We ordinary people simply cannot see the future. Maybe we will die tomorrow. How can we develop? Although there are more than 1,000 people in this base, it is not very strong. 10 invaders almost wiped out the entire base. It is difficult for us to have confidence in this base. If we plant good crops, and then when they are ripe, a group of Japanese invaders come and invade, wouldn't that be stealing our fruits of labor? Hearing the words of this survivor, Li Haneo's face showed a somewhat ashamed expression. Indeed, he was a poor leader. Their strength is too weak. When 10 people from the Japanese Empire invade, they don't even have the ability to resist. Li Haneo's superpower is controlling mice. He can control up to 10 mice. He can put his own vision and senses on the mice. He lets the mice see for him, hear for him, and feel for him. It is still somewhat useful when searching for supplies. The mice can be used as scouts to see if there is any danger, which is why Lihanio has been able to thrive in the apocalypse. So far, he has not encountered any danger. It is precisely because he has the superpower of controlling mice that he can hear the conspiracy being discussed by the little Japanese empire and know that he is not poisoned at all, and that the other party is just trying to scare him. That's why he dared to escape and look for help. It's still very useful for eavesdropping on the enemy and for reconnaissance. But when it comes to fighting, this skill is too weak. What can 10 mice do? Even if they were 10 times as big as a normal rat, they still wouldn't be able to beat a psychic. Not to mention being able to control 10,000. So the reason why the survivors of this base have no hope for the future is actually because Lihanio was too weak as the leader of the base. He was unable to provide confidence to the other survivors. After listening to the words of the survivors, Liu Yang, of course, understood their concerns, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He rose into the air and stood in midair. Then he waved his hand. The iron pieces in the storage space began to transform into tools, and then were released from the space by Liu Yang and fell from the sky. Spears, hoes, shovels, sickles. The tools kept appearing in midair, and then, with a crackling sound, they fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Liu Yang, wearing silver armor, was shining in the sunlight, and tools and weapons kept falling behind him. Everyone looked at Liu Yang as if he were a god. Is this the legendary god of weapons and tools? The reason why they were no match for the zombies in the end times was that they didn't have enough weapons. With bare hands, who can beat the zombies? Even if they have weapons, if they occasionally find a fruit knife, scissors, a kitchen knife, and a wooden stick, they can only make a crude spear. With such a crude spear, it's hard to pierce the head of a zombie with a single shot. After all, the last skull was not a cover. Unless you stab it in the eye, you can't get deep into the brain. Otherwise, if you stab the forehead, you will be stuck by the skull. The backwardness of their weapons gives them no advantage in fighting the zombies. But the spear Liu Yang made for them was 2 meters long, made of steel, and looked indestructible. Even if the zombie's head is made of iron, it can still be pierced. Soon, a mountain of weapons had accumulated at Liu Yang's feet. He said to everyone, "Everyone can choose a spear as a weapon, a hoe, a shovel, and a sickle. This is my gift to you." Liu Yang had not used his mind to forge these weapons, so they were not indestructible, but they were good enough for ordinary people. The survivors listened to Liu Yang's words and each one of them showed a grateful expression on their faces. Having weapons is like having hope, and having weapons is like having self-defense equipment. A 2-meter-long spear is enough to kill the zombies before they can get close. These weapons are really useful in the end times. Everyone was moved. In the end times, weapons like this are extremely precious. A 2-meter-long spear can definitely be exchanged for a lot of supplies. But Lord Liu Yang said he would give it to us for free. This boss is 1,000 times better than Lihanio, who only knows how to steal other people's wives. This is the true style of a boss. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. Lord Liu Yang, you are our savior. Lord Liu Yang. We will always follow you. Lord Liu Yang, you are our boss, forever. The crowd was moved to tears, and they knelt down and kept bowing to Liu Yang in the sky to thank him. Seeing their behavior, Liu Yang was very satisfied and continued to say, "Not only that, I will also lend you seeds. 20 caddies of sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes each. You can use them for planting, but after a year you need to return them to me 10 times, that is, 200 caddies each." After saying this, sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes began to fall from the sky, quickly forming 3 piles at Liu Yang's feet. Looking at the countless amounts of food, there were at least 10 tons. Everyone was dumbfounded. How much supplies does Lord Liu Yang have? Chapter 92, You Still Dare to Act Crazy? After all the supplies had been distributed, Liu Yang said to everyone in the air, "These seeds will be evenly distributed to each of you, 20 jin. After a year, you will need to return 200 jin, or 10 times as much. Of course, if any one of you does not want it, you can give up receiving the 20 jin of seeds." Give up? Only someone with a brain the size of a door would give up. Corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes are all crops that don't pick the land. You can plant them in any hole you dig. It's so easy to grow 10 times as much corn from 20 caddies of corn seeds. You need only 5 caddies of corn seeds for an acre of land. 20 caddies of corn seeds are enough to plant 4 acres of land. 4 acres of corn can yield 500 kilograms. That means you can give 200 kilograms back to Liu Yang and still have 300 kilograms left over. It's perfect. As for sweet potatoes and potatoes, they are even more convenient. Potatoes can be planted in pieces, and sweet potato seedlings can be planted by cuttings. You can just take a sweet potato seedling and plant it in the soil and it will survive. In the end times, these are all good things. And Lord Liu Yang also provided hoes, sickles, and shovels, which were the perfect planting tools. At this time, Liu Yang was like a savior who had come in the end times, giving everyone hope to live and hope for long-term development. At this time, Liu Yang saw the grateful eyes of the people. He nodded with satisfaction and then asked the women in the base, "Would you like to be my Liu Yang's woman?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They had originally thought that Liu Yang would say something to motivate them or encourage them, but who knew that he would just ask if they would be his woman? Isn't this Liu Yang too direct? But he is so handsome. Maybe only the strong have such direct confidence. The women quickly nodded. They said, "I'm willing, I'm more than willing." Some women had their husbands standing right next to them, looking at Liu Yang in the sky with longing, but were too embarrassed to say that they wanted to be Liu Yang's woman. Their husbands, on the other hand, were encouraging them. "Hurry up and say yes. As long as you follow Lord Liu Yang, you will definitely be safe in the future, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. Even if you go with Lord Liu Yang, I won't blame you. As long as you can live a good life." The woman suddenly showed a look of emotion. Then she said, "Husband, thank you for helping me." Then she said to Liu Yang in the sky, I'm willing too." At the same time, Liu Yang began to receive constant system prompts in his mind. Ding! A woman who is willing to become the host has been detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. All attribute points plus 10 points. Ding! The woman who is willing to become the host has been detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Metal control skills have been increased by 1 level. Ding! The woman who is willing to become the host is detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Storage space skills have been upgraded by 1 level. Ding! The system has detected that the woman is willing to become the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. New skill awarded, time reset. Ding! A woman who is willing to become the host has been detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. The time restart level has been increased by 1. Liu Yang kept hearing the system prompts in his head, and he was overjoyed. When the system prompt stopped, Liu Yang began to say to the people below, "Those who are willing to be my woman, stand on this side. However, I only want someone between the ages of 18 and 25 who has never been married or had a boyfriend." On hearing this, most of the women's faces showed disappointment. It's fine that they're not married, at least half of them aren't. But not having had a boyfriend means that at least 90% of the women are eliminated. It makes sense. A man like Liu Yang would definitely want a clean woman. How can a broken flower or a fallen willow match up to Lord Liu Yang? The women who met the requirements were extremely happy, and they began to stand in the places designated by Liu Yang, with eager eyes, each one thinking that Liu Yang would pick them. Liu Yang also found that there were only about 50 women who could stand out. After eliminating the ones with bad figures and looks, there were only 20 to 30 left. Liu Yang walked among them, picking out the ones he liked best. He pointed to a girl who looked to be only 18 years old, had fair skin and beautiful looks, and had a pair of long, white legs. She was tall and plump. "You, follow me later." "Ah? Me? That's great. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll follow you forever. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." The girl was overjoyed and jumped up straight. Liu Yang then walked over to another girl. You come with me too." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang. Thank you for choosing me. I can never repay you for your kindness, so I will give you my body." The girl was also very happy. When Liu Yang passed by a woman who was ugly and fat, he simply skipped over her. The woman looked at Liu Yang and was surprised. She said to him, "Lord Liu Yang, why did you skip me?" I completely meet your requirements. I just turned 18 this year and I've never had a boyfriend. Why did you skip me? Lu Yang looked at her. She was at least 180 centimeters tall and weighed at least 100 kilograms. She is heavier than Lu Yang, who is 1.85 meters tall. Why did I skip you at this weight? Don't you have any self-esteem? Lu Yang said directly, you are too fat. Hearing this, the woman instantly exploded. What? You actually said I was too fat. Do you know how to respect women? Can you stop objectifying women? Can women give women the most basic respect? What's wrong with fat people? Why discriminate against fat people? Can fat people not get thinner? Fat people are all potential stocks, don't you know? You really have blind eyes. Ha! Lu Yang frowned and walked up to her again. The woman thought that Lu Yang had changed her mind and was going to take her away, and she showed a look of smug satisfaction on her face. She said, she is a little fairy. Now you have made the little fairy angry. You must apologize to the princess, and then I will go with you. Lu Yang snorted from her nostrils. She frowned and showed a somewhat incredulous expression. In the end times, there are still such stupid people? Dare to act crazy in front of me, Lu Yang? If it weren't for her, Lu Yang would have almost forgotten that her nickname was Wrist Master. Looks like I'll have to perform my intentional punching technique again today. Take this. Find me in the dark. Chapter 93, Managing the Base. After hearing the fat woman's words, Lu Yang came to her. Standing in front of the little tank, who was only 1.6 meters tall, Lu Yang, who was 1.85 meters tall, looked down at her. I have to say, the other party really looks like a pillar. With a height of 1.6 meters and a weight of 200 pounds, it's not easy for her to maintain this weight after so long in the post-apocalyptic world. Maybe this is the legendary talent, which can make you fat even when you drink water. If this talent of hers is discovered by a malicious survivor, it will be miserable. Give her water every day and cut meat from her every day. Wouldn't that be a personal flesh-powered perpetual motion machine? How could she ever eat enough? Seeing Lu Yang standing in front of her, the fat woman thought that Lu Yang had realized her mistake after she scolded her and had come to apologize to her, and she showed her condescending expression on her face again. But she didn't expect Lu Yang to say anything. Instead, she raised her hand and slapped the other person's face hard, pa. A loud noise. The fat woman was instantly blown several meters away. Her face, which was already like a pig's head, now looked even more like a pig's head. She fell to the ground, not saying a word, and passed out. Everyone held their breath at this sight. The men all secretly applauded in their hearts. Awesome! He was so cool. This woman's brother was the only one of the top-level base personnel who was killed. Under the protection of her brother, this woman could eat and drink to her heart's content, which is why she had not lost any weight until the end of the world. When she saw her brother killed, she was sad for a few minutes. She thought she could cling to Lu Yang's leg and still live a life of luxury and power. Who knew that Lu Yang didn't take her with him, so she couldn't stand it anymore and directly accused and scolded Lu Yang. But Lu Yang didn't take this. He slapped her directly and she flew away. This woman was not only fat, but also very short-tempered and calculating. She used to be condescending and didn't take others seriously. Except for a few high-ranking members of the base, such as Li Hanio, all other survivors were called trash by her. She even deliberately targeted women who were prettier than her. She would have others call her big sister. She would take everything good and fun and give it to her. She treated people like servants. No matter if it is a man or a woman, they dare not speak out against her. After all, her brother is one of the 4 top executives of the base. Under the tyranny of this fat man, the other survivors of the base have long been angry. Now that Lu Yang slapped this woman away, everyone felt very relieved. This kind of woman who has no respect for others should be treated like this. She used to bully ordinary people. Now you know you were wrong, right? Suddenly, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They shouted to Lu Yang is so handsome. This guy used to be arrogant at the base, and now someone is finally able to punish her. A man said angrily, Pa. My wife's gold bracelet was taken by her. We bought it when we got married. Damn it. A beautiful girl said, she even asked me to wash her feet last time. Her feet really are like pig's trotters, fat and smelly. A little girl said, she also took my lollipop. She even took a child's lollipop, she's so shameless. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, for punishing this despicable man for us. Lord Liu Yang, you are truly our savior. After listening to everyone's words, Liu Yang frowned. It seems that the ordinary people in this base have been oppressed a bit in the past. He said to Li Hanyu, although it is a cruel time to be indifferent, anything can happen outside. I hope that in my base, there will be no bullying. In this base, as long as they follow my rules, they will be treated fairly. Do you understand? After hearing Liu Yang's words, Li Hanyu's face had already started to sweat. He quickly nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Master Liu Yang, I will definitely manage this base well in the future. It was all my negligence in the past that allowed such things to happen. In the future, there will never be bullying in this base again. Liu Yang nodded and said, well, I'm glad you understand. What happened in the past was because this base used to belong to you, so I couldn't control what happened in the past. But starting today, this base belongs to me, Liu Yang, so it should follow my rules. Whoever doesn't follow my rules will have only one consequence, and that is death. Li Hanyu said, okay, Lord Liu Yang, we obey. The survivors of the base were all moved to tears when they heard that Liu Yang had spoken up for them and scolded Black Bull on their behalf. He is a savior. His appearance has made the base fair and just. Everyone felt that life was full of hope. They had tools to till the land, seeds to plant, and a powerful leader to make sure that bullying would not happen. Everyone in the base had equal rights. They could protect their families and their property, and no longer had to worry about being robbed by the strong. This kind of life has slowly begun to enter the orbit of the peaceful era. They began to have hope and a future. Wham! The survivors all knelt down and bowed to Liu Yang. Bang bang bang! Master Liu Yang! From today on, you are the savior of our base. Your appearance gives us hope to live. Thank you, Master Liu Yang. More than 1,000 people spoke in unison, their voices deafening, saying, thank you, Lord Liu Yang. Get up. Liu Yang said to them. Liu Yang did not consider himself a good person. The reason for making this rule is that ordinary people should not be bullied, and they should have enough confidence and hope to live, and not be oppressed. Because people are like springs. The more they are suppressed, the more energy they accumulate. Honest people, once they explode, can also cause great harm. This is not conducive to the development of the entire base. What Liu Yang wants is stability. Only if the base can develop steadily and the number of people in it increases, will the supplies he collects increase. Because in Liu Yang's rules, 20% of all items obtained by the survivors must be handed over. The more people there are, the more they have to hand over. After finishing the work in the base, Liu Yang said to the people in the administration, take this corpse back and hand it in. Also, Director Chen said that my mission is complete, and that I should be given the special military merit. When I come to your administration next time, I will start exchanging military merits for goods. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The members of the authority immediately said respectfully, and then took the corpse and headed for the authority. Chapter 94, Taking them back to school. The team members happily took the corpse of the Little Day Empire invader back to the Bureau of Management. This time they came out to act, neither paying any price nor contributing any effort. Basically, it was Captain Liu Yang who did all the work, and they just finished up. But they were able to drink some soup and earn a small merit, which made them feel happy just thinking about it. It's basically free credit. It's too easy to follow Commander Liu Yang on a mission, isn't it? In front of such a powerful captain, all enemies are powerless and can only surrender. The ordinary team members don't have to do anything, they just need to shout 666 from the side. Who doesn't like such a powerful captain? Other captains are not like this. They are generally arrogant and let their team members do all the dirty work. When they encounter a powerful enemy, they will let their team members go first to test their strength, and they will never go up without saying a word. Compared to Lord Liu Yang, they are far inferior. You see, Liu Yang doesn't need to test the enemy because he has absolute confidence, so all enemies are no problem in front of him. Even if you are a very strong person, when you meet Liu Yang, you will be crushed. Seeing those people leave with the bodies, Liu Yang was also ready to leave with the women. In this base, he had selected 25 more beautiful girls. Although it has already exceeded the system's reward, the system has said that after the child is born, it can receive even more powerful rewards. Lu Yang, of course, would not let go of these beautiful young girls with good figures in youth. He will have a lot more rewards after they give birth to children. Lu Yang waved his hand, and all the women were covered in a layer of silver, shiny metal armor. Then Lu Yang thought, and all the women flew into the air. Bai Qingqing and the others had already experienced this several times, so they were not afraid of flying. However, the young girls in this base all had scared expressions on their faces. They were all ordinary girls, not superheroes, so when had they ever experienced the feeling of flying into the sky? They were all trembling and pale. At this time, a voice full of magnetism rang in their ears, saying, "Don't panic. You won't be in any danger with the metal armor. Next, you will experience the feeling of flying into the sky made by me, Lu Yang. Get used to it in advance, otherwise, when you get to my safety zone, I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it." As soon as the voice fell, everyone had already begun to exceed the speed of sound and fly directly to Lu Yang's safety zone. After a dozen seconds, they had already landed safely in the safety zone. The entire school has been transformed into an absolutely safe place by Lu Yang, and even the underground has been covered with metal floors. There will never be a dwarf who can dig through the floor again. After landing, the young girls who came out of the base still had a look of fear on their faces. One of the girls, who was pale, even swayed and rolled her eyes, fainted directly. Seeing that she was about to fall heavily to the ground, Lu Yang quickly rushed over and held her in his arms. The girl, who felt Lu Yang's warm embrace, regained a little consciousness and looked at Lu Yang with her eyes open. Her originally pale face instantly turned red like a big apple. Lu Yang? The girl was both surprised and happy, not expecting to be held in Lu Yang's arms. As an ordinary girl, she was already very weak, and she was often bullied at that base. Her physical fitness was not good. After experiencing such a supersonic flight, she was dizzy and blacked out. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in Lord Lu Yang's arms. This made her both shy and happy. Lord Lu Yang is not only handsome and strong, but also very considerate, isn't he? She was about to faint and fall to the ground, and if she had fallen, she would have definitely gotten a big bump on her head. I didn't expect that Master Lu Yang would be so fast, rushing over in an instant to protect me in his arms. He is so considerate. He is even more charming than the domineering CEO in the novel. Lu Yang helped her sit down on the ground. He said, "Are you okay? It seems that your first flight was a bit too much for you. I flew too fast. Next time I should slow down a bit." The beautiful girl listened to Lu Yang's words and quickly blushed and said, "No, it's fine, Master Lu Yang. As long as it's Master Lu Yang, I can withstand it no matter how fast it is." Lu Yang nodded, "Well, as long as you can handle it. Let's go, we should go to the teacher's dormitory." So Lu Yang led them into the teacher's dormitory. After entering the teacher's dormitory, Li Mengyao, Li Mang, Chen Ting, Chen Zi and others looked at Lu Yang and brought back so many beauties, and even a little dwarf. They all showed some curious expressions and surrounded him. Especially the little dwarf attracted everyone. Li Mengyao was especially happy, jumping around the little dwarf and laughing. Good, this is great. I, Li Mengyao, am finally no longer the shortest woman in this safe zone." Ha ha ha. Lu Yang, where did you find her? This little dwarf is really beautiful, her proportions are so perfect, she doesn't look like a miniature person at all. She looks like a character from a comic book, she doesn't belong to the human race, does she? Li Mangwa said, "Definitely not human. Look at her ears, they're so pointy, so different from human ears. They look a bit like an elf's ears. Her hearing must be very sensitive, right?" Chen Ting said, "Look at her skin. It's so white and soft. It's like a baby's. I guess she doesn't get much sunlight, does she? It looks so delicate that you could burst it with a kiss." Chen Zi said, "Her face is so white and tender, so cute. Can I pinch it? It's so cute, I want to pinch it." Sigret said, "No. My mom says that pinching someone's face will make it bigger, and I don't want to become a big-faced person." What a pity. Chen Zi's face showed a look of disappointment. Lu Yang introduced to everyone, "This is Sigret, the princess of the dwarf race. These are the survivors I brought back from a survivor base. They will be my women in the future. From now on, everyone has to get along peacefully. Don't worry. We're happy to have more sisters. Yes, it's the end of the world, and it's not easy to see other humans. Don't worry, we will take good care of our new sisters. Let's go, let's cook. We'll treat these new sisters well. So, Chen Zi and the others skipped and danced their way to the kitchen. Li Mengyao was still by Sigrid's side, as if she liked the dwarf princess. After all, this dwarf princess has taken over her title as the shortest person in her safe zone. Li Mengyao is so happy that she can't wait. Chapter 95, The World's Number 1. The food was ready soon. With the research of everyone these days, the food they make is getting better and better. After all, there is nothing to do in the apocalypse, so they spend their days in the school, playing cards, playing the game of Fight the Landlord, going to the playground to run and play ball. Researching recipes is also a kind of fun for them. Moreover, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, water, electricity, and the internet have not stopped working until now. If they don't know how to cook a dish, they can just search online and find it. This makes them very happy. Every time they make a new dish, they feel a sense of accomplishment. When Lu Yang eats it and praises them, they are overjoyed. And in this school, the only thing they can do for Lu Yang is to cook a good meal for her to eat when she returns, so they are also very happy to be able to show their value. But the 20-odd women who were brought back from the survivor base were different. These women were all exploited in the base. Even if their parents collected supplies, they had to hand over a large portion of them. They usually lived in a state of hunger and cold. They had to split a loaf of bread in half and eat it over 2 days. Now they see that Lu Yang is able to eat fresh food in the safe zone, which is hot rice, plus 4 dishes in 1 soup. This is better than what some of them had in peacetime. In the end times, they were able to eat such hot meals, and they were all moved to tears. Li Meng's people looked at them, eating and crying, and all showed a puzzled expression, asking, "What's wrong? Is the food not good?" The new girls were in tears, but kept shaking their heads. They choked and said, "It's not that it's not delicious, it's just too delicious. After the apocalypse, we don't even have enough to eat, let alone fresh, piping hot meals. We even fight over a piece of bread. One 30-year-old woman married a 50-year-old man just for a loaf of bread. In that surviving base, we lived in a time when we could barely eat and were not warm enough. Now that we have come here, we have suddenly lived such a good life. We feel that this is really a bit of a dream, and a bit unreal. We all feel very moved, so we cry unconsciously. Oh, it's so delicious. I'm so happy. I'm not dreaming, am I? I'm afraid that I'll wake up and everything will be back to square one, and we'll still be in that horrible survivor base, struggling for a few dates and a few dates of melon every day. I'm so afraid of going back to that life again." After hearing their words, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and Li Mengzhou felt the same way. When the apocalypse first broke out, some of them were trapped in trees, and some were trapped in toilets. Which one of them wasn't dizzy from hunger? Facing those fierce zombies, they all thought they were dead, either from starvation or being eaten by the zombies. It was even possible to die of starvation first, and then have the zombies eat the corpse, leaving no intact body. At that time, Lu Yang's appearance was like the descent of a god, giving them all hope to survive in the midst of despair. At that time, they were rescued by Lu Yang, and then the entire school was cleared out and became a safe zone, and they were able to move freely in the school. These days, they have already begun to forget the cruelty and horror of the end of the world. Now, the emotions of these new girls have infected them, and they have also recalled the horror of being dominated by the zombies. Even Chen Ting and the others' eyes were a little moist. Yes. If it weren't for the appearance of Lu Yang's husband, they would be no different from those young and beautiful women, and they would even be worse off than them. It was only because they met Lu Yang that they weren't killed and eaten by someone else. After all, in the end times, there are no laws or moral constraints. Everyone has to use the utmost malice to get by and survive. You can't trust anyone, otherwise you might be sold the next second. But Lu Yang is different. Although he can be quite fierce at times, as long as you don't do anything that harms his interests and listen to him, he will do everything he can to make your life better. In the end times, he is definitely a reliable person to have on your side. They comforted the new girls, "Don't worry, as long as you come to our safe zone, we will all be family, you will no longer be in danger, and you will no longer have to live in hunger and starvation. With the protection of Lu Yang's husband, we will also be very safe." No matter how many zombies there are, they are no match for Liu Yang's husband. Liu Yang's husband is very strong. You will know when you experience it at night. Chen Zi said, isn't that right? Liu Yao's husband is definitely the most powerful man in the world, whether it's his fighting power when facing zombies or his fighting power when facing women. That's the world's number one, without a predecessor or successor. Lin Momo said, I can testify to this. Liu Yang's husband has passed the test for our superhuman abilities and is now the world's number one superhuman, number one in the S-class. There is no superhuman in the world who is stronger than him. After hearing this, the women all showed shocked expressions. Although they also thought in their hearts that Liu Yang was the strongest, this kind of official certification was even more convincing. They asked Lin Momo, is it true? Has my husband really become the world's number one, and is it officially certified? Lin Momo nodded affirmatively and said, of course it's true. I saw my husband become number one with my own eyes. Even our director Chen praised my husband and begged him to be the team leader. In the end, my husband only became an honorary team leader, and he didn't have to obey the organization's discipline, but he could enjoy all kinds of treatment from the organization. It can be said to be extremely preferential. Wow! After hearing Lin Momo's words, the women all looked at Liu Yang with starry eyes and admiration. They all said in unison, you're so handsome, husband. Of course, who am I? Liu Yang smiled confidently. Chapter 96, A Cheap Little Dwarf. After eating with the women, Liu Yang's face also showed a relaxed expression. Then he said to everyone, okay, I'm going to go back and rest. Next, Sigret, after you eat, take a shower and come to my room to find me. I have something to talk to you about. The dwarf princess Sigret had never met Liu Yang before. She also came to Liu Yang's safe zone for the first time and didn't know what he meant by that. She thought he really wanted to chat with her, but she didn't know why they had to take a bath to chat. Although she had questions in her heart, she didn't ask them. Maybe Master Liu Yang likes people who smell good, so she nodded innocently and said, okay, Master Liu Yang, Sigret will go find you later. Okay, Master Liu Yang, Sigret will come to you later. Liu Yang then returned directly to his room. After Liu Yang left, the other women began to show expressions of envy. They said to Sigret, wow! Congratulations, Sigret. On the first day you were here, you were able to go into Liu Yang's husband's room to chat. Some people might have to wait in line for months. You are so lucky. That's right. We weren't as lucky as you. I waited for days. I waited for more than 10 days. Chen Lixia was lucky. She was able to have sex with Liu Yang's husband on the first day. Isn't that right? It said that she was a little reluctant at the time. Chen Lixia's face showed an embarrassed expression as she listened to the others talking about her. She said, don't laugh at me. At that time, the apocalypse had just broken out. How could I have known that it would turn out like this? And in the past, in peacetime, Liu Yang had chased after me. How could I have known that after the apocalypse broke out, he would become so strong and so powerful? If I had known this, I would have opened my legs and welcomed him. Where would it be your turn to laugh at me, you little bitches? Sigrid's face showed a puzzled expression as she listened to the discussion. She asked, what do you mean by that? Isn't it just to go to his room to chat? What's the big deal? If you want to chat, can't you just go in at any time? The women's faces revealed a mischievous smile, and they said, you really believe that when a man says he wants to chat, he's just chatting? Not to mention the end times, even in times of peace, you can't trust a man's word. That's what they all say at first. My cat can do backflips. Come over to my place and we'll chat. Don't worry, we'll just chat. Then they start touching you. Men can't be trusted. Isn't that right? How many innocent girls have fallen for men's lies, believing that they were just chatting, only to slowly fall into their trap? Just chatting is as unreliable as just rubbing up against someone. If you really believe that he is just chatting, then you are doomed. Sigrid, the dwarf princess, asked with a look of confusion, if it's not just chatting, then what else can they do? Li Mengyao said, think about it. What else can a man and a woman do in a room when they are on fire? There must be intense behavior. The dwarf princess didn't quite understand. She had never experienced this before, nor had she ever been alone with a man. and as a 28-year-old, she was still young in dwarf society, and not yet in a hurry to get married. So her parents had never taught her about the relationship between men and women. She shook her head and said, "I don't really understand. What do you humans do when a man and a woman are in a room together?" Chen Zi said directly, "Of course it's to have children, can it really be to chat?" When the dwarf princess Sigret heard this, her face suddenly showed a shocked expression, and at the same time, there was some joy in the shock, and some worry in the joy. Blushing, she covered her mouth and said, "And, with Lord Liu Yang, having children is too embarrassing. Besides, Lord Liu Yang is so tall and big, and I'm a dwarf girl, is it really possible? You should know that Liu Yang is 1.85 meters tall, which is a very tall man among humans. He can basically walk outside and be a street fighter. In school, he was a sportsman, and his muscles were very well developed, so he looked very strong. Although he was poor and despised by others, no one dared to provoke him openly. Who can withstand a 1.85 meter tall athlete who really goes crazy? Although the rich second generation like to bully people, they are not stupid." Now compared to the dwarf princess, who is 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, Liu Yang's figure looks even taller. The average height of a dwarf is around 1.2 to 1.3 meters. Anyone over 1.3 meters is considered a big strong man. However, they have a high density. A 1.3 meter tall dwarf can weigh 150 pounds. Their body density is at least several times that of humans. Although the dwarf princess felt that her body was very strong, compared to Liu Yang, she was still like a little chick. How can she stand up to it? Li Mengyao said, "I'm only 1.5 meters tall, and I'm fine. Don't worry too much. Maybe you'll still be talking and chatting when it's time to go." Chen Zi said, "That's right. Although you dwarves are a bit different from us humans, you are basically the same. Your appearance is considered very beautiful even among humans, so it's no wonder that Liu Yang would ask for you tonight." Li Mangwa said, "This is your good luck. Some people don't know how long they have to wait to meet Liu Yang. If you don't want to go, others would love to go." Bai Qingqing said, "That's right, if you're really scared, I can go in your place." Yu Ezuelan said, "I can do it too." The dwarf princess Sigrid shook her head, "I won't let you take my place. I want to talk to Lord Liu Yang. You guys just wait here and line up." "Okay, I'm full. Thank you for the delicious food. Next, I'm going to take a bath. Bye." After saying this, the dwarf princess left directly. Seeing the dwarf princess leave, the others all showed an expression of envy. It seems that the little dwarf will get off easy tonight. Chapter 97, The Strong Dwarf. Liu Yang waited in his room, contented, for a good chat with the dwarf princess Sigrid tonight. He could get to know the customs of the dwarf tribe. He must gain a deep understanding and communicate deeply. After all, this kind of dwarf race has never appeared in the world before. Liu Yang is probably the first human to meet them. He must communicate thoroughly with this dwarf princess. On the other side, the dwarf princess Sigrid took a nice bath in her room. Liu Yang had indeed left them a lot of clothes that he had collected from the supermarket. But Sigrid, as the princess of the dwarf race, is not tall enough. She wanted to wear some sexy clothes, but found that they were too big for her. In the end, she had to pick a skirt that fit her. As soon as she stepped out, all the women surrounded her. They looked at the dwarf princess Sigrid and smiled, saying, "Ha ha. Sigrid, why are you wearing this outfit? Isn't it a children's outfit?" Li Mengyao said, "Ha, I'm 1.5 meters tall, so I can at least find clothes that fit. It's really hard for you to find clothes that fit at 1.3 meters tall. Sigrid, where did you find this children's clothing? You're not kidding, it really fits. And it brings out your temperament. Ha ha ha." Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Sigrid frowned slightly and said, "What do you know? This is not children's clothing. I looked at the label on it and it said Lolita. Is this your human's fancy clothing?" The women laughed. "Lolita? That's for children. You are the children, laughing at me at 18 years old, this 28-year-old is shameless. Hurry up and call me sister, or I will throw you out myself." Sigrid raised her hand and showed off her biceps. Dwarves have muscles that ordinary humans can't compare to. Sigrid is only 1.3 meters tall, but weighs more than 150 pounds. When she exerts herself, her muscles bulge. She could definitely throw a woman out of the house with one hand. After hearing Sigrid's words, the girls laughed and said, "Okay, Sigrid. We were just joking. We know you're a Lolita, but don't throw us out. Although you're a dwarf, you're much stronger than us. We've all heard Lu Yang say so. And Lu Yang also said that you dwarves are short-tempered, and it seems that it is true. Ha ha ha. Let's see how Lu Yang will teach you a lesson tonight and make you behave in the future. Don't think that you dwarves can withstand Lu Yang's level 8 hurricane just because you are strong. We will be waiting to beg for mercy on your behalf," Sigrid said with a look of defiance. "The dwarves will never beg for mercy. Tonight you will see how I will make your mythical Lu Yang beg for mercy. Don't underestimate me just because I'm short. Have you heard the saying that concentration is the essence?" After saying this, the dwarf princess walked directly to Lu Yang's door and knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, Lu Yang was already waiting in his room. Since it was agreed that he would chat with the dwarf princess, he of course had to be prepared. We can't let these dwarves look down on us humans. This is the first time that Lu Yang, representing humanity, and Sigrid, the dwarf princess, representing the two dwarf tribes, have communicated. This is a battle of the century that is a stake of human honor. We can't afford to lose. Soon, the door was pushed open. The dwarf princess Sigrid walked in, and Lu Yang's eyes lit up when she saw what she was wearing. She had found a suitable Lolita outfit for her, a fluffy Lolita skirt with a bow and a bear pattern, which looked very cute. And it fits Sigrid perfectly. The dwarf race is only 1.2 meters to 1.3 meters tall, but their proportions are perfect, unlike human dwarves. Dwarves always have big heads and short, stubby limbs. They look very uncoordinated and walk with an awkward posture. But the dwarf princess Sigrid has perfect proportions. She has a small head and slender limbs. Lu Yang roughly estimated that even though she was only 1.2 meters tall, she had a 7-head tall body. And she has big breasts. For her body type, she is definitely extremely plump. In addition, the dwarf race has a much higher body density than humans, and their bodies are very strong and their skin is very elastic, so they can adapt to working in the mine and won't get their skin scraped by the jagged rocks. I don't know if it's just the skin that's stronger and more resilient than humans, or if it's the same everywhere else. Lu Yang said to Sigrid. "Come on, little dwarf, let's have a nice chat." Sigrid sat next to Lu Yang with a red face, her beautiful little face full of a stubborn expression. At this time, Lu Yang took off his bathrobe and showed off his strong muscles, saying, "What do you think, 1.85 meter tall black-skinned athlete, are you afraid of my big muscles?" Sigrid said, "It's true that they are big and strong, but compared to us dwarves, they are still a bit lacking. We dwarves never judge strength by muscle size. Don't look at my short stature, but my strength may not be smaller than yours. Although I'm definitely not as strong as Lord Lu Yang, if I were an ordinary human, I might be stronger than him." Lu Yang said curiously, "Oh? Really? Then show me your strength." "Yes, Master Lu Yang," Sigrid said, and walked directly to Lu Yang, picking him up with one hand. A woman of 1.2 meters in height carrying a 1.85 meter tall athlete, and she can even jump. Seeing this, Lu Yang was a little surprised. He said, "It's really fierce." Sigrid nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry, come and spar with me, Lord Lu Yang. We dwarves are famous for being tough and thick-skinned. In your human language, that means we are hardworking." "Awesome." Lu Yang gave the dwarf princess a thumbs up and then got down to business, chatting away. Outside the door, the women listened to the two of them with their ears pressed up against the door. They all showed contemptuous expressions on their faces. Chapter 98, It's Delicious. The dwarf princess is quite arrogant. Li Mengyao said, "I thought this dwarf princess was very powerful, but she's no different from me. She's even worse than I was." Oh, the little white tiger also joined in the fun, stretching out its long tongue and licking its lips. On the second day, Lu Yang woke up feeling refreshed. He stretched his back and slept very comfortably last night. He got up and washed himself. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he walked out of his dormitory. At this time, Chen Lixia and the others were already having breakfast in the dormitory. As soon as they saw Lu Yang, they called out to him, "Hubby, come, it's breakfast time. Sister Momo made breakfast. It's really delicious." "Well, I'll have to try it," Lu Yang said, walking over. Lin Momo is a little older than Li Mengyao and the others. She had already joined the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau and knew a lot more than the female students. She could be described as a very capable female agent. Not only does she have combat skills, she also has life skills. Making breakfast is a piece of cake for her. Lu Yang took a bite of the sandwich made by Lin Momo. It really tasted very good. He praised Lin Momo, "It's delicious. I didn't expect Momo to be such a good cook. She is worthy of being the woman I interrogated for several hours in the interrogation room." Upon hearing this, Lin Momo's face immediately turned red. She remembered the scene when she was in the interrogation room talking to Lu Yang. She remembered how powerful Lu Yang's husband was. "It's really embarrassing to think about it, it makes me blush, it's unbearable." She blushed and said shyly, "As long as my husband likes it, I will cook it for him every day. Momo will cook whatever my husband wants to eat." Lu Yang patted her on the head and said, "Then I'll have a good appetite." After breakfast, Lu Yang was ready to go out and continue collecting supplies. At the beginning of the outbreak of the end of the world, the goods in the supermarkets have not yet deteriorated. In another month or two, I'm afraid most of the goods will have gone bad and will be unusable. Therefore, we must hurry and collect as much as possible during the early stages. In the later stages, we will only be able to provide for ourselves. They will rely on the bases to grow and provide food. Just as Lu Yang was about to leave, Xia Baiwa bounded over to him. It followed Lu Yang around, lifting its big head and looking at Lu Yang with its pair of blue eyes. "Ooh woo woo." It seemed to be saying, "Take me with you, take me with you." Lu Yang looked at the little white tiger and said, "Are your legs better?" The little white tiger nodded, "Ooh woo woo. Okay, since your leg is better, I'll take you to collect supplies today. With such a cool mount, you should be able to intimidate ordinary survivors without me saying much. Let's go." Lu Yang took the lead and went out first, and Xia Baihu followed behind him. As soon as they went out, Lu Yang rode directly on the little white tiger. The metal armor wrapped around them. Then the man and the tiger flew straight into the sky. The metal mesh covering the entire school area opened up a wide gap for Lu Yang and the little white tiger to pass through as they approached. After they flew away, the opening closed again. The safety zone was once again impregnable. Chapter 99, The Fourth School Beauty. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the safe zone, all the supermarkets had been cleaned out by Lu Yang. Next, Lu Yang had to go further away, so he expanded his range to 20 kilometers. This covered their entire downtown area. The area beyond 20 kilometers is already in the suburbs. In that case, there will be fewer and fewer large supermarkets and shopping malls. However, there are probably many wholesale markets, grain factories, and feed factories in the suburbs. But Lu Yang is not familiar with the suburbs. After collecting the supermarkets and shopping malls, he will collect the wholesale markets and grain factories. After flying for about 10 kilometers, Lu Yang did find a large supermarket. So he and Xia Baiwa slowly descended. When they reached a certain altitude, Lu Yang noticed that there were a few survivors sneaking around the entrance of the supermarket, carefully preparing to go in. Lu Yang took a look and found that there were 6 people in total, 5 men and 1 woman. This discovery caught Lu Yang's attention. When the school sports students found the female classmates, they killed them alive. These 5 men and 1 woman have been together for so long, and the woman is still okay? Awesome! Seeing that the woman is not tall and not physically strong, she can actually withstand 5 men, which is really awesome. Lu Yang couldn't help but scan this woman with the system. Information about the other person appeared in his mind. Name, Jang Wan Wan. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance score, 94 points. Body score, 93 points. After seeing this information, Lu Yang's whole face showed a shocked expression. What's going on? With a score of over 90 points for both appearance and figure, she is a rare beauty, comparable to Li Mengyao and the others. She has already reached the level of a top female star. So beautiful, with such a great figure. The number of boyfriends is 0? It's been so long since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and those 5 guys haven't even pushed this girl away yet? What is going on? Even Lu Yang has started to pay attention to this woman. Could it be that this woman has awakened superpowers that are stronger than these men, so these men can't push her away? This is very possible. After all, there are a lot of zombies in the supermarket during the apocalypse. Only those with superpowers dare to go in and take food from the supermarket. Ordinary survivors going in would be like giving the zombies food rations. Liu Yang was wondering in his heart. Suddenly he came back to his senses. He muttered to himself. Wait. Jang Wan Wan. Why does this name sound so familiar? That's right. Isn't he the fourth most popular girl in school, along with Li Mang, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling? Yes, it is her. I never thought that I would have the unexpected pleasure of meeting the fourth school beauty today when I went out to collect supplies. In this way, I have collected all four of the school beauties. I have to say that my luck is really good. I never thought that these four school beauties would not become zombies or be eaten by zombies. They are all reserved for me, Liu Yang. Not only are the things in this supermarket mine today, this Jang Wan Wan is mine. Liu Yang rode on the little white tiger, hovering in the air, lowering the altitude a bit so that he could better observe their movements. Directly to the fourth school beauty, Jang Wan Wan said to the men, Wang Chang, you promised me that you would go into the supermarket today to collect supplies. I haven't eaten a full meal in a day. You said that you would protect me well, that you would not let me go hungry or put me in danger. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Hurry up and go in. A man next to him said, Brother Chang, after the outbreak in the end times, it is estimated that most people in this supermarket have become zombies. The rest, even if they have not become zombies, will find it difficult to escape. There are at least hundreds of zombies inside. There are only 5 of us. I'm afraid we don't have enough strength. Going in is a death sentence. Another man also said, Yes, Brother Chang, although we also know that you are anxious to find food for your sister-in-law, we should think of other ways. Unless there is no other choice, it is better not to go into the supermarket. The third man said, Yes, Brother Chang, let's discuss this for a long time. Jang Wan Wan showed an unhappy expression next to her. She said in a strange voice, A bunch of cowards, what a shame. The 4 men listened to Jang Wan Wan's words and showed an expression of anger that they dared not speak. If it weren't for Wang Chang here, the 4 of them would have slapped the woman down and taken her right then and there. Damn it, if you want to eat something good, you go find it yourself. Why should we risk going to the supermarket to find food for you? Wang Chang is also a dog. You can agree to such conditions. But after the apocalypse, Wang Chang suddenly awakened his superpowers and became the only one among them with superpowers, and he was very powerful. The 4 of them together are no match for Wang Chang. Therefore, even if they had a lot of opinions about Jang Wan Wan, they didn't dare to say it. Sure enough, after Wang Chang heard Jang Wan Wan's comment about him being a waste, he immediately showed an angry expression on his face. He said to his subordinates, Wan Wan is right, you are all a bunch of wastes. It's been so long since the end of the world, and the food around here has long been collected by us. If we don't start with the supermarket next, we'll all starve to death. Do you think I'm only thinking about Wan Wan? I'm also thinking about you and myself. But Brother Chang. The men wanted to say more. But Wang Chang had already waved his hand to stop them. He said, Don't say any more. I've already made up my mind. We must collect enough supplies from the supermarket today. So what if there are zombies? Haven't we killed a lot of zombies these days? One man mumbled, That's because there aren't many zombies, and they're not in a confined space. We used the kite-flying tactic to kill them. You can't fly a kite in a supermarket. Shut up. If you say anything else, I'll throw you in to feed the zombies. Wang Chang said angrily. In front of their goddess, these people dared to talk back. They are simply not giving themselves face. The subordinate was so scared by Wang Chang's words that he dared not speak. At this time, Wang Chang said to Jang Wan Wan, But this time I have collected enough food from the supermarket, so you can be my girlfriend, right? Chapter 100, Licking Dog Chang. Wang Chang has been licking Jang Wan Wan as her lapdog for a long time. He confessed to Jang Wan Wan many times in school. In the summer, he would ride a shared electric bicycle for an hour in the scorching sun and 40-degree heat to the milk tea shop 30 kilometers away to buy her favorite drink. In order to buy Jang Wan Wan her favorite iPhone, Wang Chang once ate steamed buns for 3 months, just to save 6,000 yuan in food expenses and buy Jang Wan Wan a new phone. It can be said that Wang Chang is the #1 dog licker in school. He is known as Licking Dog Chang. After the apocalypse, this dog licker unexpectedly awakened his superpowers, and his strength seemed to be quite good. However, the awakening of his strength did not awaken his heart. He still has a dog-licking heart. Even in the end times, licking dog strong is still a licking dog. In order to be Jang Wan Wan's girlfriend, he even took the risk of going into the supermarket with his brothers to look for food. And those brothers dared not speak out. After all, this is the end of the world, and strength is respected. If they dared to oppose Wang Chang, they might be killed by him the next second. After all, this licking dog Chang is very good to Jang Wan Wan, holding her in the palm of his hand, almost as if he were holding her up to the heavens. But to others, he is ruthless. Last time, they encountered a survivor while searching for food. Because the survivor had some food on him, Wang Chang wanted to take it, but the other person wouldn't give it to him. He killed him without saying a word. He even used the corpse as bait to lure away the zombies, so that he could find more food. Not only was the other person killed, but they didn't even leave a whole body. They still vividly remember that scene. If they dare to oppose Wang Chang, they might become a corpse themselves the next second. However, after listening to Wang Chang's words, Jang Wan Wan did not agree with him. Instead, she said to him with a heavy heart, "Wang Chang, don't be so impatient. Don't you understand? Didn't I say that at the beginning? As long as you chase me for 3 years, I will consider being your girlfriend. But now you have only been chasing me for a year. Even if the end of the world comes, this promise cannot be changed. Besides, you can't rush things. Don't you understand that? If you just chase me around a little, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. That's not showing me any respect, is it? I'm serious about finding a boyfriend. This is a big deal in life. I can't just pick someone to be my boyfriend. If that were the case, as one of the school's most beautiful girls, I would have had 800, if not 1,000, guys chasing after me at school, and many of them would be second-generation rich kids. So, don't be impatient. Just think of pursuing me as playing a game and achieving a goal. Every time you make an effort, I will see it and it will leave a better impression on me, giving you more points. When your achievement score reaches 100%, that's when I'll be your girlfriend." After hearing this, Wang Chang nodded. He said, "Okay, Wan Wan, you're right. I've already figured it out. You can't be so greedy. I like you, and I'm already obligated to provide you with food. How can I make you my girlfriend just because I went to the supermarket to find some food? Wouldn't that make you as valuable as the food? I should be damned. Wan Wan, don't be angry. I'll go to the supermarket and get you some food." Jang Wan Wan said, "Yes, that's right. I'm so happy that you can understand me. You're a man I can trust. Don't worry. In the past, you had many competitors, including many rich second-generation men. But now, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, all those rich second-generation men have died, and only you have survived. So sooner or later, you'll be mine. Don't worry. I've seen every bit of your hard work, and maybe one day I'll be moved." Wang Chang said, "I know, Wan Wan. I will be good to you in the future and will no longer be eager for quick success and instant profit." Hearing this, Jang Wan Wan nodded with satisfaction and a smile appeared on her face. The other men next to Wang Chang, however, showed a disgusted expression. They were too afraid to show it. They wanted to laugh but were afraid to. His face was twisted and ugly. This bitch really knows how to manipulate people. The key is that Wang Chang, the dog-licking strongman, really eats the set. The parties involved didn't think anything of it, but we felt sick listening to it. The two heroes in the Sky City, riding on the little white tiger in Lu Yang, also showed a look of contempt when they saw this scene. He said to the little white tiger under him, "Little white tiger, this woman is too hateful." She made Wang Chang look dumbfounded, completely turning him into a clown. "You can't learn from this kind of woman in the future, understand?" Xia Beihu raised her head and called out twice under Lu Yang. Although she didn't understand what Lu Yang meant, she just nodded in agreement with her master. Lu Yang continued, "Seeing Wang Chang's behavior now, I am reminded of when I was chasing Chen Lixia. It was exactly the same, but after being rejected and humiliated by Chen Lixia, I suddenly realized that I had changed my behavior and stopped licking dogs. Unlike this licking dog, he has been licking for a month since the end of the world broke out. He is truly a natural licking dog. When Fiangyang comes, he has to give him a cigarette. He hasn't even won the heart of such a beautiful girl after all this time. I'll help him experience it for him. Lu Yong continued to observe their behavior. Seeing that Wang Chang had already entered the supermarket with his men, he was not in a hurry and continued to wait for them to come out. He could then take the food they had collected and the goddess they had with them. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Then Lu Yong told him in front of everyone how to use his goddess. Let him know that in the end times, women are for playing with, not for licking. A few minutes later, a man screamed in the supermarket, "Ah! Don't bite me! Help, Brother Chang, save me! Aha!" The screams continued to echo through the supermarket. Then three figures ran out. It was Wang Chang and the other two survivors. 5 people went in, and only a few minutes later, only 3 came out. At the same time, the 3 people's backpacks were already full, and each of them was carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles. It can be said that this trip to the supermarket was very fruitful for them. Lu Yang said to Xiaobaiwa, "Good, it's time to go down." Chapter 101, I'm easy to chase. Wang Chang and the others had just run out of the supermarket. Not far away, a dozen zombies inside rushed out after them. They quickly joined up with Jang Wan Wan and then fled together. They ran into an alley, where the zombies could not see them and so lost their target and idly wandered the streets. Wang Chang and the 2 strong men were panting heavily. The 2 strong men still had a look of fear on their faces. They said to Wang Chang, "Brother Chang, it was horrible. These foods were exchanged for the lives of 2 of our companions." Wang Chang said, "Those 2 guys were too timid. Who could blame them for falling down while running? They deserved it." The 2 survivors were unhappy to hear this. "We are all brothers. Can you not even say anything when you see your brother get eaten by a zombie?" One of the male survivors said directly. "Brother Chang, you can't say that. Accidents happen. If it weren't for those 2 brothers falling down and being eaten by the zombies, and delaying things for a while, maybe we wouldn't have been able to get out either." Going into the supermarket this time was a huge risk. Another survivor also said, "Right, Brother Chang, we can't let our brothers take such risks in the future. Isn't it obvious that the time is not yet ripe? Going into the supermarket with our strength is already a matter of life and death." The stubborn man's face suddenly showed an unhappy expression, and he said, "Huh? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? And you're even arguing with me in front of Wan? The 2 survivors said, "Boss, although we are following you, you can't treat our lives as if they were not important. You don't care about your brothers, only this woman, right? This woman told you to go to the supermarket to get something, and you ordered us to go get it. Next time, if we are asked to go through the mountains and rivers of swords and fire, will we go? Just for a woman? How dare you bark like a dog? Shouldn't you? How dare you talk back? Eat my kick." The Indomitable's face showed an expression of anger, and he kicked the survivor directly in front of him. As a superhuman, his basic attributes are twice as strong as those of ordinary people, and he kicked the man several meters away with one kick. The survivor was kicked to the ground and showed a look of fear on his face. The other survivor quickly said with his hands spread in front of him, "Boss, don't kick me, I won't talk nonsense anymore. If you 2 trash weren't following me, you'd have starved to death. It's your honor to follow me to get food. Hurry up and bring the food over, and I'll distribute it." The 2 men dared not speak out, so they handed over all the food in their backpacks to Wang Chang. At that moment, a huge tiger fell from the sky, and a handsome figure was sitting on its back. The sudden appearance of a huge white tiger scared Wang Chang and the others. But soon Wang Chang calmed down. As a superhuman, even a mutant white tiger was no match for him. He looked at Lu Yang on the tiger's back and thought that this person looked familiar. After a few seconds, he finally reacted. He laughed and pointed at Lu Yang, saying, "I remember you. You're that kid who's famous for being a sportsman at school. They say you're the #1 dog licker in the whole school. I can't believe you're still alive." Lu Yang was stunned, with a face full of question marks. "You, a fucking sheep, actually said that I was the #1 dog licker in the whole school? Are you kidding? I was just sent to the school forum after a failed confession and was ridiculed by everyone in the school. You are still licking even when the end of the world is approaching. Who can compare with you in licking dogs? Lu Yang said with a sneer. I am indeed Lu Yang, but I am not a dog licker. Unlike some people who say that others are dog lickers, but in fact they are the biggest dog lickers. Because of a woman's words, you directly let your brothers go into the supermarket with you to take risks to find food, and then give all the food to this woman. Is there something wrong with your brain? Don't you know that in the end times, a chicken leg can be exchanged for a beautiful woman? Listening to Lu Yang's words, Wang Chang felt that he was insulting his girlfriend. What does he mean by a chicken leg for a beauty? They are all broken flowers and fallen beauties. A fairy like the goddess Wan Wan can only be conquered little by a strong man like him. He said to Lu Yang angrily, Kid, leave the white tiger on your body. This tiger weighs at least 1,000 catties, but it is rare food. At the same time, leave the food on your body. You can leave, and I will spare your life. Lu Yang smiled, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Next, I'll let you see how your goddess kneels before me and begs for mercy. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly became fierce. Then the next second, 2 steel needles flew at each other at high speed, bang. Bang. 2 loud noises came. Wang Chang's legs were instantly severed by Lu Yang's needles. Ah! My leg! My leg! My leg is broken! He cried out and fell to his knees. He looked at Lu Yang in fear. What did you do to me? How did you do it? Why did you break my leg with just a glance? Wang Chang is a superhuman. After the apocalypse, he had not encountered any other supernormal people. He had always thought that he was the chosen one, and that perhaps he was the only one in the world who had awakened. So during this time he was somewhat arrogant, and didn't even regard the lives of ordinary people as lives. The few little guys around him were just pawns. He can abandon them at any time and throw them to the zombies to eat when necessary. Only the goddess Jang Wan Wan is the most important. But now, after meeting Lu Yang, he never expected that the other party would defeat him with just a glance. The intense pain from the blood that kept gushing out of his legs almost made him faint. At the same time, a violent sense of fear swept through his entire being, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Yang said with a smile, do ants need to know so many things? Just watch how I conquer your goddess. Watch carefully, this is how you use a goddess. Lu Yang walked up to Jang Wan Wan step by step, looked down at her and said, kneel down. I've been a bit hot-tempered lately. Jang Wan Wan's face showed a frightened expression, but she still pretended to be calm and said, Lu Yang. I've heard about you confessing to Chen Lixia before. I don't think you're a dog licker. I think you're a real man. It's really amazing to confess in front of the whole class. I'm easy to chase. If you chase me like you chased Chen Lixia, I'll definitely agree. Lu Yang didn't waste any time and slapped her directly. Pa! I told you to get down on your knees and chase you? I would rather chase this little white tiger than chase you. The end of the world is coming, and you still want to treat me like a dog? Do you think I'm as stupid as Wang Chang? Chapter 102 I'm the eldest brother. Lu Yang slapped her to the ground. Jang Wan Wan's face showed a shocked and frightened expression. She never expected this man to dare to hit her without saying a word. This shock and fear slowly turned into anger at being humiliated. The contrast between being held in the palm of one's hand and being held up in the sky in peacetime was too great, and it made her a little bit overwhelmed and even a little bit unable to turn around. Before and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, she was licked by countless licks. In the past, there was not only Wang Chang, the licking dog, but also other rich second-generation children at school, at least dozens of licking dogs licking at the same time. She was surrounded by admirers wherever she went. With her perfect figure and looks, she has won the admiration and pursuit of countless people. In the past, the gifts and designer handbags that others gave her were so numerous that they couldn't even be stored in her home. This also made her develop a green tea look. It can be said that she is at ease among men. She knows men's psychology down to the last detail. This is why she was able to turn Wang Chang into a super-licking dog in the end times. He will do whatever she asks, no matter what. He would even risk his life to find food. But now she has met Lu Yang. The tricks that have worked so well on other men have completely failed to work, and she even got slapped. This is not just a slap in the face, but also in her heart. It made him so angry that he lost his composure. No man had ever ignored her beauty and her allure before. Is this man a eunuch? Wang Chang was heartbroken when he saw the scene and scolded Lu Yang. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? How dare you hit my goddess? Don't you know that Wan Wan is as noble as a fairy in heaven? Her face is so delicate that I don't even dare to touch it, and you just slapped her. You damned guy, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Lu Yang said with a smile, this is your goddess, what does it have to do with me? You want to be a lapdog, do I have to be like you? Didn't you hear him just now? As long as I chase her, she will be my woman. Don't you know her nature? But I don't like to chase others. So, later I will make her beg to be my woman. Wang Chang said with tears in his eyes, no. My goddess will never do that. Even if you use violence, she will never give in. My goddess is sacred and inviolable. You damned guy. You will never succeed. A waste like you still wants to get the favor of the school flower? Don't you know that Jang Wan Wan is one of the 4 school flowers? He said it with no conviction. It was as if he was comforting himself. He had held Jang Wan Wan in the palm of his hand, and had pursued her for a year before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he had taken care of her for a whole month among the many zombies. He still couldn't hold the beauty in his arms. Lu Yang came here on the first day, so why did he think he could get the goddess? He's dreaming. Wang Chang didn't believe that Lu Yang could conquer Jang Wan Wan in front of his own eyes. At the same time, Jang Wan Wan, who had been knocked down by Lu Yang, got up. Her mind was instantly filled with humiliation and anger, and she was completely out of her mind. She stood up and rushed towards Lu Yang, shouting at him, how dare you hit me? No one has ever dared to hit me in my entire life. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to fight you to the death. She came to Lu Yang's front, and she stretched out her 19 white bone claws, ready to attack Lu Yang. She wanted to scratch Lu Yang's face. However, Lu Yang just sneered and slapped her back before the opponent's hand even touched her. Pop! This slap was even harder than the previous one, and Jang Wan Wan was immediately blown several meters away. The other half of her face was also swollen. Now both sides of her face were swollen, and she had become a pig's head. Where is the beauty of the past? Jang Wan Wan was knocked to the ground, her mind was blank, and she was dizzy. She couldn't get up for a long time. Seeing this, Wang Chang's eyes were about to pop out of his head. He was so angry that he shouted. Aha! You dare to hit my goddess Lu Yang? You are so hateful. I remember you. You will die a horrible death. You have the guts to come at me? What kind of ability is it to hit a woman? Lu Yang, you coward. You will die a horrible death. Seeing that Lu Yang didn't even bother to respond to him, he said to the other 2 brothers, brothers, help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, you will be my best brothers, and you will get an extra 10% of the food. As long as I, Wang Chang, am alive, I will never let you be threatened or go hungry. But although he said that, the 2 brothers didn't move a muscle. They are not stupid. Wang Chang was beaten to a pulp by the other party in one go. He could see that the other party was much stronger than him, by many levels. They are just ordinary people, and even if they attack Lu Yang, they will be killed in an instant. And after having his legs broken in the end times, this Wang Chang is already useless. Even if he is a superhuman, he doesn't have the ability to heal himself. So the 2 Wang Chang's younger brothers said, you stupid bastard, it's fine for you to be a lapdog, but you want to drag us down with you? Look at how this handsome guy treats Jang Wan Wan. You should have done this a long time ago, understand? Stupid dick, you still want us to help you? You just wait here and die. After hearing these 2 people's words, Wang Chang's entire body revealed an extremely angry expression, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. He pointed at the 2 people with trembling fingers and said, you dare to talk to me like this? Is this how you treat your big brother? The 2 younger brothers smiled mockingly and said, big brother? 2 of our brothers died in the supermarket, and you didn't even look at them. You said they deserved it. Is this how a big brother should act? We've wanted to get rid of you for a long time. If we weren't so weak, we wouldn't have waited until now. You licking dogs will never amount to anything. Wang Chang was so angry that he was about to spit blood. At the same time, the zombies coming out of the supermarket in the distance were also attracted by the sound here. As soon as they smelled the blood from Wang Chang's legs, the dozen zombies, like crazy, rushed over directly. The two younger brothers were startled for a moment. They quickly took a few steps back, but Lu Yang didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to run. Wang Chang was also scared, and the angry expression on his face was replaced by fear. Jang Wan Wan was knocked to the ground by Lu Yang, and she was dizzy. She clearly saw the zombies coming from afar, but she couldn't get up to escape. Before long, the zombies rushed to the front of Lu Yang and the others. Chapter 103. You're a waste. Seeing the zombies approaching, Lu Yang, his two subordinates, and Jang Wan Wan were all scared out of their wits, and their faces were ashen. At this time, several bosses together gnawed, enough to gnaw them into a skeleton. This time, although Wang Chang is a superhuman and is very strong compared to ordinary people, his legs have been broken by Lu Yang, so he can't run at all. Once the zombies get close, he is a sitting duck. He couldn't help but yell at Lu Yang, "Lu Yang! The zombies are coming. This is a dead end. They're all around us. You're strong, but you can't run away. Hurry up and think of a way to kill them, otherwise, once they get into the alley, it'll be hard for us to get out." Lu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. He walked a few more steps into the alley, so that Wang Chang and Jang Wan Wan and the others were between him and the zombies. Seeing this, Jang Wan Wan and the others' faces suddenly changed. Wang Chang said to Lu Yang again, "What's the point of hiding in the alley? You can't run away. Unless you can fly." Lu Yang ignored him. The zombies rushed over at high speed, and in a matter of seconds they were in front of Wang Chang's men. They pounced on them. Seeing this, Jang Wan Wan was so scared that she screamed, "Ah! Help, help, I don't want to be eaten. Who will save me? As long as someone can save me, I'm willing to do anything. I don't want to be eaten by the zombies." The two male survivors were also so scared that they immediately fell to their knees. They were so scared that they even peed themselves, and their pants were wet. The two of them were ordinary people, and they didn't have any special abilities. They were also oppressed by the tough guys, just like the poor people who were bullied in school. They were naturally very timid and weak. Otherwise, under Wang Chang's oppression, anyone with a little bit of ambition would have left to find a way to survive on their own, rather than following Wang Chang's life and becoming a dog. Now they see their boss coming straight at them, grinning and snarling, the stench of his mouth wafting over them. It was as if they could smell death. This feeling is really terrible. Wang Chang was a superhuman, but he was still calm. However, his own legs had been broken, and the look of fear that had enveloped him was also covering his entire body. He kept crawling on the ground with his hands, trying to crawl to the depths of the alley. Unfortunately, how fast can he crawl when compared to the zombies? He was about to be caught by the zombies. At this moment, Lu Yang waved his hand. Swish! A metal fence suddenly appeared between the man and the zombies. The zombies didn't see the fence and couldn't stop their high-speed run, crashing into the fence with a loud bang. One by one, they were knocked to the ground, bleeding profusely, but they kept reaching out from the gaps in the fence, trying to grab Wang Chang and the others. Zombies are not afraid of pain. As long as they are not dead, they will keep attacking. The black blood that flowed from their foreheads covered their faces, making them look extremely disgusting and terrifying. Jang Wan Wan and the others were all surprised to see this. What is going on with the iron fence? Why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that God heard our prayers and sent a miracle? Looking at their blank expressions, Lu Yang smiled and said, "No, it's not God, it's me. I'll give you one last chance, Jang Wan Wan. Kneel down and surrender to me, and I'll save your life. Otherwise, I'll move the fence away and let the zombies eat you." He waved his hand. The fence moved back 10 centimeters. The zombies were closer to Jang Wan Wan and her friends, and it looked like they were about to grab them. Ah! Jang Wan Wan was shocked by this scene and quickly took a few more steps back, trembling all over. Now they finally believed that Lu Yang was the one who made the fence. As long as Lu Yang thinks about it, he can close the fence and let the zombies tear them all to pieces. And he himself could hide behind the fence and would not be attacked by the zombies. And he can make metal fences at will. His superpower may be the ability to control metal. With such a powerful ability, he could completely wipe out all the zombies in an instant. At this moment, Wang Chang was completely desperate. Jang Wan Wan came to Liu Yang's side, knelt directly on the ground, and said to Liu Yang, I am willing to submit to you. Don't let me be eaten by the zombies. As long as you can save me, I am willing to do whatever you want. I will serve you well in bed. You can do whatever you want. Didn't you just say you were angry? I'll calm you down now. As she said this, Jang Wan Wan, who was kneeling on the ground, reached out to undo Liu Yang's belt. Liu Yang slapped her down to the ground and said with a cold smile, Didn't you just act so cold? You still want to treat me like your lapdog? How come now you're the one licking me? I'm sorry, Liu Yang. From now on, I'll be your lapdog. You tell me to go east, I'll never go west. You tell me to wag my tail, I'll never move my ears. You can do whatever you want to me, as long as you can save me. I don't want to become a zombie. Those zombies are so ugly. I don't want to be eaten by them, bit by my boss, it's more painful than Ling Chi. Please, Liu Yang, save me. I'm your lapdog. She kept knocking her head on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Chang was dumbfounded. The girl he had been licking for so long was now kneeling in front of Liu Yang, begging for mercy. What about the things I did when I licked him before? Is it a joke? Clown. I'm a fucking clown. At this moment, Wang Chang regretted it. He yelled at Jang Wan Wan, you bitch. What did you tell me in the beginning? You said that a woman's virginity is the most important thing, even more important than life. You also said that I should keep licking you, and that if I paid too much, you would agree sooner or later. Otherwise, even if you die, you won't let a man take advantage of you. Didn't you say that you valued your virginity more than your life? Didn't you say that you were a virgin and that you would never give it to just anyone? Didn't you say that you would rather be eaten by zombies than let a man take advantage of you? Now you're on your knees begging Liu Yang for help? You slut, you dare to lie to me. Jang Wan Wan's face did not show any sign of shame, but she said sarcastically. You piece of trash, you have the nerve to talk to me like that? I also have good taste, that's why I haven't been taken by you. Look at you now, lying on the ground like a dog, with both legs unable to stand up, just like the dog in the village whose legs were broken. What future is there in following a man like you? The fact that I haven't been taken by you shows that I have foresight. Compared to Liu Yang, you are nothing. Jang Wan Wan's words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. It hurts. It really hurts. It doesn't matter if others scold me, but now the one who scolds me is my goddess, the one who calls me a useless person and a dog with short legs. The goddess that I have licked for more than a year is now kneeling on the ground begging others, and she is also scolding me in front of others. Isn't this a kind of bull-headed person? Wang Chang was completely beside himself. Aha! Kill me, kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 104, Fortunately, I am smart. At this point, Wang Chang was desperate to die. He finally realized that compared to Liu Yang, he was indeed a waste, a dog with a broken leg, and there was no meaning to living anymore. Even the goddess had begun to despise him. He used to think that he was the chosen one, the only one with supernatural powers in the world, and that he would definitely be able to get Jang Wan Wan. He even secretly rejoiced. The outbreak of the apocalypse made him an extraordinary person, and his spring had finally come. He would definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of his life and marry a beautiful, rich woman. In the past, when he was in school, he was still one of Jang Wan Wan's many suitors, and he didn't have any advantages. Compared to those second-generation rich people, his family conditions were not worth mentioning at all. Although he was a little better than ordinary students, he was still a little far behind when compared to the top second-generation rich people. At that time, he knew that his chances of winning Jang Wan Wan were slim, so he can only move her with his sincerity. That's why he would agree to whatever Jang Wan Wan asked, no matter what the situation was, no matter how extreme it was, no matter when or where it was, and no matter how much it was. He thought that as long as he gave enough, the other person would be moved. Even after the apocalypse, when there were no longer any laws or morals to restrain him, and when he was very lucky to meet Jang Wan Wan, he did not force her. He did not force her to become his woman. It is because he still thinks that he can move the other person with his actions. But now everything he has done is just a joke to the other person. He has also become a complete clown. What is the point of living? Wang Chang shouted at Liu Yang. Kill me, you better kill me now. But Liu Yang, you wait, you stole my goddess, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Liu Yang just smiled when she heard Wang Chang's words. Then she said, what's wrong? What do you mean by robbing you of your goddess? Didn't you see that she was kneeling on the ground begging me? She even said she would be my dog. Is this the goddess you hold so high? Watch closely, this is how you use a goddess. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Wang Chang completely collapsed and let out a scream. Aha! That kind of thing, no. He said, I don't know where I got a dagger from. He swung it directly at Jang Wan Wan. He also showed a fierce expression on his face. He yelled, what I can't have, no one else can have either. I'm going to die, and Jang Wan Wan, you're going to die with me. Even if I become a ghost, I'm going to keep licking you. The dagger flew at Jang Wan Wan at high speed. At this time, Jang Wan Wan also saw the dagger flying towards her, but with her ordinary human reaction ability, she was unable to do anything in such a short time. She was clearly very scared in her mind, but she was too late to dodge. She didn't even have time to scream. At this moment, she felt that her life was about to end, and all the experiences she had had over the past 10 years began to flash through her mind. She also regretted it very much. Maybe she shouldn't have kept the fish before, and maybe she shouldn't have hanged Wang Chang before, and she should have refused to be this dog licker earlier. In that case, the dog wouldn't have become so crazy, and even when he was about to die, he would drag me down with him. He had become a crazy dog licker. Just as Jang Wan Wan thought she was going to die in the next second, a light sound came. The dagger was only a centimeter away from Jang Wan Wan's neck. Completely hovered in the air, unable to advance another inch. Seeing this, Jang Wan Wan was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! She let out a deep breath, and a feeling of having escaped from death came over her. For the first time, she felt that the world was so beautiful and the air was so fresh. It's so good to be alive. Liu Yang kicked Wang Chang in the face. In an instant, he kicked off several of his teeth. Wang Chang let out a scream, ah! He also showed an expression of incomprehension on his face. How is this possible? Why? Why did my flying dagger stop? Ah! Liu Yang said coldly, she is already my lapdog, and you still want to lay a hand on her? Ha! What are you thinking in your head? You dog! You should know that you should not hit a dog unless the owner says so. Wang Chang shouted frantically, she is my goddess. Even if I die, I will take her with me. Jang Wan Wan shouted, you'd better die here yourself. You dead bastard, how dare you kill me? Watching Jang Wan Wan and Wang Chang arguing, Liu Yang rode directly on the little white tiger. He said to Jang Wan Wan, sit on me. Jang Wan Wan's face showed a surprised expression. I never thought that Lord Liu Yang would let me sit on him. This means that he wants me to go with him. This is a pleasant surprise. As long as she could follow Liu Yang, she would never have any safety problems in the future. So she quickly nodded. She climbed onto the back of the little white tiger, sat behind Liu Yang, and hugged his waist. Liu Yang had a thought and directly made the little white tiger soar into the air. Seeing this, Wang Chang's face showed a look of confusion. He had already given up hope, but now he had confidence again. He muttered to himself, what's going on? He's not going to kill me? His two younger brothers also showed a look of surprise. We're saved. We can escape. But the next second, the iron fence in front of them that had blocked the zombies suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The zombies, who had been surrounded outside, saw the fence disappear and rushed over like crazy. Seeing this, his two younger brothers and he let out a scream. Ah! Oh no, he let the zombies in. We're doomed. We're going to die here. And they will eat us alive. Help! In an instant, a dozen zombies surrounded Wang Chang and his two younger brothers, and they all started to gnaw on them. Although Wang Chang was a superhuman, he was unable to resist with his broken leg. His two subordinates were already cowards. They were even less likely to be a match for a dozen zombies. Soon, the alley was filled with horrifying screams. Jang Wan Wan, who was flying in the air, saw the scene and her face showed a look of relief. Fortunately, she was smart and took the initiative to kneel down and surrender, otherwise, she would have been the one being eaten. Chapter 105, Entering the Supermarket. Lu Yang and Jang Wan Wan rode on the back of the little white tiger and stopped in midair. They didn't fly away right away. Instead, they continued to watch the people on the ground being eaten by the zombies. Wang Chang was originally a superhuman, but his legs were broken by Lu Yang, and now he had no ability to resist the zombies. He saw several zombies surrounding him and gnawing at him. At first, he was still able to fight back against the zombies with his bare hands. He had to be a tough guy, and even with his legs broken, he killed 5 or 6 zombies. But soon the zombies continued to swarm towards him. One of the zombies found the right moment and bit him on the neck, then tore off a large piece of flesh. Blood began to gush out of his neck, but fortunately, it did not break the artery, so Wang Chang did not die immediately. But the other bosses were not idle, and they just bit and scratched at his stomach. Soon his belly was bitten open. Blood gushed out, and the zombies started to dig into his insides. They even started fighting over it. Even the intestines were pulled out by the zombies for several meters, and the zombies swallowed them whole like noodles. And completely watched as the zombies emptied him out and ate his insides, and he was still not dead. He kept screaming in his mouth. Ah! My stomach! My stomach! Who will save me? Who will save me? Ah! Help! Poo, poo! Blood began to spurt from his mouth. Eventually, one of the zombies took out his heart and bit down on it. Bam! It burst. And the zombie. Finally, Wang Chang's life was over. He was a tough guy. He was really tenacious, and it took the zombies several minutes to eat him alive. It was really tragic. It was so tragic that it was almost unbearable to watch. In the sky, Jang Wan Wan, who had seen this scene, was already scared silly. Oh my god! Jang Wan Wan couldn't help but vomit on the back of the little white tiger. This bloody scene was too hard for her to accept as a female college student who had not yet graduated. If it weren't for the appearance of Lu Yang, then she would have been the one being eaten. She felt a sense of relief in her heart. At the same time, she felt very remorseful. At first, she even wanted to treat Lu Yang as her own lapdog, letting him lick her. I'm afraid that my behavior has left a very bad impression on Lu Yang. She must find a way to make up for it. However, as a fish breeding master, Jang Wan Wan has long studied how to make up for this kind of thing with men. Men and women are like that, they always make up after a fight. As the saying goes, a good fuck can erase all grudges. As long as you serve Lu Yang well in bed, then Lu Yang will definitely forget about today's little episode. At that time, she will still become Lu Yang's real woman. I believe he will no longer hold a prejudice against her. In the end, Wang Chang and his 2 younger brothers were all gnawed to a skeleton under Lu Yang's gaze. Then Lu Yang gave him a look. A steel needle flew out. Instantly, all the zombies were skewered like gourds and their heads exploded. Seeing this, Jang Wan Wan was taken aback again. At the same time, she also showed a somewhat delighted expression on her face. Chang! He's really strong. I never thought that Lu Yang would have such a powerful skill that he could directly control the steel needles to explode the heads. With such a powerful superpower, 100 zombies can't defeat Lu Yang, the god of war. With such a peerless master, I will definitely be safe. She said to Lu Yang, shouldn't we leave here now? Lu Yang shook his head. He said coldly, what's the rush? Wherever I take you, you just follow. What's the point of talking? Have you forgotten who you are? Ha! Jang Wan Wan was startled and quickly said, I'm sorry, I was too reckless. Lu Yang, you can go wherever you want. As long as you don't leave me behind and don't let me get eaten by the zombies, I'm willing to follow you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lu Yang snorted and said nothing more. Jang Wan Wan, one of the 4 most beautiful girls he met, was arguably the best at raising fish and the worst at being a green tea bitch. Lu Yang would not give her the opportunity to push her nose up his ass. She must be suppressed. After killing all the zombies, Lu Yang controlled Zayabehu and came to the ground. He said to the little white tiger, next, we'll go into the supermarket to collect supplies. Woof! The little white tiger raised her huge tiger head and nodded happily. After staying in the villa area for a few days, she was already bored. As a playful feline, Zayabehu has mutated, but she still retains her feline nature. Now that she heard that she could finally go to the supermarket, Xia Beihu was of course happy. Lu Yang then took Jang Wan Wan and got off Xia Beihu's back and was about to enter the supermarket with Xia Beihu. Jang Wan Wan's face showed a look of fear, saying, "Lu Yang, are we really going to go in?" At that time, Wang Chang and the others went in, but 2 people died inside. There may be hundreds of zombies in here, which is too dangerous. Why don't we think about it again and come up with a way to lure the zombies out first, and then go in? Lu Yang said with a cold smile. Now I want to take you in, and you know what? When Wang Chang and the others went in, why didn't you ask them to make a plan? Jang Wan Wan said with a face of grievance, that's different. Wang Chang died, and I wasn't sad, but I don't want anything to happen to you. How can a dog licker be compared to you? Lu Yang laughed and said, you're good at talking. You're a green tea bitch. Jang Wan Wan said with a smile, hey, thanks for the compliment. As long as I can follow you, you can call me anything. Don't say I'm a green tea bitch, even if you call me a dog, I'll still agree. Lu Yang said, that's enough. Come with me to the supermarket. Don't worry, you won't be in danger if you follow me. Jang Wan Wan nodded and said, I'm just reminding you. Since you're so confident, I'll go in with you. The 2 of them, along with a white tiger, then walked into the supermarket. Sure enough, there were hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. There were also 2 skeletons that had been gnawed clean. Those were Wang Chang's 2 killed brothers. At this moment, the zombies saw Lu Yang and the others enter, and they instantly let out a roar and pounced on Lu Yang and the others. Chapter 106, How did he do it? Seeing this scene, Jang Wan Wan was completely dumbfounded. This is hundreds of zombies pouncing at the same time. As an ordinary girl, she was of course very scared when she saw this. She couldn't help but hold onto Lu Yang's arm. She said to Lu Yang, you must protect me. These zombies are so scary. If they catch me by accident, I'm afraid they'll even chew my bones to pieces. I don't want to die. As long as you protect my safety, when we safely leave here, I'll agree to whatever you want to do to me. Faced with hundreds of zombies, she was really scared. Moreover, the kind of personality that Lu Yang showed was, in Jang Wan Wan's opinion, cold and ruthless. At any time, he might abandon her to the zombies to eat. So of course she was afraid. She was even afraid that Lu Yang was deliberately setting her up, and that he had gone into the supermarket just to throw her to the zombies. Lu Yang ignored her. Instead, a thought in a steel needle had already appeared in front of him. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Lu Yang had not yet begun to move. Jang Wan Wan was really anxious. She hid behind Lu Yang, closed her eyes, and curled up into a ball. At this time, Lu Yang waved his hand at the zombies in front of him. The steel needle instantly turned into a stream of light and flew directly away. Whoosh! Immediately after, the closest zombie to Lu Yang was instantly decapitated. Bang! With a crisp sound, the zombie's head instantly exploded into pieces, and black blood splattered everywhere. After hearing this sound, Jang Wan Wan opened her eyes. What she saw was a black mist of blood in the air and the corpse of the fallen zombie. Then the steel needles went out of control, starting to pierce through the heads of one zombie after another. Bang 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 bang! Countless zombies fell to the ground in an instant. In less than 3 seconds. The entire supermarket, all the zombies were all shot in the head by Lu Yang. And the steel needle flew back to Lu Yang's side again. It flashed with a terrifying cold light. It spun rapidly in the air. It instantly shook off all the blood from the zombies it had touched. Lu Yang waved his hand and directly sent the needle back into the space. Jang Wan Wan saw all the zombies fall to the ground and her whole body revealed a look of surprise. She couldn't help but yell, "Great, great! Lu Yang, you're so handsome! You killed all these zombies! Your superpower is so strong, you can kill zombies in an instant. When you get to bed, you have to be gentle with me, don't kill me too." This week, Wan Wan saw that Lu Yang was so powerful that he only needed a glance to kill the zombies, and she was instantly completely convinced by Lu Yang. Even her husband started calling out to him. She couldn't wait to climb into Lu Yang's bed right now and consolidate this relationship with him. After all, a super strong person like Lu Yang is definitely very popular in the end times. As for Wang Chang, a trashy superhuman, he is not even worthy of Liu Yang's shoes. Wang Chang brought 4 of his younger brothers with him. They entered the supermarket together, but they didn't kill a single zombie and lost 2 of their younger brothers. Liu Yang didn't even need to move when he came in, he just needed to give a glance and he was able to kill all the zombies. This is the difference. This is true strength. Elegant and calm. Not like Wang Chang, who was chased around by the zombies. Running away like a dog. Does he look like a superhuman? I don't know what kind of superpower he has. Jang Wan Wan also asked Wang Chang about his superpower, but he just wouldn't say. It is estimated that it is a very trashy superpower, or even trashy to the point that he is embarrassed to say it. Otherwise, with his love of showing off, he would have said it long ago and let everyone know. Therefore, the ability that Liu Yang has shown this time is even more powerful than Wang Chang's useless ability. At first, Jang Wan Wan only agreed to be with Liu Yang because she was afraid of death, and she agreed to be Liu Yang's lapdog. But now, she has been won over by Liu Yang from the bottom of her heart. Such a powerful man, following him, is the best choice. Liu Yang just smiled and didn't say anything when he heard what the other person said. Because he had already received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have killed a total of 350 zombies, plus 50 outside the supermarket, for a total of 40 attribute points. After receiving this prompt, Liu Yang was very happy. Although 40 attribute points are not much, they are almost twice as many as the average person. Let's save it for now, and add it all at once when we have more. He said to Jang Wan Wan, okay, let's start looting the supermarket now. Yes, my good husband. Jang Wan Wan said obediently. So Liu Yang walked into the supermarket. There was a lot of food in this big supermarket. Because there are hundreds of zombies guarding the place, most survivors don't dare to come in. Even if you have superpowers, you have to think twice. Take Wang Chang for example. His skills are not powerful combat skills, so it's not easy to deal with the zombies. So, because of the large number of zombies in the supermarket, although it has a lot of supplies, very few people dare to take the risk of entering, unless they are really hungry. Liu Yang was a glutton for food. Instant noodles, vacuum-packed mini cakes, shajima, vacuum-packed chicken drumsticks, chocolate, candy, jelly, take it all. Rice, corn, flour, noodles, and other staple foods, all taken. Black beans, mung beans, soybeans, all kinds of beans, take them all. Clothes, toothpaste, soap, wash basins, towels, all kinds of daily necessities, pots, pans, and kitchen utensils. Take it all. Baby food such as milk powder? Take it. Most of the fruits and vegetables that were left outside had already gone bad. But there were still a lot of them in the supermarket's freezer, so after Liu Yang finished collecting the items on the shelves, before long, Liu Yang had already collected all the usable supplies that were on display outside into the space. Jang Wan Wan, who was following him, was completely shocked. What is going on? Why did all these things disappear when he waved his hand? When Wang Chang and his men entered the supermarket, they had to carry a backpack. When they left, the backpack was full of food, and they were each carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles. But Liu Yang didn't need a backpack or any containers for food. How did he make the food disappear into thin air? At this moment, Jang Wan Wan thought that Liu Yang was a god. They both looked dumbfounded. Liu Yang said to her, "We finished collecting the things outside, now let's go and loot their warehouse. The goods in their warehouse may be even more than the ones outside." Jang Wan Wan quickly nodded, good husband. Chapter 107, Level 3 Zombie. So, Jang Wan Wan followed Liu Yang to the supermarket warehouse area. There was a lot of food in the warehouse. Liu Yang first entered the grain warehouse and collected more than 10 tons of rice and flour. He then went to the cold storage warehouse and collected more than 10 tons of apples, pears, and other fruits, as well as fresh vegetables such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and tomatoes. Then she went to the clothing department warehouse and collected a lot of men's and women's clothing, as well as children's clothing. Finally, she entered the freezer. The freezer is estimated to contain a lot of fresh meat and frozen fish. This is also the only place in the entire supermarket that Liu Yang has not yet explored. He said to Jang Wan Wan, after searching this freezer, we can go to the next supermarket. Today's goal is to search 5 supermarkets. Jang Wan Wan followed Liu Yang, nodding obediently. Yes, Whatever my husband says, I'm willing to follow him to search 50 supermarkets. So Lu Yang took her and opened the freezer door. Then the door just opened. Inside the freezer, a clattering sound suddenly came from inside. Lu Yang looked closely and saw that it was a zombie that had been frozen in the freezer and turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing the zombie that had been frozen into an ice sculpture and was in a dormant state, it suddenly woke up. And as soon as he started moving, the ice on his body began to crackle. Then the zombie, surrounded by ice, rushed towards Lu Yang and the others. It was fast, much faster than the zombies outside. Ah! Jang Wan Wan let out a cry. She was shocked by the speed of the zombie. She had seen the zombies outside, but the speed of this one was definitely not as fast as the one inside. And Lu Yang didn't expect it to be so fast last time. He also showed a surprised expression on his face and whispered, "How can this zombie be so much faster than the others? Is it a second-level zombie?" "No. I saw it when Xia Baiwa fought the second-level zombie. It was definitely not that fast. It has surpassed the second-level zombie. Could it be a third-level zombie? A level 3 zombie, that's something Lu Yang has never seen before." Lu Yang only took a glance and found that the speed of this zombie was at least 6 times that of an ordinary human. This corresponds to a third-level superhuman. It is very likely that it is a level 3 zombie. Ah! Little White Tiger let out a roar. It rushed directly at the approaching zombie. Then he patted the other with his front paw, sending it flying several meters away. This high-level zombie reminded the little white tiger of the humiliation she felt when she was teased by the second-level zombie. Today, she will regain her dignity from this third-level zombie. Although I am a female, I am the king of beasts, Xia Baihu. The dignity of a tiger will never be trampled on by a zombie. She was wearing the metal armor made by Lu Yang. Xia Baiwa's confidence had increased greatly at this point, and she was not afraid of even a level 3 zombie. The third-level zombie, seeing that Xia Baiwa was so brave and dared to attack him, also let out a roar in an instant. "Roar! You animal! You want to die!" Hearing this, Lu Yang was taken aback. A level 3 zombie can actually talk? Has their intelligence evolved to such a high level? After observing the zombie more closely, he noticed that the zombie's face no longer had the same expression as the other zombies, but instead had a somewhat calm expression. If you didn't look closely, you might even mistake it for a human. Then he saw the zombie rush towards the little white tiger. The little white tiger's mutation level should not be as high as this zombie's level, at most it is a level 1 mutant. Faced with a level 3 zombie, the little white tiger may have some advantages in size and strength, but in terms of intelligence, it is estimated that it is not as good as this level 3 zombie. Sure enough, when the third-level zombie attacked the little white tiger, it even used the ice in the freezer as a feint. It affected the little white tiger's vision, then feinted to the east and struck the little white tiger in the face with a punch. Boom! The huge tiger head of the little white tiger was knocked to one side by his blow. The third-level zombie looked at his own broken fist and couldn't help but frown. This extremely human expression once again caught Lu Yang's attention. Good boy. This zombie has evolved too much. It can even express its inner emotions with facial expressions. The third-level zombie was very depressed. He punched the little white tiger in the head, but he didn't expect his fist to break, and even his hand bones were slightly fractured. Although he didn't feel any pain, he knew that such an injury was not good for him. The armor covering the other's body is too hard. It seems that the only way to cause damage to the opponent is to attack the eyes, nose and other important parts that are not covered by armor. Roar! Damn it, the beast is wearing armor! The zombie let out another roar and charged at the little white tiger again. This time, he used his nimble body to quickly get close to the little white tiger and punched it in the head. However, he didn't use his full strength, just to affect the little white tiger's judgment. The next second, his other hand suddenly extended 2 fingers, directly toward the little white tiger's eyes. When Xia Baihu saw the 2 fingers, she felt something was wrong and subconsciously closed her eyes. But she knew that with the power of a level 3 zombie, even if she closed her eyes would still be poked out. Just when she thought she was a goner. The next second, the level 3 zombie froze completely, unable to move an inch. Xiao Baihu opened her eyes and saw that Lu Yang had wrapped the entire body of the zombie in a metal net. At this point, the zombie couldn't even move a single finger. He looked at the hard metal mesh on his body in shock. He yelled angrily at Lu Yang, "Who? Damn human! Did you do this?" Lu Yang walked over to the zombie with interest. He came up to the other side and looked at him carefully. He found that the zombie's face was still pale, and the pupils of his eyes were still white, but there were more expressions on his face, and he had also learned to speak. Looking closely, it can still be seen that it is not like an ordinary human. He didn't answer the question. Lu Yang thought to himself, should I use zombie control to control him as a zombie puppet, or should I dissect his body to see if there are any changes in the internal structure? The next second, Lu Yang had already made a decision. He had a long knife in his hand. He slashed the level 3 zombie with it. Swish! The zombie was cut in half from the top of the head by Lu Yang. The whole body was cut in half. Chapter 108, A Group of Survivors. From the top of the head, it was cut in half from the middle of the body. The internal organs of the body were scattered all over the floor. The stench of the blood was overpowering. Jang Wan Wan let out a low scream at the sight and turned her head away, vomiting. Xiao Baihu couldn't help but cover his pink nose with his huge, furry paws. It was still very humane, and it frowned. Lu Yang, however, was observing the entrails with great interest. The blood of the zombies is black, and the internal organs are also black. Your brain has turned black. And in the depths of the brain there was a very dark, slimy mass that looked very elastic. It was like a round ball of jelly. Lu Yang thought to himself, advanced zombies generally have zombie nuclei. The nucleus in the brain of this level 3 zombie is actually soft, like jelly. It crumbles when you squeeze it. It seems that in order to form a real nucleus, you have to level up again. After examining the situation inside the zombie, Lu Yang shook his head in disappointment. For someone who likes to read science fiction novels and watch science fiction movies, it is almost a well-known fact that zombies have a crystal core. And the crystal core in the body of the zombie is the most valuable and precious thing on his body. It contains a lot of energy. It is very useful. Even in the body of a level 3 zombie, no crystal core has been found. If I had known that, I would have just controlled the zombie instead of killing it and used it as a doorman. He looked at the freezer again. He found that this was originally used to store frozen meat. I didn't expect it to be eaten by the zombie. It is estimated that the zombie has been trapped in here for more than a month. He survived by eating frozen meat every day. After he finished eating the meat, he also upgraded himself to level 3. Then, without any food, he went into hibernation. He was a lucky zombie, because he had more food than the others. It is estimated that for the past month, his job was to eat nonstop for 24 hours. It's a pity that he ruined the frozen meat in this warehouse. Lu Yang then said to Jang Wan Wan, who had already thrown up all over the place, "That's enough, let's go. We've finished searching this supermarket, now we're going to the next one." Jang Wan Wan heard this and showed a relieved expression. She had long since wanted to leave. After the zombie was cut in half, the stench of its hands filled the entire small freezer. It was disgusting. She quickly said in her mouth, Okay, let's hurry up and leave. Let's get out of here, I don't want to stay for another minute." So Lu Yang took her and Xia Baiwa out of the supermarket. After leaving the store, Jang Wan Wan said to Lu Yang, "I know there is another big supermarket not far from here." When Wang Chang and the others were searching for food, they had already surveyed the terrain. That supermarket is even bigger than this one, but there will definitely be more zombies. Wang Chang and the others didn't go to that supermarket because they were afraid there would be too many zombies. "I can show you the way. It's less than a kilometer away." They began to head to the next supermarket. Because it was so close, Lu Yang didn't use flight, but let Jang Wan Wan lead the way. However, they had not walked for long. A group of strong men suddenly appeared on the road ahead, and when they saw Lu Yang and the others, they immediately smiled evilly and surrounded them. Jang Wan Wan's face changed when she saw them. It was clear that the survivors in the area had communicated and recognized each other. Jang Wan Wan and the strong men recognized each other. The one who looked wretched was a burly man over 2 meters tall with muscles bulging out of his body, looking like a black bear from a distance. After seeing Jang Wan Wan, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said to Jang Wan Wan, "Hey, isn't this Jang Wan Wan, the big school flower?" Where did your protector Wang Chang go? Could it be that he was bitten to death by a zombie? It won't do to have no one to protect you in the future. Why don't you just follow me? From now on, I'll be responsible for protecting your safety, and you just need to be responsible for serving me every night behind the bed. As soon as he said this, the companions next to the strong man burst into laughter, and all of them showed an evil expression on their faces. Ha ha! Big Brother Zhuang's proposal is not bad. But this beauty looks like she's only 1.6 meters tall. In front of Big Brother Zhuang's 2-meter tall frame, she looks like a little chick. Can she withstand Big Brother Zhuang's power? Will she be played to death in a few nights? That's right. With his body type, he's probably going to be killed alive when he gets on Big Brother's bed. It's like Beauty and the Beast. Big Brother, you have to be a little more considerate. When you get tired of her, you can give us a discount. Big Brother, you have to give us some soup to drink with the meat. That guy called De Zhuang said with a smug look on his face. Don't worry, brothers, I always leave you some soup. I'm bored of women like this after a week at the most. I'm not going to be a dog licker like Wang Chang. But then again, you're a tough woman. Wang Chang licked you for so long, and you immediately found a new boyfriend? You abandoned Wang Chang? Without Wang Chang's protection, do you think you can still be as cocky as before? I tell you, even if Wang Chang is still around, I'm going to get you today. I have already joined the Tiger base, and our Tiger boss is also a superhuman. He is even more powerful than Wang Chang. If you follow me obediently and kneel down to lick my feet, I will be gentle with you when I play with you at night. Listening to their words and looking at their evil expressions, Jang Wan Wan was so scared that she hid behind Liu Yang. At this point, they also noticed Liu Yang. They threatened Liu Yang viciously, "You little white face, get out of the way. Give us all the food and supplies you have, and we'll let you live. Otherwise, we'll kill you and eat your flesh." Liu Yang's face showed a hint of a smile. After the apocalypse, it had been a long time since he had heard anyone talk to him like that. He took a quick step forward and charged at the burly man. Seeing Liu Yang move, the strong man was taken aback. He never thought that Liu Yang would dare to fight in the face of so many people. But the next second, boom! Liu Yang kicked him in the stomach, and he flew horizontally, flying more than 10 meters. A large amount of blood spurted out, and it was obvious that Liu Yang's kick had injured his internal organs. The strong man's face showed a shocked expression. He was a professional mercenary in peacetime. He had even fought on foreign battlefields for several years. How could he have been kicked by a little white face? And such strength is definitely only possessed by a superhuman. Chapter 109, Taking Jang Wan Wan Back. The little brothers saw that De Zhuang had been kicked into the air. They all showed angry expressions and rushed directly at Liu Yang. Liu Yang was calm, kicking one after the other. Boom! The little brothers were kicked directly in all directions. Two of the younger men were so weak that they were knocked unconscious by a single kick, as if they had already died. A light kick can kill someone? Is this guy still human? Those people covered their stomachs and showed fear on their faces. Even De Zhuang's look at Liu Yang changed from contempt to fear. As a professional mercenary, he could see the murderous intent in Liu Yang's eyes. And such a calm face, but with such a strong murderous intent, it is enough to show that this person is a cold-blooded killer. I'm afraid he's killed more people than I have on the battlefield. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He covered his stomach and cried out to Liu Yang, "Brother, spare my life. We were blind to your greatness. We never thought that you were also a noble superhuman. If you had revealed your identity earlier, we would have immediately knelt down and licked your feet. We would never have dared to offend you. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. Please forgive us this time." Liu Yang did not waver in the face of their pleas for mercy, but instead gave a cold laugh. He said, "Is it not true that mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself? Don't you understand this? No, you don't understand. On the contrary, you actually understand better than anyone else. You just hope that I don't understand." After saying this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. Then, dozens of steel needles flew toward the heads of those people. Bang 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 bang. The sound of headshots continued to ring out. In less than a second, all of the dozen survivors were killed by Liu Yang's headshots. Jang Wan Wan had already thrown up once in the supermarket's freezer warehouse. Now, seeing a dozen people get their heads blown off at close range, the strong smell of blood made her vomit again and again. At the same time, she was shocked by Liu Yang's ruthless tactics. Although Wang Chang and the other two were also killed by Liu Yang, it was Liu Yang who did not stop the zombies, causing their deaths. To put it plainly, these were zombies who killed them. Compared to the violent headshots now, it was not as shocking. Now these dozen people were killed by Liu Yang himself. He killed more than 10 people without even blinking. He was so decisive and resolute. He really is a cold-blooded killer. Jang Wan Wan was very glad that she had not continued to fight with Liu Yang to the end, but had instead knelt down and begged for mercy after seeing Liu Yang and the others threaten her. If she had fought to the end with Liu Yang, she might have ended up dead too. She didn't think that someone as ruthless as Liu Yang would not kill a woman. So when she saw that Liu Yang had killed more than 10 people in one fell swoop, Jang Wan Wan became even more submissive to Liu Yang. She had already made up her mind that no matter what Liu Yang asked of her, she would not refuse. She didn't want to die. Even if Liu Yang is a pervert and makes some extremely perverted demands in bed, she will definitely try her best to satisfy him. After killing these dozen people, Liu Yang still had a calm expression on her face. She said to Jang Wan Wan, "Take me to that supermarket again." Jang Wan Wan quickly nodded and said, Okay. Liu Yang, come with me." Under the leadership of Jang Wan Wan, Liu Yang and Xia Beihu finally arrived at the supermarket. This time, Liu Yang walked straight into the supermarket, and Jang Wan Wan didn't say anything. Instead, she followed Liu Yang directly behind him. Because she knew that Liu Yang was very strong, even if there were more zombies in the supermarket, they would not be able to harm Liu Yang. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the supermarket, hundreds of zombies pounced on Liu Yang. Liu Yang gave a glance again. A steel needle flew out. Bang bang bang. Countless crisp sounds kept ringing. In less than 2 seconds, all the zombies fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Jang Wan Wan felt that this was all expected. Being by Liu Yang's side, she felt that Liu Yang was invincible against any enemy. She was a little panicked when she encountered the zombies in the first supermarket. But the zombies in the second supermarket, she already completely regarded them as corpses. The zombies in front of Liu Yang could not survive for more than 2 seconds. And after experiencing the first time, her psychological tolerance has also become much stronger. Seeing so many zombies being shot in the head, the strong stench no longer makes her gag. Liu Yang was very satisfied with the growth of this fourth school beauty. This woman has a good psychological tolerance. Even if she sees her own big storm, she can probably accept it with joy. With Jang Wan Wan and Xia Beihu, they continued to loot supplies in the supermarket. Soon, all the supplies in the supermarket were loaded into the storage space by Liu Yang. Then they headed to the next supermarket. But this time, Jang Wan Wan didn't know where the supermarket was, so Liu Yang took them up into the air to start looking. They soon found their target. It has to be said that the flight ability brought by metal control is really useful. It is not only good for traveling, but also for finding targets. Then Liu Yang took Jang Wan Wan to search all the remaining 3 supermarkets in the neighborhood. In total, they had searched 5 supermarkets, and there were already several hundred tons of supplies in Liu Yang's space. Now, we can go back. Liu Yang said to Jang Wan Wan, "Very good, I have searched all the supermarkets within a 10-kilometer radius, and it is time to return to my safe zone." Jang Wan Wan, as the 4th most beautiful girl in the school, are you mentally prepared? Li Mangyao, Li Mange, and Wang Muling have all been saved by me, and you just happen to be the most beautiful girl in the school. What kind of status you can obtain in my safe zone depends on your performance tonight. After hearing this, Jang Wan Wan's face showed a surprised expression. She couldn't help but ask. Li Mange, Li Mangyao, and Wang Muling have all been found by you? Liu Yang said indifferently, "Why? Is it difficult to find them with my strength?" Jang Wan Wan quickly said, not difficult, husband, you are the best. Don't worry, I will definitely use all my skills tonight to serve you beautifully. Although I haven't experienced it, I've read a lot of novels and movies. I'm very good at it. Okay. Next, we'll go back to the safety zone. After saying that, Liu Yang took them up into the air and flew back at supersonic speed. Chapter 110, I don't believe he's that good. Jang Wan Wan reference figure. Soon, Lu Yang returned to the villa area with Jang Wan Wan and Xiaobaiwa. As soon as they landed, the women immediately surrounded them. After all, although Lu Yang is very strong, he still has to go out to find supplies. In the end, he will encounter some danger, and the women don't know how strong Lu Yang is or how dangerous the outside world is, so they are always a little worried. Now that they saw Lu Yang safely back, they all had surprised expressions on their faces and surrounded him. When they saw Zhang Wenwen next to Lu Yang, Li Meng, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling all showed shocked expressions. They exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Wenwen? Aren't you Zhang Wenwen?" Zhang Wenwen was also very surprised to see these three school beauties. Lu Yang was right. He has already saved 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls, and he is the last one. She thought it was a lie, but it was true. She nodded to Li Meng and the others and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Wenwen. I didn't expect my sisters to have already arrived here. They are all my seniors, and I hope they can give me advice in the future." Chen Tingxia said. "Good guy, the 4 most beautiful girls have all been collected by Lu Yang's husband. This Zhang Wenwen was once known as the sexiest schoolgirl, but I didn't expect the apocalypse to have gone on for more than a month without making her thin. She's still so full and charming, worthy of being the sexiest schoolgirl." Li Mengyao said, "That's right, the socialite Kardashian, who travels among Western celebrities, has a very hot body. Compared to her, Zhang Wenwen is almost the same." Chen Zi said, "It seems that Lu Yang is blessed." Judging from the impatient expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Wenwen knew without a doubt that these people were really hungry. "They want to take my place? You wish," she said seriously. No, I'll bear the pain myself. Who doesn't know that the relationship between men and women is painful and happy? Besides, who doesn't like a strong man like Lu Yang's husband? I think you are thirsty." After hearing Zhang Wenwen's words, the women all looked a little embarrassed. It seems that they were a bit too eager. It has aroused the other party's vigilance. What a blunder! Suddenly, everyone put on a smile and said to Zhang Wenwen, Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's go inside. It's time to eat. Wenwen, you've been wandering in the end times for so long, I'm afraid you can't eat well or wear warm clothes, right? Let me treat you to some fresh food. We've improved our cooking skills a lot this month. It will definitely suit your taste." Okay, then thank you, sisters." Zhang Wenwen nodded obediently and then followed the others into the teacher's dormitory. At the dinner table, Li Mengyao, Chen Lixia, and others served plate after plate of food. Looking at these hot, delicious dishes, Zhang Wenwen was shocked. When he was with Wang Chang, he could say that he never had to worry about food, but the food he could eat was basically just snacks and the like. He had never eaten such fresh food. In the end, even the snacks were finished, so she forced Wang Chang and the others to venture into the supermarket, but they didn't expect to suffer heavy losses and 2 people died directly. Now seeing Lu Yang's women, they can eat so well. And it is completely safe to be on a campus with a steel fence and steel mesh cover, so there is no need to worry about the zombies. Isn't this life a bit too comfortable? Zhang Wenwen asked in surprise, "Is this chicken stewed with mushrooms?" My goodness, this is chicken, and it smells so good. It's delicious. And it's been so long since the apocalypse, and we can still eat fresh chicken and mushrooms. It's so good. Chen Ting said with a smile. Wenwen, come and try my beef stir-fried with green peppers. And directly picked up a piece of beef and offered it to Zhang Wenwen. Zhang Wenwen took a bite and her face showed a shocked expression. She said, "It's delicious, it's really delicious. I didn't expect that Chen Ting's cooking was so good. I'll have to learn from you how to cook in the future. Chen Ting, you have to teach me well." Chen Ting nodded and said with a smile, "No problem. After all, we're all going to live together, so you can come with us. And since we're in this safe zone, there's not much to do, so cooking is one of the few hobbies we have." "Well, then I'll thank you all first," Zhang Wenwen said happily. The meal was very satisfying. After finishing the meal, she touched her round belly. She had a pleasant smile on her face. She said, "It's delicious, it's really delicious. I haven't had such a good meal in a long time. It feels like I've eaten a month's worth in one meal." Lin Mengyao said to Zhang Wenwen while she was cleaning up the dishes, "Wenwen, you have to be careful. You ate so much, it's not good for exercise later." Chen Zi also smiled and said, I feel the same way. Hearing Chen Zi's words, the other women also revealed a mischievous smile. Jang Wan Wan was still skeptical. She decided to go to Liu Yang's room later to have a good chat with him and see if he was really that good. Chapter 111, Can't Be Learned. That night, Liu Yang lay on his bed and checked the materials he had obtained in his space. He found that after today's collection, there were hundreds of tons more. With so much material, he would have no problem feeding these women for hundreds of years. Not to mention the survivors of Base 1 who are growing crops. When their crops are harvested, 20% of the harvest will be handed over to Liu Yang. By then, Liu Yang's supplies will be endless. Not only will he not be eating his capital, he will even have a surplus. At that time, he would not have to worry about supplies at all, and he wouldn't even have to collect them. Just as Liu Yang was thinking that the future would develop better and better, and that he could become the king of the end times. His door was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing this knocking, Liu Yang also brought his thoughts back. He knew without thinking that the person at the door must be the fourth school beauty, Jang Wan Wan. As the last of the four school beauties, Liu Yang was also looking forward to her. So Liu Yang called out to the door, very well, come in. Soon the door was pushed open. Jang Wan Wan, who had already changed into a set of silk pajamas, walked into Liu Yang's room. She had a shy expression on her face, but her eyes were full of longing. After entering Liu Yang's safe zone, he realized how powerful a man Liu Yang was, how much food he had, and how many women he had. If she wanted to stand out among these women, she had to have some real skills. The value of these women to Liu Yang is only to serve him. Therefore, she must work hard to serve Liu Yang well, so that she can reflect her own value and gain a foothold among these women. Otherwise, you might be out of the game if you're not careful. After all, the pressure of competition in Liu Yang's safe zone is very high. There are not only the four most beautiful girls in the school, but also various beauties with superpowers, and even a dwarf princess. In the future, more women may join. Therefore, you must firmly grasp the initiative and gain a foothold. Seeing the other person's flattering expression, Liu Yang just smiled. The cold and aloof school beauty? When she gets to my room, she'll still have to smile at me like a lapdog, right? Recalling how she was toyed with by Chen Lixia in Happing. It was like being a Tom and Jerry. Liu Yang felt like slapping his own face. Now the end of the world has broken out. Now I'm in charge, and these women look at me like they're looking at a rich bachelor who keeps licking himself. It's really a case of the wheel of fortune turning. There is a saying that in a golden age, women are like gold, and in a chaotic age, women are like dirt. It's true. In the end times, women who are not strong in physical strength, mental strength, or willpower can only rely on men to survive. In the end, they will become men's accessories. It doesn't matter how beautiful they are. The four most beautiful girls in school have now been collected by me, Liu Yang. And they all fawn over me. This doomsday has created a life of immortals for me. After Jang Wan Wan walked into the room, she said to Liu Yang with a flattering look on her face, honey, let's have a good chat tonight. Liu Yang smiled and said to the fourth school beauty, what? Weren't you always aloof and cold? When you faced Wang Chang, weren't you always condescending and holding him in the palm of your hand, telling him to go east and he would go east, and telling him to go west and he would go west? How come you're so submissive in my room? Jang Wan Wan said to Liu Yang, honey, how can Wang Chang compare to you? In front of you, he is nothing. I call this unique insight. I saw that he had no future, so I always treated him as a spare tire. I never let him get away with it. But you, honey, are different. You must be the most powerful and handsome man in the world. To be able to be your woman is simply my good fortune. Hearing Jang Wan Wan's words, Liu Yang laughed directly and said, you are a woman who is direct enough. The saying that circulated on the internet before was indeed correct. Ugly people never know how proactive women can be in front of handsome men. Just like Jang Wan Wan at this moment. In front of Wang Chang, she is a goddess, and no matter how hard Wang Chang tries to impress her, she always keeps him at arm's length. But it's different in front of Liu Yang. Come on, now I ask you, are you willing to submit to me? Liu Yang waved at Jang Wan Wan. Jang Wan Wan immediately felt as if she had received a great gift and rushed to Liu Yang. She kept saying to her husband, I'm willing to submit to you. At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! The system has detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman. You have successfully saved the beautiful girl. You have received a system reward and all attributes have been increased by 50 points. Lu Yang was very happy to hear this. Although he didn't get any new skills or a boost in his supernatural power level, he was still very happy because all of his attributes had been increased by 50 points. This means that all attributes have been doubled. 200 base attributes are equivalent to killing 2,000 zombies. Jang Wan Wan alone can defeat 2,000 zombies. Chapter 112, Tracking Down the Murderer. Jang Wan Wan muttered to herself, "It's really, really tiring. Ah. I feel like I'm about to lose consciousness, you jerk." Seeing her like this, Lu Yang suddenly laughed. He said, "Isn't this normal? My physical fitness is already dozens of times that of an ordinary person." Jang Wan Wan said, "You still say that? I need to rest. I really can't take it anymore. I'm so tired and sleepy that I can't even keep my eyes open." Lu Yang said, Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You should go to sleep." As soon as the words fell, Jang Wan Wan already closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the fourth most beautiful girl in the school, she was lying quietly next to him. Lu Yang's face also showed a somewhat smug expression. This school flower is a famous fish breeding master at the school. Unfortunately, she was taken care of by herself when she first met him. The fish breeding master is not enough in front of my god of war in the end times. Men must be tough. You must never be a lapdog. Otherwise, your goddess will only appear in someone else's bed. It's better than Wang Chang. Licking this Jang Wan Wan for an unknown length of time, from the era of peace to the outbreak of the apocalypse. In the end, he didn't even get a single hair. Not to mention any intimate behavior with Jang Wan Wan, he didn't even get to hold her hand. It can be said that Jang Wan Wan played him like a puppet, telling him to go east and he went east, telling him to go west and he went west. But now, Jang Wan Wan got into Lu Yang's bed and became Lu Yang, doing whatever she was told to do. This is the difference between a tough man and a dog. A wolf eats meat, a dog eats shit. But a dog licks shit. Wang Chang must have been furious to learn that his goddess had been toyed with for hours. He must be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Thinking about this, Lu Yang's heart was filled with a sense of superiority. This apocalypse has turned my life upside down. The school beauty queen, who never even looked at me before, is now scrambling to climb into my bed. For me, the apocalypse is like a paradise. It's great. With a pleasant smile on his face, Lu Yang also fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed, and he was proud of his iron-willed dog-like waist. As for Jang Wan Wan, she was still sleeping soundly because she was too tired last night. Looking at the other person's beautiful sleeping face, Lu Yang directly reached out and pinched the other person's cheeks, which were as soft as a piece of dough. Jang Wan Wan let out a soft moan. She mumbled in her sleep, stop it, let me sleep a little longer. I was exhausted last night." Lu Yang smiled and said, Okay, then you can sleep a little longer. I'm going to go have breakfast." Lu Yang got up and washed his face and brushed his teeth, then went out to get breakfast next door. Jang Wan Wan continued to sleep in bed. Meanwhile, yesterday, where Lu Yang killed the survivors. Another group of survivors, exhausted and with murderous eyes, arrived. A bald, ugly man with a huge black dog on a leash. The black dog looked like a lion, at least 300 or 400 pounds. Its long fangs were sticking out of its mouth, looking like a saber-toothed tiger. This dog is clearly a mutant, not an ordinary dog. Led by this huge mutant dog, the bald man saw the bodies of the people who had been killed by Lu Yang the day before. Since the nearby zombies were all killed by Lu Yang, there were no signs of the corpses being eaten by zombies. However, each corpse was killed by a headshot. The brains were all over the place. Seeing this scene, the bald man's entire body revealed a shocked expression. Is this Dwarf and the others? I said they went out to search for supplies and didn't come back all day, but they were actually killed? Who? How dare you kill members of my Ching-long base? Brother Long, they all seem to have been shot in the head. I think they were ambushed and killed with a sniper rifle. Damn these people, they don't know the rules of war. I think it's possible that Brother Dwarf and the others found food, but they were ambushed and the food was taken from them. The bald man, who was called Brother Long, nodded. He thought it made sense. Dazhuang and his men are not weak. They are all strong and experienced in life and death battles. Although they are not superheroes, with so many of them, even if they encounter superheroes, they may not be able to kill them so quickly that they don't leave a single survivor. Woof! At this moment, the black dog in Long's hands barked a few times. Go Long's face showed a look of confusion as he asked. Blackie, are you saying that you can smell the other party's scent? Wang Yang. The black dog barked twice and even nodded in a very human way. It was clear that after the black dog mutated, not only did it grow larger and its teeth grow longer, but its intelligence also increased, and it could even understand human speech. But this is normal. After all, after the white tiger mutated, it was much smarter than an ordinary tiger. It makes sense that a dog that has mutated is smarter than other dogs. After observing the black tiger's performance, Bald Dragon's face revealed a sinister expression, and he said, Good, now that I smelled the other guy's scent, I'm going to chase him. I want him to know that the supplies at our Ching-long base are not for anyone to take, and that people are not for anyone to kill. If we don't make him pay a price, how can we survive in this area in the future? Brothers, don't you think so? Yes. The boss is right. We all listen to Brother Long. We'll chase him to his lair and make him pay. I don't know which surviving base was so bold as to attack our people at the dragon base. Let them know how powerful we are. Seeing that his brothers were so motivated, Long Bai also showed a relieved expression. With so many good brothers, why worry about not achieving our goal? He shouted, Good. Brothers, follow me. Let's go find him now. So the big black dog led the way. Bald Dragon and his brothers followed behind him, sniffing the air and searching for the murderer's trail. Chapter 113, Grabbing a Woman. The people in this base began to follow the trajectory of Lu Yang and her group. It has to be said that the mutant dog's sense of smell is really keen. Lu Yang returned to her safe base, flying back. But the dog was able to track Lu Yang's scent from the air. Along the way, the people in the survivor base all had a serious look on their faces. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, they had not yet reached their destination. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, but they were all killed. It can be seen that the people in the Ching-long base still have some strength. They had been traveling for more than an hour. Everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat. One of the big men couldn't help but say directly to the bald boss, Brother Long. We've been walking for so long and we haven't arrived yet. Is it that your dog's sense of smell is broken? In theory, even if they are survivors, the base wouldn't go out more than 10 kilometers to collect supplies. After all, this is only the beginning of the end of the world. A distance of more than 10 kilometers is already very far for survivors. There are supermarkets and convenience stores closer by, so why go further afield to find food? So the big man felt a little strange. It was a long way to come to kill and loot. Is it really just for looting? He has the skills to kill zombies in a supermarket. After all, the dozen or so team members were all killed by headshots. With this ability, wouldn't it be easy to kill zombies with a headshot? So they think there is something fishy about this, something very strange. Was it because Dazhuang had offended someone that he was killed? However, after listening to the team members, Long had a look of disdain on his face. He said, Don't worry, my dog's nose is never wrong. We'll definitely find him if we keep looking. Our people at the Ching-long base were killed, so the other side will have to pay the price. I don't care what their purpose is or who they are. After all, killing someone is equivalent to paying for their life. Otherwise, how can we survive in this area in the future? Moreover, everything in the supermarket was taken away. The other side has a lot of supplies now. Let's rob them all back. It will be enough for our base to eat for a while. So this revenge is not without any benefits. Maybe we can get more than we can collect supplies. Maybe there are still beautiful women around that guy. Hey, when that time comes, we'll be so happy. As soon as they heard this, the burly men's eyes lit up and they all showed signs of excitement. A beautiful woman is great. The woman I picked up last time was so skinny that I had to play with her for only 2 weeks before she died. The man next to him heard the big man's words and immediately revealed a teasing expression and said, What are you afraid of? This time, the boss is taking us to find those guys who killed Dazhuang. Maybe we can find dozens of beauties. By then, not only will there be one for each of us, but there will be two for each of us, and there will still be extras. Isn't that right? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Grab resources, grab women, grab territory. Our Ching-long base is the best. Charge. Everyone was full of energy. It has to be said that Baldy Long is no wonder he can become a leader. He is very good at inspiring his subordinates. He knew what they liked best, and just the mention of women made everyone excited and full of fighting spirit. A female member of the supernatural group showed contempt for these excited men. She said, "Look at you. When it comes to women, you all show the same crazy dog-like expression. Men, even in the end times, will only think with their lower bodies. Sister Red Bean, don't say that about us. If we meet a handsome guy later, we won't kill him, we'll save him for you." That's right. Sister Red Bean, your standards are too high, and you have high standards. You don't like any of the men in our base, but if we meet some young male celebrities on this mission, we will definitely save them for you first. As a capable woman in the Ching-long base, Hongdo is not only beautiful, but also very capable. But so far, no man has been able to win her heart, so she is still single. No one knows how high her standards are, or why she can't find a man. But it's understandable. She's so beautiful, has a hot body, and is a powerful psychic. In terms of combat effectiveness, she's probably not much lower than Bald Dragon. It is normal for such an outstanding woman to have high standards. At least she deserves a male celebrity of the fresh meat level. After listening to everyone's words, Hongdo nodded and stuck out his pink tongue and licked his seductive red lips. Good, if there is really a male star, save it for me. Ha ha ha. Sister Red Bean is indeed a person of character. Don't worry, I'll find you some handsome guys to help you balance your yin and yang. But you have to be careful, men can't stand being squeezed by you. When a male celebrity gets into your bed, it won't take long before you turn him into a celebrity like Zhao Benshan. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily, and the whole journey was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The laughter attracted a dozen zombies to surround them, but they were quickly killed by these powerful survivors. These dozen people were all tough guys, and as long as they weren't surrounded by hundreds of zombies, they had no problem with ordinary small groups of zombies. The group continued on. Long, the bald one, led the way. He was holding a black dog larger than a tiger in one hand and a machete more than a meter long in the other, searching for Lu Yang's trail. The teammates behind him all had excited expressions on their faces. The thought of being able to take women made them feel invincible. Lu Yang, meanwhile, was collecting supplies in a large shopping mall with his little white tiger. He didn't know that he had already been targeted. Chapter 114, Level 4 Zombie. This large shopping mall is very well stocked. There are 6 floors. The first floor is also a large supermarket. The 5 floors above are for food and drink, entertainment, and clothing. Every floor is worth exploring. Lu Yang said to Xia Beihu. Let's start collecting supplies from the supermarket on the first floor, and then search the floors upstairs after we've finished searching the supermarket. Ow. The little white tiger opened its mouth and let out a loud ow, then nodded. Followed Lu Yang respectfully. So, Lu Yang set off directly for the supermarket. There were indeed hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. And these hundreds of zombies had actually started collecting food in the supermarket. Even the packaged vacuum food was gnawed by them. The floor of the supermarket was a mess, full of discarded packaging. And these zombies seemed to be organized and disciplined, standing in an orderly manner in one place. When they saw Lu Yang and Xia Beihu enter, they did not immediately pounce on them. Instead, they were waiting for some kind of order. Lu Yang looked over at the zombies. He saw a tall, strong zombie with piercing eyes. This zombie was different from the others. There was no twisted and angry expression on his face, and he wasn't grinning or spitting out black saliva. Instead, while Lu Yang was observing him, he was also observing Lu Yang. There was even a look of confusion and appraisal in his eyes. Ah! Xia Baiwa let out a roar at the zombie, and even she, who was not very intelligent, could already tell that something was wrong with the zombie. At the time, Xia Beihu was crushed by the second-level zombie in terms of intelligence. She was also beaten up by the second-level zombie, and the memory is still vivid. At the same time, Xia Beihu had already fought against a level 3 zombie in the previous supermarket. And now the zombie in front of her seemed even more powerful than the level 3 zombie. This zombie is more different from the second level zombie, more like a human, and looks more calm and more intelligent. Especially those eyes, although a bit pale, were already full of emotion, and could even express a look of confusion and anger. This is something you don't see in other zombies. Other zombies are driven by instinct and attack living things. This zombie, however, looks at the enemy and thinks. Obviously, his intelligence is higher than that of a level 3 zombie. Oh? The little white tiger looked up at Liu Yang and let out a low growl of confusion. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Although he looks strange and powerful, he is only a level 4 zombie." Liu Yang then thought to himself, apart from the fact that the eyes of a level 4 zombie are a bit white, there is no difference between it and a real human. It seems to be very human, with the intelligence of an ordinary person. It's a pity that it's a male zombie. If it were a female zombie, it would probably be no different from using a woman, and it might even be more enjoyable than an ordinary woman. Liu Yang didn't expect to encounter a level 3 zombie yesterday, and today he encountered a level 4 zombie. It seems that the zombies are evolving very quickly. Especially when there is an abundance of food. Zombies evolve more easily. And with each level, their intelligence increases dramatically. Level 3 zombies can already speak, albeit with some stuttering, and can even communicate with humans on a basic level. And the 4th level zombies are even stronger. They may be able to communicate with humans normally. So, Liu Yang shouted directly into the air at the zombie, "Hey! If you don't want to die, kneel down and surrender. Maybe I'm in a good mood and I can spare your life." Roar! The level 4 zombie let out a loud roar at Liu Yang. Then, with a hoarse voice, he said to Liu Yang, "Arrogant human. How dare you tell our boss what to do? Don't you know that we are the masters of the new era?" Then he suddenly waved his hand and ordered his superior next to him, "Kill! Kill him!" Roar! The zombies received the order and instantly let out a deafening roar. Then the black horde of zombies all rushed towards Liu Yang. The little white tiger bared its teeth and roared at them. At the same time, his hind legs were slightly bent, ready to pounce at any moment. Liu Yang, however, stroked the white tiger's soft fur and said, "Little white tiger, don't get excited. With me here, these zombies can't stir up any trouble." After that, his eyes changed. He waved his hand at the zombies. A steel needle appeared out of thin air, and then, with a whoosh, it turned into a stream of light, shooting directly at the zombies. Bang 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 bang. The violent headshots were unending. Instantly, countless zombies fell to the ground, and the stench of zombie blood filled the air. In a few seconds, hundreds of zombies were all skewered at once. Each one was killed by a headshot. Liu Yang had already received a system notification in his mind. "Congratulations, you have killed 320 zombies and earned 32 attribute points." After hearing this prompt, Liu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. The 4th level zombie was dumbfounded by this scene. From the moment Liu Yang came in, he could already tell that Liu Yang should also be a powerful master of the supernatural, and that the huge white tiger above Liu Yang should also be a mutated white tiger. He thought that one person and one tiger had some strength, but he didn't expect Liu Yang's strength to be so strong. His subordinates were more than 300 zombies in the supermarket, and they were all shot in the head in less than 3 seconds. How fast was the flying speed of the steel needle? You are simply unimaginable. The level 4 zombie had a high IQ, and seeing that he might not be able to defeat Liu Yang, he turned around and ran. However, Liu Yang's face showed a sneer. He looked at the zombie with a cold stare. The level 4 zombie, who was running at full speed, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then he slowly turned around and walked step by step to Liu Yang. Zombie control. Even a level 4 zombie can be controlled in an instant. Unfortunately, the zombie controlled by Liu Yang has no independent thinking. So if you want to ask him some questions about zombies, you won't get an answer. If only he could control it while maintaining his own thoughts and wisdom. So Liu Yang had an idea. Could soul control be used to control zombies? Does this zombie have a soul? He tried it. After a minute, he received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using soul control. The other party has become your most valued servant. Hearing this prompt, Liu Yang's face showed a look of surprise. It really works. Soul control is awesome. Chapter 115, Zombie Control Zombie. The zombies under soul control can maintain their IQ. So Liu Yang asked the 4th level zombie. How long have you been in this supermarket? Why are you the only 4th level zombie in the whole supermarket? Liu Yang was very curious about the conditions for zombie upgrades. Why can some zombies be upgraded to level 4, while others remain at level 1? Are there any requirements for them to level up? Liu Yang wanted to find the answer on the body of this level 4 zombie. The 4th level zombie respectfully said to Liu Yang, Lord Liu Yang, from the moment I regained my intelligence, I realized that I had been in this supermarket all along, and I had never left. In other words, I became a zombie in the supermarket. And it was a coincidence that I became a zombie in the fresh food section of the supermarket, where there was a lot of meat, fish, and other food. So after I became a zombie, I started eating the meat in the supermarket. I became the strongest zombie and the first zombie to be upgraded to level 2. After I upgraded to level 2, ordinary zombies were no match for me, and I was given priority when it came to food. That's how I was able to rise to level 4 so quickly. For zombies, in addition to talent, food is also very important. Only with sufficient food can the zombie level be upgraded. Otherwise, the hungry zombie will only fall into a state of dormancy. It will always be level 1. After hearing this, Liu Yang's face lit up with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Food is the most basic condition for dietary evolution, and you also need to have the talent to evolve. It seems that not all zombies can evolve to level 4. Liu Yang continued to ask, what is the difference between your level 4 zombies and ordinary zombies? Besides being more powerful? What else? The basic attributes of a level 4 zombie are already 8 times stronger than those of an ordinary human or zombie, and it can easily kill an ordinary human in a split second. It can also command zombies below level 3. Liu Yang nodded and said, how many zombies can you command at the same time? The 4th level zombie said, with my current abilities, I can probably control 1,000 zombies. I can order them to do anything and assign them tasks. Hearing this answer, Liu Yang's face showed a look of shock. A level 4 zombie can control 1,000 zombies. If a level 4 zombie leads 1,000 zombies to attack a base, the average base will not be able to defend itself. Unless there is a S-class superhuman sitting there. And the level of the psychic must not be lower than level 3, otherwise they are no match for a level 4 zombie. Zombies have no supernatural powers, but supernatural beings have supernatural powers. This is the difference between the two, which can level the gap by 1 level. But if it is 2 levels higher, it cannot be said to be able to eat zombies steadily. Hearing the zombie say that he could control so many ordinary zombies, Liu Yang had an idea in an instant. If the level 4 zombie went out every day to find ordinary zombies and brought them back to kill, wouldn't that mean that he could constantly gain skill points? Holy shit! Upon thinking about it, a level 4 zombie is simply a perpetual motion machine for points. It doesn't take much, just 1,000 zombies a day, that's 100 skill points. 100 points a day, 1,000 points in 10 days, 10,000 points in 100 days. With a few months, your basic attributes will be invincible. So Liu Yang said to the 4th level zombie, very good. Next, you will follow me. I will have a task for you. Yes, Your Excellency Liu Yang. The 4th level zombie respectfully nodded and followed Liu Yang. Liu Yang then began to search the supermarket directly. After more than a month, most of the supplies in the supermarket had already gone bad. Some packaged rice, flour, noodles, instant noodles, etc. were still edible. Liu Yang then stored all of the food in his storage space. There were also some packaged drinks, which Liu Yang also took away. At the same time, all the daily necessities, clothes, towels, etc. were taken away by Liu Yang. Unfortunately, the resources of meat had already been eaten by the zombies in the supermarket under the leadership of the municipal zombies. So Liu Yang collected all the resources in the supermarket, but he didn't find any edible meat. However, the meat that Liu Yang had collected before was enough to last him a long time. Liu Yang didn't really care. After collecting the supplies from the supermarket, Liu Yang directly said to the zombies, very good, next we will start collecting the shopping mall upstairs. A little white tiger cried out, and obediently nodded. The 4th level zombie also said respectfully, yes, Lord Liu Yang. So Lu Yang took the tiger and the zombie and began to walk upstairs. There were also a lot of data on the zombies in the shopping mall upstairs. It is precisely because of this that this shopping mall has not yet been visited by survivors in the vicinity. There are hundreds of zombies on each floor, which is more than ordinary survivors can handle. Even for survivors, the elite troops in the base rarely dare to risk entering the mall and large supermarkets directly. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Yang entered the first floor, the zombies in the first floor mall immediately noticed and rushed towards Lu Yang. At this moment, the fourth-level zombie let out a roar at the zombies that were rushing over. Roar! The zombies' faces changed instantly. Their hideous faces changed to obedient ones. They then stood still and stopped moving. The fourth-level zombies respectfully said to Lu Yang, these zombies have been controlled by me. They will not move again, they have become living targets. Next, you can kill them all. Lu Yang nodded, then gave a look, and a steel needle flew towards the zombies. Bang bang bang. After a few seconds, all of the hundreds of zombies were killed by Lu Yang, and at the same time, Lu Yang received a prompt in his mind that he had received a skill point reward from the system. Although Lu Yang could have killed the zombies without the control of the fourth-level zombies, the performance of the fourth-level zombies showed Lu Yang his abilities. He was really good at controlling ordinary zombies. From now on, I can get points every day. At this thought, Lu Yang's face showed an expression of excitement. After the excitement, he began to collect supplies. On the first floor of the mall, there were mostly clothing stores, with only a few restaurants and fried chicken shops, and a milk tea shop. Unfortunately, the food inside had already spoiled and was inedible. So Lu Yang started collecting clothes directly. This mall is considered high-end, and the clothing stores inside are also high-end brands. The various designer clothes are really good. One of the sexy lingerie stores caught Lu Yang's attention. It was full of all kinds of sexy underwear. When she saw the store, Lu Yang's eyes lit up and she went straight in. Chapter 116, Black Dog Exploring the Path. Inside were all kinds of eye-catching underwear. Lu Yang waved her hand and directly put all the clothes into her own space. After collecting the lingerie store, Lu Yang continued to the next clothing store. Soon, all the shops on the first floor were collected by Lu Yang. In addition to the clothing store, there was also a baby store, which was very rewarding for Lu Yang. There were many baby clothes, baby formula, baby diapers, etc. These things will be very useful in the future. After all, Lu Yang was destined to have many children after awakening the more children, more blessings system, and the baby products in this store were not enough for him. Next, Lu Yang headed to the second floor. Meanwhile, outside the mall, a dozen weary survivors had already arrived here, led by a bald giant with a huge black dog on a leash. The big black dog stretched its neck and sniffed the air. It finally looked ferociously at the mall and barked a few times. Woof woof woof. You mean that guy is inside? The bald guy asked the black dog with a serious look. Woof. The black dog nodded affirmatively and then barked twice. Good boy. The bald man stroked the black dog's head, then looked fiercely at the mall and said, We finally found them. These guys aren't using the mall as a base, are they? The other members also looked a little serious. Using the entire mall as a base? Then the strength of this survivor base is probably not low. Because the Ching-long base only uses a villa community as a base. The villa district is sparsely populated, with few people in the houses. It is very easy for them to clear the zombies. But it's different in the mall. The mall is crowded with people and zombies. Hundreds of zombies attack at the same time. Ordinary people probably wouldn't dare to go in. If this existing base can clean up the zombies in the entire mall, then it shows that their strength is probably stronger than the Ching-long base. Those people began to back down. They were the attacking party, but the small team that came was only a dozen or so elite members of the base. On someone else's turf, with only a dozen people, how can they possibly beat hundreds or thousands of people? A psychic said to Bald Dragon. Brother Long, it seems that these guys are very strong. They were able to occupy the entire mall as a base, which shows that they are not afraid of the zombie horde. And the mall is full of food. I'm afraid they are now very strong. We are only a dozen people, and we may not be their match. Another superpower also said to the Bald Dragon, That's right, Brother Long, let's discuss this for a long time. The fact that the other side was able to occupy an entire shopping mall shows that their strength is not weak, and even the number of superpowers is greater than our base. Otherwise, there are at least more than 1,000 zombies in the mall. The average survivor base is not a match for these 1,000 zombies. Another psychic said. In addition, Dajwang and the others were all killed by headshots, which shows that the opponent is not only strong, but also well equipped. If they act recklessly like this, I'm afraid they will be in danger. Listening to the concerns of his brothers, Bald Dragon himself was also very worried. But they had already traveled more than 10 or 20 kilometers. And they have already discovered the other side's location. If they go back in such a disgraceful manner, wouldn't it be a complete waste of effort? Then Dajwang and the others died in vain? Besides, if all the zombies in the mall have been killed by the other side, wouldn't that mean that all the resources inside belong to their base? If they can take it for themselves, they will probably have enough to eat for several months. As the saying goes, people die for money, and birds die for food. In the end times, resources are the greatest wealth. The food in this mall is worth the risk. Bald Dragon said, "Brothers, we've come all this way, are you willing to go back empty-handed? Those who were killed were all our good brothers. If we don't make them pay a price, how can we survive in the future? Besides, there are countless resources in this entire shopping mall. If we can get our hands on them, we won't have to worry about food or drink in the future. Even if we can't kill them, we can still cause some damage. We can burn down his base. In the end times, the fire system may not be useful. A random fire may destroy the entire mall. We can't do it openly, but we can do it secretly. We must make them pay the price." After hearing Long's words, the others were also inspired. Yes, the entire mall has 6 floors. There are countless resources inside. If we can get all of it, we'll really be able to eat and drink to our heart's content. Why did Dajwang and the others go to the supermarket in the first place? Wasn't it because of the shortage of food in the base that they had no choice but to launch an attack on the supermarket? The resources in this mall are much more than those in the supermarket. Because in addition to the supermarket on the first basement floor, there are also many resources on the 5 floors above. If we can get all of them, we'll be rich. The excited look on their faces told Long that they were all ears. What do you think, Brother Long? You make the plan, and we'll follow you. That's right, as long as Brother Long gives the order, we'll charge into the sea of swords and flames. Seeing that his brothers were so supportive of him, Long was very happy. He tilted his head and thought for a moment, and finally said to the big black dog, "Go, you go, and explore the situation inside." Woof! The big black dog barked once, then rushed directly into the mall. Chapter 117, The Mall is Finished. A few minutes later, the black dog quickly ran out of the mall, with a somewhat panicked expression on his face. After arriving in front of the bald dragon, he panted heavily. He hid behind the bald dragon in a very human way. When the bald dragon saw this, suddenly felt a little bad. He crouched down and touched the big black dog's head to comfort it. Then he asked it, "What's the matter? Are you panicking? Has the whole mall become a survivor base, with people everywhere?" Woof woof woof. The big black dog barked a few times and shook his head. He lifted his front paw and let Bald Dragon take a look. The front paw was covered in fresh black zombie blood. Bald Dragon frowned and understood what the big black dog meant. He said, "You mean that all the zombies on the first floor of the mall have been killed by people, and they were killed just now? There are only zombie corpses inside? Even the blood is still fresh?" Woof woof. The big black dog barked twice and nodded. Upon hearing this affirmative answer, the bald dragon's face showed a solemn expression. All the zombies on the first floor of the mall have been killed? And the big black dog upstairs didn't dare to go up and see, maybe they were all killed. And they were just killed. That means that the survivors who killed Dajwang did not choose this mall as their base, but just happened to be here? Upon thinking about this, the bald dragon suddenly relaxed and said to his brothers. According to Shohei's observations, that group of people hid in the mall and killed all the zombies on the first floor. There are hundreds of zombies on each floor of the mall, and these hundreds of zombies must have weakened their fighting power. And if they had heat weapons, the zombies upstairs would have heard the sound and rushed downstairs. They would have probably had a fierce battle with thousands of zombies in the entire mall. Now is the time when they are weak. Brothers, we can take advantage of their weakness. After hearing what Bald Dragon said, the others also showed excited expressions on their faces. They just fought the zombies in the mall? They must have been exhausted and panting by now. And they used guns to shoot De Zhuang in the head. Ammunition is the scarcest thing in the end times. After killing all the zombies in the mall, they must have used up most of their ammunition. This is a great opportunity for us. This mall is so big, and there are so many bosses inside that even we don't dare to mess with them. Now that they've killed the zombies, we can go to the mall to loot supplies, right? This is like the cormorant and the clam fighting, and the fisherman reaps the benefits, right? Haha, we've picked up a big bargain. Brothers, let's go together, avenge De Zhuang and the others, grab resources, grab territory, grab women. From now on, this mall will be our base. Charge! Everyone's face was full of fighting spirit, and they couldn't wait to rush into the mall. In their view, those people had killed the zombies in the mall, and were now at a point of mutual destruction. Now they can go in and reap the benefits, looting the battlefield and plundering resources. Take over this cleaned up shopping mall as your own territory. Very good. Since everyone is so motivated, then brothers, follow my footsteps and let's go together. Bald Dragon waved his big arm and walked directly to the front, holding a big black dog in his hand and rushing into the mall. At this moment, Liu Yang was in the mall, having just finished looting the 5th floor with Sayabaiwa. This time, the looting was very fruitful, and he gained a lot of supplies. His storage space was full again. Seeing the empty mall, and a level 4 zombie and 2 level 3 zombies standing behind him, Liu Yang's face also showed a satisfied expression. There was more food in the basement, so he raised a level 4 zombie, but only 2 female level 3 zombies appeared on the 5th floor, which is enough to show that food is very important for zombies to upgrade. Liu Yang can use these high-level zombies. So he didn't kill any zombies above level 3. Instead, he used soul chains to control them all, preparing to use them for himself. Now that the mall has been completely looted, he said to the 3 zombies behind him, "Let's go, it's time to go back." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." The 3 zombies responded respectfully. The 4th level zombie spoke more fluently. The 2 female level 3 zombies stuttered a little. Obviously, their IQ was still a bit lower than that of the 4th level zombies. But they are women. These 2 level 3 zombies have perfect figures. They are tall and plump, and their skin is not blood red, but instead shows a unique beauty of snow white. From a distance, these 2 level 3 zombies are no different from humans. Only when you look closely will you notice that their eyes are still a bit pale. Liu Yang was going to raise these 2 female zombies properly, and when they reach level 4, maybe they can be used directly. Zombies have no body temperature. I don't know how they will be different from ordinary humans. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Liu Yang just walked down to the 1st floor with a white tiger and 3 zombies. At this time, Bald Dragon also just entered the mall with his subordinates and entered the 1st floor. They found that the ground was covered with the bodies of the zombies. At the same time, black blood covered the entire floor, and the stench of death filled the air, making people involuntarily cover their noses. So the zombies that fell to the ground were zombies, but from a distance, they looked no different from humans. The bald guy, who was also a human, saw this tragic scene and felt as if he were in hell. Miserable, horrible, terrifying. The bodies were lying all over the place, all their heads blown off. Although you know they are zombies, when you see these headless corpses, you can't help but think of humans. Everyone was frowning and covering their noses. It felt a bit numb. And more importantly, after walking for so long, they only saw the bodies of the zombies, not the bodies of humans. This means that they killed hundreds of zombies without losing a single human. This strength is a bit different from the mutual destruction they imagined. At this moment, Liu Yang, the zombies and Zayabehu also reached the 1st floor. The 2 sides finally met. Liu Yang looked at these people and instantly locked his gaze on the bald dragon. The little white tiger saw the black dog and immediately let out a cry of anger. Ah! The dog was instantly scared, and its 4 legs went limp, and it fell to the ground. It whimpered and cried out in frustration. This tiger roar also startled the other survivors. Everyone's eyes were on Liu Yang and the others. Their faces were all full of vigilance. Chapter 118, It's So Scary. Long Bald looked at Liu Yang, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He was a little scared, a little wary, and a little resentful. He was holding a black dog in his hands, but the other person was walking with a huge white tiger. In terms of momentum, his black dog was directly called by the other person's white tiger, and he was scared to death. This is like slapping his own face. And there were only 4 people and a tiger in the other group. So it was impossible for him to have killed the zombies in the mall. This guy is probably here to pick up the slack. There are more than 10 people on our side plus a dog. In terms of strength, it is obvious that our people are stronger. Why is this tiger scaring my dog? Luo Guanxian's face suddenly showed an angry expression, and he pointed directly at Liu Yang. Kid, who are you? What are you doing in this mall? Which base are you from? Don't you know that this mall is our Ching-long base's territory? In fact, this shopping mall is more than 10 kilometers away from the Ching-long base, so it's not even their territory, but in order to make themselves look morally superior, they naturally have to say so. This is called a just cause. After hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile. Your territory? I also said that this entire city is my territory. Are you standing on my territory and paying protection money? A superhuman directly stood up from behind the bald dragon and yelled at Liu Yang, how arrogant! How dare you talk to our brother Long like that, and say that the entire city is your territory? Who do you think you are? Do you have the strength? Let me see if you are tough-mouthed or tough. The big man said, pulled out a machete, and was about to rush towards Liu Yang. At this moment, Blackie whispered a few times in Bald Dragon's ear. Woof woof woof. The Bald Dragon's face changed instantly. He quickly grabbed the psychic and stopped him from moving. The psychic said with some confusion. Boss, don't stop me. If I don't kill him today, I'll call him Dad. Damn it, how dare he talk to our boss like that? He thinks he's so cool. I can't stand arrogant people like him. But Bald Dragon shook his head and said quietly, don't act rashly. Xiaohei just told me that he killed Dazhuang and the others. The face of the psychic, which had been arrogant, instantly wilted. He asked the Bald Dragon with a panicked look in his eyes. What? Is he the one? But he doesn't have a gun in his hand. Does that mean that all the zombies in this mall were killed by him? The burly man took a half step back in an instant, completely losing his nerve. So far, there has not been a single living zombie in this mall, but there are hundreds of zombie corpses on the ground. And this is only the first floor. That guy came down from the floor above. There are 4 more floors above, and if there are hundreds of zombies on each floor, then there are nearly 2,000 zombies in this mall. If they killed all of them, then their strength must be very strong. I'm scared. Brother, I was talking too loudly just now. Don't be offended. Bald Dragon said, what are you afraid of? Look at you, since he used a gun to blow the zombies' heads off, and now he doesn't have a gun, does that mean he's already used up all his bullets and just threw the gun away? Then he's no threat to us, right? I guess anyone can kill him now. What the hell are you afraid of? The boss is right. Since this guy's ability is to kill zombies with heat weapons, and now he doesn't have any heat weapons, doesn't that mean he's just an ordinary person? I'm a respectable debater, and I'm afraid of him? Boss, don't worry, I'll take him out. Hearing these words from Bald Dragon, the mutant suddenly felt like he could do it again. He immediately took another step forward. This time, he didn't say anything, but instead rushed directly at Liu Yang at top speed, raised his machete, and was about to chop Liu Yang's neck off. At this moment, Bald Dragon looked solemnly at his companion as he made his move on Liu Yang. The reason why he could become the leader of the Ching-long base was not only because of his own strength, but also because he was quick-witted. If Liu Yang really used a heat weapon, how many bullets would it take to kill more than 1,000 zombies? Even if he is 100% accurate, he would still need more than 1,000 bullets. Where would he get so many bullets? Even if he could get them, could he carry them? So there must be a problem here. The reason he told his companions that Liu Yang was out of bullets was to trick him into testing Liu Yang's strength. Sure enough, when the psychic came to Liu Yang's front, he picked up a machete and was about to chop Liu Yang. Liu Yang just looked at him with a single glance. The man was instantly shaken. The cold eyes actually made him feel numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have turned into a tangible substance, capable of killing with his eyes. The next second. Bang! The head of the psychic exploded. It exploded into a bloody mist in the air. The people at the Ching-long base were shocked to see this. Holy shit! Headshot! There's a sniper! Hurry and hide! The people instantly ducked and hid. Some hid behind pillars, others behind walls. They didn't even dare to breathe. One of the supernaturals hid directly behind a pillar and called out to Liu Yang, "Kid, have the guts to come out and fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to let a sniper sneak up behind you?" As soon as he finished speaking, bang! A loud noise came. He who was hiding behind the pillar was instantly decapitated. Then a hole the size of a thumb appeared in the pillar. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. Even a round pillar with a diameter of 1 meter can be pierced? Is this still a sniper rifle? Even the anti-material sniper rifle Barrett couldn't do such a thing. Everyone's face showed signs of fear. Now they were really scared. It didn't look like a sniper, and it didn't seem like the other side was attacking with firearms. It's more like a 100% headshot superpower. Brother Long, what should we do? The opponent seems to be very strong. Why don't we talk to him? Let's just forget about this. He killed Dazhuang. Maybe Dazhuang provoked him first? There's no need to fight with such a powerful person over a dead man, right? The people from the Ching-long base were really scared. Now they just want to get out of here as soon as possible. That tall, handsome young man was indeed more terrifying than the Demon King of Hell. Chapter 119, Come back with me and give me a child. Now it's not a matter of whether you can fight or not, but whether you can stay alive. Even hiding behind a pillar can't protect you from a headshot. Such supernormal abilities are too strange and powerful. They are now so scared that their legs are weak. At this time, Bald Lom was also scared pale. But as the leader of the base, he dared not show it. In fact, he now wishes to immediately kneel before Liu Yang and lick his shoes, begging Liu Yang to spare his life. Although he was scared to death, he pretended to be calm and said to the people next to him, "Brothers, we have already offended him to death. In the end times, trying to take someone else's resources is like taking someone else's life. Do you think he will let us go now? If you want to survive, you can only fight him." After hearing what Bald Dragon said, everyone still had a look of fear on their faces and replied, "But Brother Long, how can we fight him? We don't even know how he's going to blow someone's head off. If we hide behind a pillar, we'll die. Won't we die as soon as we show our faces? Yes, Brother Long, why don't we just surrender, kneel down and beg him, maybe he'll spare our lives." These people have already been scared silly. There were thousands of zombies dead in the mall. Their companions were shot in the head right in front of their eyes, and the feeling of horror was too shocking. They no longer had the courage to resist. The voice of the Bald Dragon became fierce, scolding them, "It's the end of the world, don't you understand? Without the constraints of law and morality, it's either you or me. Surrender? Why would he accept your surrender? Only a desperate fight can give us a chance. There are more than 10 of us here, and he is only one. If we all attack him at the same time, he won't be able to react. Besides, his headshot skill should have a cooldown time, so it can't be used infinitely. At that time, we can kill him with the loss of at most 1 or 2 people. As long as we kill him, the food in this entire shopping mall will be ours. If you try to escape, you'll die. No matter how fast you run, you can't outrun a bullet." Hearing this, everyone thought it made sense. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. In this situation, if they try to escape, they will only be killed one by one. It's better to fight together and die together. Even if the opponent is very strong, it is impossible to shoot so many people at the same time. Moreover, some of them are also superheroes, and they know that superheroes' attacks have a cooldown period because they use mental energy, so they have to wait for their mental energy to recover. So if they attack together, they can defeat the opponent. Furthermore, remote attack superheroes often have poor melee combat abilities, and the worst thing is to be close to someone. It's like playing a game. If the top laner can touch the shooter will definitely be killed in seconds. They nodded and said to Bald Dragon, "Brother Dragon, when should we attack?" "As soon as you give the order, we'll charge in." Bald Dragon showed a satisfied expression and then said, I'll count to 3, and we'll all attack him at the same time. We'll attack him from different directions. He won't be able to react in time. 3, 2, 1. Everyone attack at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The survivors who were hiding behind the bunker quickly rushed out and pounced on Liu Yang from all directions. They immediately began to draw their weapons and attack Liu Yang. However, when they were halfway through, they were surprised to discover that Longa, who had counted the numbers, had not rushed out at all. When he looked back, what came into view was the back of a head shining in the light. He was running at high speed towards the door. They all stopped in their tracks. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck! Brother Long sold us out. He let us rush and ran away. Damn you, Baldy Long. You'll die a horrible death. Facing the abuse of the crowd, Longhair did not stop, but instead ran faster and faster, running hundreds of meters in an instant. He said without looking back, Brothers, you hold on. Go in peace. I will take care of your wives and daughters for you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the survivors were even more angry. He sold us out and now he wants to fuck our wives and daughters? Damn you, Bald Dragon. They angrily watched the proud figure of Bald Dragon running away. But at this moment, bang! A loud noise, and the Bald Dragon's head, which was shining with spring light, suddenly exploded. The running body, as if it had not yet reacted, continued to run for 3 or 4 steps before falling heavily to the ground. What? Holy shit! It exploded. What a good death! The survivors realized that this young man must have done it. At the same time, they were even more shocked. The Bald Dragon had already run hundreds of meters away, and was running at top speed. At such a speed, even a sniper rifle would not necessarily hit it. But the young man had already blown the opponent's head off with a single glance. This strength is really terrifying. What's the point of fighting? Pop! One of the survivors' knees went weak and he fell to the ground. He begged Liu Yang for mercy. Handsome guy, you have a big heart, please let us go. It was all Bald Dragon who told us to come here. We were all under his spell. Crack! The others also knelt on the ground. They kept begging Liu Yang for mercy. Yes, handsome, just let us go, we know we were wrong. As long as you let us go, we can do whatever you want. From now on, you will be our big brother. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Liu Yang sneered and said nothing, but just waved his hand elegantly. Bang bang bang. The sound of exploding heads was incessant. The dozen survivors who were kneeling on the ground instantly turned into headless corpses. The only remaining female survivor was shaking in fear. Although she is also a superhuman, she is also a powerful person known as Sister Red Bean. Even Bald-Headed Dragon was polite to her. But now she saw all her teammates around her instantly beheaded. Red Bean was really scared, and she was about to pee in her pants. Liu Yan looked at her and said, Do you know why I didn't kill you? Red Bean shook her head. She answered in a trembling voice, No. I don't know. Because you are a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. Come back with me and give me a child. Will you do it? I will. I will. Hongdo quickly said. The fear in her eyes also dissipated by half. Chapter 120, Go to your base. After hearing that Liu Yang did not want to kill her, but only wanted her to go back with him to have a child, Hongdo was relieved. In the face of such a ruthless killer, it was already hard to survive. Not to mention going back with him to have a child, even if she were to go back with him as his dog, wagging her tail at him every day, she would be willing. As long as I can stay alive, I can talk about anything. As for dignity and so on, does dignity matter in the face of life? Liu Yang saw that Hongdo agreed at once. And also gave him a look of appreciation. In the end times, the one who knows how to adapt to the situation is the hero. This woman can clearly understand her own situation. She is much stronger than other women. At the same time, she is also a superhuman. She will be more useful than other ordinary women. Liu Yang glanced at the other party and the basic information about the other party appeared in her mind. Name, Red Bean. Age, 22. Height, 1.65 meters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance score 91 points. Body score 96 points. After seeing this system prompt, Liu Yang was also very satisfied. Both his body and appearance scores were over 90 points, and he also liked his pair of D+ proud and tall. He likes this feeling of being unable to control it. Liu Yang's cold voice also softened a bit, and he said to Red Bean, "It's okay, don't be nervous. Since you've already agreed to be my woman, I won't hurt you. If you follow me, Liu Yang, you can just eat that stuff and not suffer." "I'll eat it. I'll eat the bitter stuff too," Hongdo quickly said. "Tonight, I will show my loyalty to Liu Yang. Don't say that you have to eat bitter things, even if it means eating shit. As long as you can stay alive, what else is there to worry about?" Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh that this woman was really capable. She was also really smart. Such a woman will do well in the end times or in times of peace. He asked Red Bean again, "Where are you from? Why did you come to this mall? Did you come here by chance or did you come here specifically to find me?" Red Bean replied, "Because yesterday, a member of our base, Stajwang, went with a dozen teammates to collect supplies, but they were all killed, so the boss of the base, Bald Dragon, took his black dog to find the murderer. The black dog followed the scent all the way here. After that, she pointed to the little black dog. But then she saw that the white tiger was chewing on the little black dog, eating it with relish and already half finished. It seems that the rumor that dog meat is so delicious that even monks will jump over the wall to get some is true. Even the little white tiger couldn't help but start eating it raw on the spot." Seeing this little white tiger so fierce, even Red Bean's face showed a look of fear. Although she is a supernatural being, she is afraid that she is not a match for this white tiger if she fights alone. She said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, your white tiger is really fierce." After hearing Red Bean's words, Liu Yang realized that these supernormal people were chasing after him. Because that guy named Dajwan was the one he killed yesterday, right? Because Dajwan was killed, the people at their base used the dog to find him in order to avenge his death. Liu Yang said to Red Bean, "Where is your base? Take me there. Since you have come to my door, I should reciprocate and go to your base to have some fun. I just got base 1, so it wouldn't be bad to have base 2 as well. I wonder if there are many beautiful women in your base." "There are a lot of them. Liu Yang, I'll take you there," Red Bean said, and then she was ready to walk out of the mall. Liu Yang followed with Xia Baiwa and 3 high-level zombies behind him. At this time, Xia Beihu was still chewing on a dog's leg. She is much bigger than this black dog, and she is only 7/8 full after eating a whole black dog. It is only because Liu Yang has so much material that she can afford to keep such a huge white tiger. If anyone else could tame this white tiger, they wouldn't be able to afford it. After leaving the mall, Liu Yang said directly to Red Bean, "It's okay, you don't have to walk anymore. We'll fly over next." "Ah? Fly over?" Red Bean was stunned and thought she had heard it wrong. Liu Yang nodded. Then a thought occurred to him. Metal armor began to wrap around everyone's bodies. Seeing the silver armor on her body, Hongdo was shocked. "Ah! What is this? Why is my body covered in metal?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't panic. This is the metal armor I made for you. It can protect you and prevent you from being hurt when you fly at supersonic speed. From now on, you point the direction and I will fly with you." After saying this, everyone's body began to slowly rise into the air. Red Bean was so scared that she was trembling all over. But she still pointed to the direction of a base with her finger. Although she was a superhuman, her superhuman power was not strong. Flying in the sky was something she could not even dream of. Now that she saw herself slowly rising into the air, although Liu Yang said not to panic, she still felt very scared. Before she could come to her senses, her body had suddenly accelerated. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. It was the sonic boom when Liu Yang and the others broke the sound barrier. After a dozen seconds, they had already arrived over the Ching-long base. Liu Yang then landed with the Red Bean people. At this moment, there were only 3 supernormal people left at the Ching-long base. Seeing Liu Yang and Hongdo fall from the sky, the 3 superpowered people were shocked. After seeing the face of Hongdo, they were even more surprised. They asked Hongdo directly, "Hongdo, why did you come back? Where are the others? Where is Brother Long? Who are these people next to you?" At this time, Red Bean said to them, Bald Dragon is dead. From today on, this base belongs to our Lord Liu Yang. Whoever dares not obey is looking for death. On hearing this, the three superpowered people all showed shocked expressions on their faces, which then turned into anger. Pointing at Red Bean, they scolded, Red Bean, you slut, how dare you betray the base? How dare you betray Brother Long? You colluded with people from other bases to seize our base, didn't you? When Brother Long comes back, he won't spare your life. Ha, I've never liked you, you bitch. You're colluding with others to steal our base while Brother Long is away? When Brother Long returns, it will be your death. Brother Long will rape you and then kill you. Maybe after Brother Long is done, he can give us some soup.